Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. A 4-0 Red Wings lead disappearing again. An obvious 2 points turned into just one after the Sharks rallied to tie their game at LCA and then win it in OT, spoiling the debut of brand new Detroit forward Patrick Kane in front of an excited crowd. A Derek Lalonde not surprised based on how they were playing. As for Kane, he did not make an impact in the box score during his 16 minutes, but said he felt good. He's working to get his timing back after more than half a year away from the game. The Pistons will be missing their center Jalen Duren for at least 14 days. A sprained ankle will keep him off the floor again. Meanwhile, Detroit is still in that 18-game spiral. Scoreboard from last night, Patriots over the Steelers, 21-18. Pittsburgh falls out of a playoff spot in the AFC. LeBron scored 30 to help LA blast the Pelicans, 133-89 in the tournament semifinals. They'll face the Pacers on Saturday, who beat Giannis and the Bucks 128-119 on the other side of the bracket. And veteran pass rushers Bruce Irvin and Tyson Alualu were both at Lions practice on Thursday, ready to help their depth at the position. Also, wide receiver Jameson Williams proved confidence in his incredible speed, saying that he would definitely place if he were to run in the Olympics. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Chris Villar. Bill Burr is coming to Little Caesars Arena on March the 10th. You can get tickets before they even go on sale because they're going on sale at 10 o'clock. But we got a 4-pack to give away before then. Like I said, 10 o'clock, Ticketmaster.com, brought to you by Live Nation. When you hear Aaron Glenn say, I think it's really funny, be the third caller, 248-539-9797 to win yourself tickets to the great Bill Burr coming to Little Caesars Arena. All right, we were talking before the break. Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal were talking about them having a slap fight, a power slap as they call it, which is a sport, if you want to call it a sport, that I just don't understand. You don't either, John. It's just really, you can make up a sport. That's another topic for another day. What sport would you like to make up? Because that's a made-up sport.
Oh, it's a made-up, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
which one would you like to get rid of? I think I'd just absolutely get rid of this one. It seems completely nonsense.
All right, so we're asking, who would you like to see, pair up against each other?
I just saw the top caller.
Well, I have half of him in one of mine.
Okay.
So I wrote down 4 during the break.
Okay.
I'd like to see. Dave Portnoy versus Roger Goodell. If you're familiar with the Barstool and Patriots, and he got thrown out of being a fan at the Superdome for a Super Bowl or whatever, that was ridiculous. Yeah. Here's another one that present physical shape aside, okay? If they were both
in peak physical condition.
Peak physical condition. Matt Ishbia and Dan Gilbert would be awesome.
Okay.
Jim Harbaugh and Ryan Day.
That you nailed it on that one. That would be very entertaining.
No, I think I nailed it on this one. Donald Trump Jr. and Hunter Biden. I hope they both slap the crap out of each other.
Yes.
Well, Hunter Biden might be doing his from jail soon, but whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he may be having this battle himself.
Right. The former president might be in the next cell for all we know. You never know. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Who's yours?
Well, I mean, I gave my DeSantis and Newsom.
Okay. That's
and I mean, Harbaugh Day was one of them, but I'm glad you voiced that one. I think that would be wildly entertaining. Mm-hmm. And I start thinking about, like, okay, I think because they were up for jobs at the same time, and this one I think would be two guys that, and I don't know how big Robert Saleh is, but Saleh and Dan Campbell.
See, That would be interesting.
He
but
looks like he's a pretty fit
But here's
dude.
my point with that one, where I don't want to see that, because I like both of them.
I do too, but that doesn't matter.
I know. Well, to me, it does. If I'm going to see a power slap, I want to see.
You want to see some hate?
Well, there should be some,
Something on the side, a little animosity.
Yeah, animosity.
Sure.
That's the word I was looking for. You don't want to see nice guys. Like I don't want to see me a power slap against you. Besides, you kick the crap out of me. But we like each other. What fun is that?
Oh, it'd be
Or at
fun.
least I think you like it.
It'd be fun.
No, it wouldn't. Not for me, it wouldn't. Do I get to wear headgear? Wear a goalie
That's
mask?
like the dumbest thing ever. Yeah, let's put our helmets on and be a football fight.
Don in Waterford, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Good morning. I would go Jim Harbaugh and Paul Feinbaum.
You nailed it on that one. That would be so much fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest Michigan hater.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't disagree at all.
there's no doubt about it. Thanks for the call, Don. All right, we got a lot of ticket texts. Some of these are really good. I'd like to see John and Valenti. I think no, that wouldn't be close.
No, it wouldn't.
No,
It'd be like me and you, but it would still be fun.
yeah. Harbaugh versus Petiti.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
Eric in Detroit says Sean McVay versus Jared Goff. How about Costa versus Jared
Yeah,
Goff?
you'd have to put McVay on a step stool.
Chris Rock and Will Smith.
But we saw a version of that. We saw
exactly.
the opening swing. We just didn't see the Chris Rock be able to swing back. How about this one?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Go through the text. I don't want to steal somebody's.
Okay, I got a ton of them. Here we go. Isaiah Thomas and Michael Jordan.
Yes.
Darius Slay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say one of them. You see if you can guess the other guy.
Okay.
Darius Slay versus.
Matt Patricia.
Correct.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell versus. There's no. This isn't an animosity one either.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Dan Campbell versus Mike Vrabel to see who the toughest coach in the NFL is.
Oh, good call. I wouldn't have guessed that one,
No.
but I'm disappointed in myself for not coming up with that.
We have another Harbaugh on Day. We have another Harbaugh on Petiti. This is really weird. Charlie Weiss and John L. Smith. LeBron James versus.
I don't know.
Michael Jordan.
Oh, see, that's an animosity between
Fans.
the rest of us. Yes.
Exactly.
I take yeah.
John Jansen versus.
Clinton
says
Portis?
Yes! Would be the undercard for the Barkley Shaq fight.
Yes.
Tristan from Grosse Pointe says, as payback for the worst era of Lions football in my lifetime, I'd love to watch Dan Campbell slap fight Matt Patricia.
There you go.
John Jansen versus.
I already said Portis. I don't know who.
TJ Lang.
He's got a big head. I'm not sure my hand is going to be big enough. It's a fat one, too. Fat head.
Pedro in Memphis says, this is another.
TJ's going to be texting me soon. I know it.
John Jansen versus.
I don't know. Did you give me a hint on that one? I wasn't listening.
No hint. John Jansen versus.
I don't know. Dan Snyder.
Michael Strahan.
Oh, I see. I already gave him that gap. I'd hate to knock out the tooth now. How about Boo Corrigan and Mike Norvell?
Ooh.
There'd be some hate in that one.
Yeah, probably.
One way.
Mm-hmm. Although, I think Corrigan, if he had any vote, he might have voted for Florida State in because he's the ACC guy,
Hey,
but he's the spokesperson. I know.
Yeah, shoot the messenger.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Ndamukong Suh versus.
And Aaron Rodgers? I don't know.
Close. Aaron Donald.
Aaron.
Josh Groban and Michael Bublé in a slap fight holiday special.
I was going to say Rich Rod.
I know. Raise me up, right?
Yes. How about, okay, well, let's take this another direction.
Okay.
Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. Mike Stone versus, and then fill in the blank. Go.
I don't hate anybody. There'd be no animosity.
It's okay.
Just like a random Cowboy fan. But
no, I think our ticket texters will be all over that
yeah,
one.
I know. All right, let's go to Dave in Livonia. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good.
Happy Hanukkah, Stoney.
Thank you.
I was thinking that Chris Rock gets the first swing at Will Smith in the rematch.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, I think that would be a rematch is probably the best way to put it too.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be a funny one.
All right. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Let's go to Matthew. What's up, Matthew?
What's up?
How are you?
Someone stole my original answer, so I got two more for you.
Okay.
The Kelsey brothers, Travis versus Jason.
Oh yeah.
And then my last one, Draymond versus Rudy Gobert.
Oh, that would be awesome. That would be great.
Uh-huh. Yes.
That would be. You're right. That is a terrific one.
We've got one here on Twitch. We've got a couple. All right. Stoney versus Wojo. It doesn't have to be animosity.
I
all
know.
right. You'd have to remove that variable from it.
He's got a big head.
Yes. Again, you might have to give him a step stool as well. Mike Stone versus the Doughboy. Okay. I don't know if I should say this one, but I will anyway. All right. This one comes from JPop1212.
Go ahead.
Stoney versus Costa.
No, I don't have any animosity.
I know you don't.
I know. Not at all.
Good call.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I thought there was another one coming that it's not. By the way,
Costa versus Goff.
no. I mentioned that. Speaking of Wojo, great event tonight at the Lodge in Kego Harbor. It's Killer's charity event. Killer Kowalski, of course, who left us a few years ago, put on this great charity for a lot of great charities. Team Joseph, Defeat the Label, the Kids of Kego. A lot of amazing things going on, and it's the Lodge at Kego Harbor. Celebrity bartenders, including Wojo, Birchie, Dan Miller, Mickey Redmond, Ken Daniels, TJ Lang, myself, just tons of people, Drew Lane. It's going to be a blast. And the fact that it's on a Friday this year instead of a Thursday is even better for me because that means I can stay till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Just don't let is TJ going to be there?
TJ Lang will be there.
Better keep an eye on your phone.
Oh, I know. That's happened last time I was there. So, yes, come on by. It's on Orchard Lake Road. It's a great event. Matt Riley, who helps run it, he'll be, doing dip, and he'll get on the microphone. You won't be able to understand a word he says, but it's great. We have great items to bid on. I think Rieger's actually going to come by and visit after the Pistons game. I believe he has to do some stuff with. But, yes, tonight – Gator will be there as well. It's gonna be awesome. All right. 248-539-9797. We'll keep the slap fight stuff doing the power slap matchups.
I got an epic one that we'll share when we come back.
All right. Also, soon we're going to take your rapid fire predictions for what's going to happen Sunday at Soldier Field. 97-1 the ticket.
Hey, the amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan is staggering. The attorney that you choose to help must have the specialized knowledge and expertise to handle these complicated cases. Injury attorney David Femininio and his team have helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years, and they stand ready to help you right now. That 2.5 decades, that's some experience that you need to tap into. So if you've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. It's Friday. We're having fun.
These are great, Stoney.
The power slap deal that's the weirdest sport ever. But Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. Barkley said he wants to have a power slap match with Shaquille O'Neal. They've agreed to it. It'll never happen, obviously. Well, I don't think it'll ever happen. But, you do things for charity. Who the hell knows? And something like that should be for charity. So we were wondering, who would you like to see in a power slap competition?
And I threw out the challenge to our callers if you'd like to call in, but our ticket texter as well. And obviously on Twitch, twitch.tv/971 the ticket. You can see us. We are not going to slap each other.
Right.
Not currently. Stoney versus, and then fill in the blank. And here's a couple. This one comes from, I'm not even going to be able to, a bunch of letters and numbers. Stoney versus Tom Gores with the Pistons franchise on the line. Don't let us down, Stoney. Stoney versus a fence. There's some more, but we've got some on the calls too, so I don't want to steal everybody's. And there's another here. This one was already covered. Jansen versus TJ Lang.
All right.
We might have to set that one up for charity.
There's some really good ones here. That'd make me laugh. Mike Stone versus complete sentences.
I thought that was a little mean, but Stoney, honestly, that made me laugh.
It's funny. I don't, hey, I'm going to read it. If I was pissed, I wouldn't read it.
Here's another one. Stoney versus a traffic circle.
Or in Indianapolis. Mike Stone versus those people.
Those people, yes. Oh, yes. We have another one that I'm not sure you can say.
Hold on. Here we go. I'll read these and then... Mike Stone versus El Chapo. It'll be a battle between the lines. Stoney versus coaches who leave starters in too long. Mike Stone versus eye contact. Mike Stone in a slap fight against retirement. We don't want to see you go, Mike. Never mind.
Insert name.
Yes, I'm not. And there's another one. I'm not going to steal somebody's thunder who says it on the phone. And here's some other ones not concerning me. Michigan versus everybody.
There you go.
Chaldean Martin versus Albanian Martin.
Yes, midday show.
Rieger versus Stafford. Aaron Donald versus Trent Williams for the heavyweight title. That's Sewell challenges the winner.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tyson versus Doug. So he'll stop saying "stay safe" and treat everyone with respect. Charles Woodson versus David Boston.
Yeah, we saw that.
Kelly Stafford versus Brittany Mahomes.
That one was on the Twitch as well. Yes.
All right, should we go to the phones?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's go to Bob in Lake Orion. What's up, Bob?
Hey, good morning, guys. Doing great today.
Thank you.
I got one local ties, and it's kind of a rematch. Jim Harbaugh versus Jim Schwartz.
Oh yeah, going way
the
back.
handshake. Yeah,
that was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm actually at the airport now, and I saw Stallions taking off for an outbound flight to Cleveland. So I don't know what that's about, but maybe it's related.
Okay. No idea if he's serious or making a joke. But if he was making a joke, it really wasn't funny, was it, John?
It kind of was because I don't get it.
The joke would probably be going to Columbus, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever. Bob in Windsor. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I had a Brittany Mahomes one, too, but my opponent for Brittany was Taylor Swift.
They're friends.
It doesn't matter.
She said they
So
didn't
are
have
we.
to have animosity.
Yeah, but we're not.
Yeah.
We're not. That's exactly. We're not doing it.
Yeah.
So they say,
So
Stoney.
so they say they're friends. I don't
Yes.
know. There's probably a little catfight girl
Okay.
competition
Does
going
anybody
on.
Anyway.
really like either one of them, though?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, I like Taylor
Wait.
Swift. And
I have one very one-sided one, if he were still alive, would be Andre the Giant against Kanye West.
Is there a reason? You just picked out two? Is there some?
I don't like Kanye West very much.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah.
Just, yeah. Game over.
Yeah. I think Andre the Giant would beat anybody. Probably because he's a giant. If he was alive, yes. You're right. I was like, because I saw it on the screen, and for some reason, it said Kanye West, but my brain said Kevin Hart. So I thought he was going to do like a short, big Kanye West thing.
Tiny and shorty. Or,
yes.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tommy and Troy. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah. What about Wojo versus Valente? You know, Mike's always ripping on Wojo for writing a bad column, accusing him of being a Michigan slappy, and this and that. I think Woj would just like to one time just bitch slap Mike and say, "Take that, bitch."
He probably would, but they're friends. Yeah, you know, that's a good one. That's a good one. There's no doubt they could do it during crosstalk. Take that, bitch.
Do it in public on a crosswalk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Now this could be an oldie but a goodie. Jim in Westland, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Got a old Detroit one for Anders Galarraga and Jim Joyce.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I get to see that.
Galarraga gets to hit first.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to JT in, that doesn't say where you're from, but you're just JT. That's okay.
Yep.
What's up, JT?
Hey, Jay. Hey. Okay, so Roseanne Barr versus either Whoopi or Oprah, and then Mrs. Trump versus Mrs. Biden, and Santa Claus versus the Grinch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
Joe Biden versus Mrs. Trump. I think there'd be a little bit of a mismatch, but whatever. I'd give it to Mrs. Trump.
Some of these are mismatches, obviously.
Yeah. The first lady is a little, she's older than Mrs. Trump. Joe in Oxford, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, I got two of them here real quick. Kylie Kelsey versus Brittany Mahomes. And then for the 97 national title, John Jansen versus Scott Frost.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Half a ring versus half a ring.
That would be a good one.
There we go.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe you even admitted that you have half a ring. That's very, you know.
I trust me. Get there before somebody else does.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go Mark Brunell versus Gino Toretta. How about that?
No wonder you and Brunel are such good friends. You both have half a ring.
It's exactly. Get there before somebody else does.
Yeah, I wasn't going to even bring it up, but you know. Did you ever discuss that with him, by the way, that you have that in common?
No.
People probably don't even know that Mark Brunell won a national title with Washington, but everybody says the you.
Yeah.
Mark Brunell would probably love for that attention.
True.
Yeah.
Bob and Troy, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. Stoney and Mr. Positive. Somebody has to do it, Stoney.
Yes.
And the second
well, you know what? Hey, Bob, you have to give me credit for at least I refuse to recall him that. But I'll take his call all the time.
Do you think he has a vanity plate that says Mr. POS?
Probably.
Thank you. And one more. Costa and his cat. Costa and his cat in the catio.
Costa versus his cat in
the catio.
Yes.
A cage match, and he'd get his ass kicked by with declawed front paws.
Yeah, when he takes over in February, he's going to be doing live. With the salespeople have to get Costa to somehow find a company that makes catios, and he should be doing live reads for catio.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be somebody that makes the Taj Mahal of catios.
Should be.
Would think so.
Yeah, you would. All right, our telephone number, 248-539-9797. We'll take some more of these if you want, but we also want your predictions. What's going to happen Sunday afternoon at Soldier Field? Is it a must-win for the Lions? 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, John.
Yeah.
We're going to take calls, more of the slap fights you'd like to see. But what's going to happen Sunday at Soldier Field? What's your prediction? And we want to hear yours at 248-539-9797.
Lions win. Obviously, we heard that in my picks, but here's how they do it. If they win 28-15, and if the Lions, it's very simple. Lions are going to be able to score some points. They simply win the turnover battle. I think that Justin Fields will give you the ball once, maybe twice. And weather will play a factor in this game, and I think the Lions are better set up because they've got David Montgomery, who, with the offensive line, they're going to put the ball on the ground. With the weather, they're going to put the ball on the ground. He is very motivated to go into Chicago and have a big game. And that's part of it. Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, very sure-handed receivers, running quick, short routes. Sam Laporta, coming off a record performance for him as a rookie tight end, is going to be able to use some of those short routes to be able to convert third downs, and that's really what it's going to come down to. And I think Jared Goff, he's working the kinks out. Last week, no turnovers, and he's going to start that new streak. It started last week, continues over this week, just making really good decisions. And if they simply win the turnover battle, they will win this game. So 28-15, and I don't think it's 5 field goals. It could be a touchdown with a mixed extra point and a couple of field goals. I think that could be the way that it goes.
Or a touchdown, extra point, touchdown, 2-point conversion, right?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
I say 23-20 Lions. It's going to be a closer game. I don't think they're going to be able to get a lot of. I think 28 points is wishful thinking. Again, it's only 5 points different, but I think it's just going to be a grounded out, kind of a boring game. But the Lions will have enough to at least get by. And you talk about the offensive line. Ragnow did not practice Wednesday or Thursday. I don't know how successful they're going to be able to be running the football without Frank Ragnow. That's just me.
You still have Graham Glasgow.
I know.
He's a very good offensive lineman. You still got your 2 starting tackles. And if you've got young offensive linemen in there, guys that are still trying to find their way, you put the ball on the ground, you say, go attack. You put them on the offensive, the attack. That's how you handle that situation. Sorsdahl, I think that's where he will excel.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Hill in Rochester. What's up, Hill?
Hey, I've got the Lions absolutely annihilating the Bears at Soldier Field on Sunday.
Wow. Annihilating?
Yes. I think the Lions, for the most part, have righted most of their wrongs, except for one thing, being the safety or the secondary help, I think. But the Lions, the Bears' receiving core isn't as strong as I would, expect it to be to really murder that the
248-539-9797. DJ Moore is a really good receiver.
He is a good receiver, but that's where the weather may play a factor. Mm-hmm. If you're not able to take some of those deep shots.
True.
It might, and that's going to be more wind affected, obviously, than I think if there's any moisture or rain.
Right. Well, this is look. We talk about Laporta all we want, but Cole Kmet's pretty damn good too.
Yeah,
he's not Sam Laporta right now. But
correct.
Not too many people are in this league. There's a few, but he's having a great season. There's no doubt about it. Let's go to Jake at Ypsilanti. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hi, I'm calling about the slap contest.
Okay.
I got 2 local sports ones for you.
Okay, go ahead,
So my
Jake.
first one is Juwan Howard versus Greg Gard, a nice little rematch there.
Okay, yeah.
And then my next one is Mel Tucker versus his meat.
Versus you?
No, versus his meat.
Oh, his meat. Well, that's pay-per-view on OnlyFans, I think.
Not subscribing to that one, though.
Yeah, okay. Meat. I thought you said me.
Yeah, me too.
That's how
I don't know. Do you like Tucker that matchup? Do you think he could beat the meat? Could Mel Tucker beat the meat? 248-539-97.
Versus me? No. Meat.
Isn't that in Bull Durham? Isn't that's what, like Kevin Costner? They call, come on, meat, let's go, whatever.
Yeah.
I do too, AG.
Oh.
All right, let's go on the Wayback Machine here. Ken and Livonia, what's up?
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, it's going to be kind of hard to beat that last one.
That's pun intended.
But I'm going way back, man. Back in the 80s, Coleman Young and Bill Bonds from Channel 7 News.
Yeah, they were supposed to have a boxing match for charity, and they never did.
Were they?
Yeah.
I'd pay to see that. That would have been a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. 248-539-9797. Let's say good morning to Sal. What's up, Sal?
Hey, happy holiday, guys.
Same to you, Sal.
Yeah, I was calling in for the slap contest between the Eagles player, Dre Greenlaw, and the Eagles security supervisor, Dom DeSandro. How about that?
That would be a great one. 49ers Dre Greenlaw, who's like the Draymond Green of San Francisco, of Bay Area football.
Yes.
I guess they have one for every team. Just kidding, but yes, because they're very similar the way they play.
Yes.
That would be an unbelievable one.
Mm-hmm.
They could do it for
you got some friends and obviously relatives still in Philly. Is Dom is he a cult hero now?
Yeah. Well, he was.
He kind of was already.
Yeah, and he
they were cheering him every step of the way as he exited the floor of the stadium.
I know, Dom. People love them.
Yeah.
And he's a big burly. He's been there for a while. He's not just a Sirianni guy.
I mean, I would have never known who he was.
Right, I know. But I really, honestly, I didn't. I saw him. I've seen him on the sidelines, but I had no idea who he was. The first time I ever came across him was the opening game at Ford Field last year when the Eagles were here, and I was down by the Eagles locker room because it was it was the year that the Eagles killed the Lions.
Yeah.
So Campbell's first year.
Mm-hmm.
And Marissa was working for the Lions, and she had to be in the Eagles press area. And so I was down there just to see how she was doing because it was her first game. Anyway, make a long story short, he was there by the locker room just making sure that nobody who wasn't supposed to be there was there. I just thought he was just a guy, and I didn't realize he was a cult hero.
Mm-hmm.
But see, that's why when I asked Dan Campbell about Elton.
Right.
Elton could be a cult
Elton's
hero.
Been around a long time, too. He was there when I was playing.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he took, was Jocko there when you were there? No, Jocko was during the, Jocko's actually in the Bye Bye Barry documentary, Jocko Hughes. But Elton Elton's a former policeman.
Yeah.
He was a big time guy. 248-539-9797. The game Sunday, we had that one caller said, the Lions are going to annihilate the Bears.
Yeah.
I just don't see that.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
And it would be nice if they started out like they did early on versus Green Bay. Obviously not the turnover that Jared Goff had, but the way that they started off the Thursday night game in Green Bay or down in New Orleans, 21-0 with the turnover, the capitalizing on them. That would be a great way to start the game.
No doubt about it. Now, let me ask you this question. I mean, we've talked about head-to-head and as it pertains to college football. Let's say the Bears win, on Sunday. And the Bears, the first time they played, they could have won, probably should have won.
For 58 minutes, they were the better team.
Right.
57.
Would you be able to say that the Bears are better than the Lions?
No.
Even though they head-to-head, they seem to be just as good as them if they would win on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch division opponents play, and I mean, I think one of the things that we've got to come to the realization is that as much as we talk about the Lions being in the running for the 1 seed, they're not the best team in the NFC. They're not anywhere close to Philly. They're not anywhere close to San Francisco. We'll find out head-to-head against the Dallas Cowboys. But when you play in your division, I mean, why do the Eagles, did they struggle with the Washington Commanders? Like, the Commanders are not like, and nobody's going to sit there and say they are. And obviously the Eagles ended up winning, but they took them into overtime.
Correct.
And so you play division opponents. You're so familiar with that opponent that they become really good games. And you would like to think, just like in the previous, 3 meetings, 2 last year and then the one this year, that the Lions find a way to come out on top.
You would hope so. And don't forget, you mentioned this earlier, turnovers are such a big part of the game. The last time they played in Soldier Field, do you remember who had a pick six that basically turned that game around?
Yeah, it was one cornerback.
Yeah. Remember who he was?
I can't remember his name for whatever reason. It was, the number 3 pick, Buckeye.
Jeff Okudah.
Jeff Okudah,
Yeah.
yes. Hey, by the way, have you followed at all how he's doing down in Atlanta?
I'll check it, but I think he's done okay. He doesn't.
Right.
I don't think he starts
He's
all the games.
Never lived up to the number 3 overall pick here or down there so far.
There's a stunner. Bob Quinn screwed up. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, Planet Fitness is just a wonderful place for you to get in shape. Not just physically, but mentally as well. And they are celebrating the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. Now, what that entails is simple. Great deal. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. So you can experience what I experience for just $1 down. It's the home of the judgment-free zone, where anyone, and we mean anyone, can feel comfortable and work out. Squeaky clean gym, tons of equipment. And if you want to get the Black Card membership, you have to pay a little bit for that. But here's what the Black Card gives you. The use of amenities such as unlimited use of the Black Card spa, hydro massage, massage chairs, and access to over 2,400 locations worldwide. We got 50 locations around there in Detroit, and a lot of them are upgrading with new equipment, new cardio in Oak Park and Royal Oak and Belleville, among others. New strength equipment in Woodhaven and Shelby Township off 23 Mile Road, among others. Now open, the location in Highland Road in Heartland. So check it out today. Just like I said, 12 days of fitness, $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness, www.planetfitness.com. It's a judgment-free zone. 248-539-9797. Our congratulations go to Jody in Tecumseh. Found out that, or he heard Aaron Glenn, or he or she, it says Jody, so I don't know. When you heard Aaron Glenn say, I think it's really funny, was the correct caller. Gets a 4-pack of tickets to see Bill Burr at Little Caesars Arena on March the 10th. Tickets go on sale in about 6 minutes, by the way, at Ticketmaster.com. Brought to you by the fine folks at Live Nation. Seeing a lot of reports on social media by reputable sources in the world of baseball that say the signing of Shohei Ohtani is imminent today. Obviously, the leading candidates, if you've been following this at all, is Toronto and the Dodgers, among others, maybe San Francisco as well. And Jim Bowden, the former general manager of the Reds, and I believe he worked for the Washington Nationals as well, the stuff for MLB Network. He tweeted this: "Who knows if this is anything related to Ohtani, but credit some Twitter users who have identified a private jet." I love when this happens.
Oh, we got, tail numbers?
Yes, a private jet scheduled this morning to fly from Anaheim, John Wayne Airport to Toronto. And even if it is it a visit to Toronto, since he went to Dunedin, where it's the Blue Jays spring training headquarters, last Monday, or is he going to sign? Who knows? But there is a private flight that is scheduled to leave John Wayne Airport approximately 9 a.m. Pacific time, with landing at Toronto's Pearson International at 3:54 Eastern time. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Or it could just be somebody that wants to go to Toronto from Orange County.
It could be. Yeah, right. That's what he said. It's not definite. It could be some, rich guy.
Uh-huh.
What, do you want me to sing it again?
I wasn't even, yeah, but sure.
He'd rather go to Toronto than go to a place he don't want to.
Yes. I wasn't even sure where that was going.
Yeah.
But I love it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. And hopefully, I would love to see the details of the contract, whether it's there or L.A. Maybe he's making that flight just to be respectful and tell them in person, I'm going to stay in L.A.
That would be extremely unique.
Yes. No, I
completely outside the box, but maybe
it's possible.
Maybe Japanese culture, that would be their thing. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, if somebody did that, I would have so much respect for that person.
Yeah, to do it face to face.
Yeah, and to fly cross country, or actually cross countries.
Yes, international travel.
Yeah, to go from Pacific time to Canadian time.
Yes, it would be. Yes, it's different in Toronto than it is down here on American time.
Exactly. So, what do you got planned this weekend, John?
This weekend, there's going to be a trip to see Santa Claus.
Teddy, is this Teddy's first Santa experience or second?
Actually, his third. The first one he has no awareness of, and probably the second one he has no awareness of.
Now he knows. He's ready.
Oh yeah. Every time we go on a walk when I get home, we'll go on a walk around the neighborhood, and there's a lot of inflatables in the neighborhood. And every time he sees Santa, he doesn't say Santa. He just says ho ho ho.
Oh.
And so
I'm glad he's not walking through some other neighborhoods and saying, "Oh."
Yes. So we'll see what it's like, because whenever we do that, he obviously loves Santa Claus, and I'll take him up to it. Mm-hmm. He instantly doesn't want to get too close. He likes things from a distance. So we'll see how this interaction goes. It's probably going to be the screaming his head off.
Now, is this going to take place at a mall? At a what location?
No, it's going to be a farm. Three Cedars Farm in Northville.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, we're going to head up there and see Santa Claus. The Marion Mustangs have their second game tonight. I can't remember who it is that they're playing, but it's another home game.
Okay.
So that's the extent of my weekend. Obviously, Lions.
Yes.
On Sunday.
Why don't you, after the basketball game, drive out to the lodge? Come meet us.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, there's always a post-game review.
Well, that's on the that's
might
on the,
be some film.
That's on the driveway. That's on the drive home.
The drive home.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Or the drive to the lodge.
Mm-hmm.
She can come in, eat dinner afterwards.
It could be. They're still serving dinner that late?
Absolutely.
I just thought maybe it was drinks.
No,
No,
you
that's
can.
a place
No,
I
a lot
want
of
to take
people
my
like.
16-year-old.
Well, you can have dinner, and she's allowed in there.
Sure, yeah.
It's a restaurant
she's
too.
allowed in there. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
You just want to keep her away from TJ. Believe me, I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, he could be a bad influence.
I know. Between TJ, me, and Gator, I mean, you don't want her anywhere near us.
This is, well, you know what? It needs to be a chaperoned experience, which I'll be there.
Right.
So we could be all right.
I understand. She'd and you can, maybe for like 10 or 15 minutes, go behind the bar for a little bit, She could see you mixing some drinks.
Yeah.
It'd be a great educational experience for her.
It would be educational, that's for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Not the education we're looking for.
I get it. All right. Karsh and Anderson are coming up next. What's up, Douglas?
How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I didn't get a chance to talk about this, but one of the great parts, one of my favorite parts of the Bye Bye Barry documentary was Stoney's appearance.
Oh, yeah.
I just
Why?
love
Because
it.
I had black hair again?
You look great, Mike. You did. And it's funny because I'm like, hey,
and then Jamie right after was great with the great email. That was a funny joke.
Oh, it wasn't an email.
Oh, no.
It was a fax.
A fax. That's right.
So good. But
I know.
Hey, man, that's why you're the Godfather.
Oh, okay.
You're a legend.
Was that the first time you watched it?
Yeah, I'm halfway through it a second time.
And you still have it's really good, but there was nothing, it was false advertising to a certain extent.
Well, look, there wasn't like earth-shattering breaking. Oh my God, news.
It was
but it was still really good.
It was really.
It was
good.
really well done.
Yes.
They didn't they had so much in terms of old footage. They archived. They worked really hard to find stuff.
Yes.
I give them a ton of credit, and I'm going to make my kids watch it over the Christmas break.
We watched it as a family over Thanksgiving.
The people that didn't. That's why I say this appeals. Even if you didn't live that era, it appeals to you because Barry was so different on and off the field.
Yes.
The way he played the position he's still like an ultimate unicorn. So.
Right. There are people who are debating whether the Montana story was even true or not. Because we would have heard by now, or he would have told Barry before now.
One would think that would have come out before now.
Yes.
Yep, I hear you.
Yes. So what do you have on the show today?
Well, we got basically, I think, two big stories. The Red Wing game last night and the Lions this weekend. That second period was
nuts.
Totally drunk.
Yes.
It was the drunkest period of hockey I've ever seen.
Yes. And after the first period, which they were lucky to be 0-0, they were getting...
Oh, yeah. You might even have a stat of the day for Doug.
Oh, we got a stat of the day?
Oh, I
don't know if never before has this happened in NHL history that at the beginning. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
We got the stat. No. What is it?
Stoney has to call for it.
No, go ahead. I don't remember.
All right.
You had it.
If I remember it right, never before in NHL history, at the beginning of a period, has a team been up by 4, and then tied
at
again
the end of
in the same period.
Yes.
Wow, that's the stat of the day.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Doug knows the rules.
Yes. I don't know the rules, but yes, that's how we go. Yes.
I mean, that's kind of incredible.
Yeah.
Tied, up 4,
and then
tied at the end of the period.
Yeah.
And by the way, in about as much time as I've been in here.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it was 3. It was
They had 3 goals first of all, they had 3 goals in 39 seconds. The Wings did, or 49 seconds, and then
the 6 goals.
6 goals in 3 minutes and
1 second.
1 second, which was one short of the NHL record.
Yep. But so we'll get into the Red Wings a little bit, and obviously preview Lions and Bears and other stuff.
Right. Have a great weekend, everyone. Karsh and Anderson coming up next. See you at the Lodge. Hopefully, 97 The Ticket.
Friday indeed. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're all doing well. And hey, we got a lot to discuss before a pretty big weekend for the Detroit Lions. It was also a pretty big game last night for the Detroit Red Wings. And damn it. I mean, as wild a hockey game as I ever remember. Now, Red Wing fans, look, and Detroit, we got a good hockey team, okay? We got the kind of team that the expectation is to be in the Stanley Cup playoffs again. And that's where they've taken this thing, where I expect them to be in the Stanley Cup playoffs. They are acting very much like a playoff-worthy team, which is freaking awesome because it's been a long time. And when it is a long time, you get hungry for it and your enthusiasm kicks in and, there's something about absence and the heart growing fonder, whatever it is. But And when you're in, anything can happen. I mean, hell, this team's played Boston tough, right? So, it's a team filled with veterans. It's a team that looks like it's ready to get in and make some noise. But the thing about being filled with veterans is you shouldn't blow a 4-0 lead. You should not blow a 4-0 lead. We also now have the introduction of this variable that last night, Patrick Kane looked dangerous. He looked crafty. And he had a hat trick of posts. There were multiple times, and if you watch the game, I'm sure you saw it, right? There were multiple times that you jumped out of your seat, because you thought Patrick Kane was going to score in his first game as a Detroit Red Wing. And they were talking about maybe 12, 13 minutes. He played 16 minutes and 33 seconds last night. And one game is not enough to draw any conclusions. Okay? And it's against a bad hockey team. But there's no question he looked good. No question. For that 16 minutes and 33 seconds he was on the ice. Okay, so here we got a playoff caliber team. We got a potential star that has joined the team. I don't want to oversell it, but I mean, this is a massive name. And he might be able to contribute. And there was nothing last night that led me to believe he's not going to be able to contribute. But unfortunately, this veteran team blew a 4-0 lead and lost in overtime. Now, the first period, the big excitement was the Wings killing that power play. That was kind of the extent of it. And then the second period was completely drunk. So Kostin scores off the face-off, bouncing puck, a little bit of puck luck there. It's 1-0. Then Sprong going for a line change, throws it at the net. Rasmussen tips it in. Then seconds later, Rasmussen does the exact same thing. It's 3-0. And then Lucas Raymond on the great pass from Sherratt. And it's 4-0 in San Jose. For people who missed it, this is what's wild. It's 4-0 Red Wings in like 3 minutes of real time. Goes from 0-0 to 4-0. And on the fourth goal, San Jose gets an unsportsmanlike minor. So the Red Wings are up 4-0 and on the power play. And just like that, bam, bam, they give up 2 shorthanded goals. 2 and a third goal right after the penalty expires. So this 7-goal barrage takes place. And then San Jose scores right near the end of the period. I get up to run to the bathroom. It's 4-3. And when I get back, it's 4-4. I'm like, are you kidding me? The wildest period of hockey and stretch of hockey I can remember. So you go to the third period, Larkin scores, make it 5-4, and San Jose ties it with the empty net. And then the Wings lose in overtime when Larkin blows a tire and they get a 2-on-1 and San Jose wins the game. Now, you could say their youth showed there if they were young, but they're not. And they still got a point, okay? You know, you point, you try and get, and that's isn't the end of the world. It's one game. And if you use this, if somehow, some way, even though you've got veterans on this team, I mean, it's still a team that's probably growing, playing together because there are a lot of new parts. Okay, can you use this blown opportunity? Because That lead should not have been blown. It was 4-0. And not only was it blown quickly. So wild freaking game. I bet there was heavy tune-in, radio and television to see Patrick Kane. And what we got treated to was a wild affair, a disappointing result. But as I wake up on a Friday morning after watching that game, I'm still very encouraged. Very encouraged. And they're never going to be probably a great defensive team. We're going to get Kenny in here to talk about it. But why am I encouraged? Because I think Patrick Kane, the 16 minutes and 33 seconds, I think he is going to add something. Very disappointing that they blew it. And make no bones about it, they did. But my net on this one is good early returns on Patrick Kane. Hopefully a lot to learn from.
I had these high expectations for him, and I said maybe I'm a fool, and maybe because it's just name alone, and I said it. I expected him to do something. I was excited. I know the injury was something that we didn't have a lot of information on as far as guys coming back from a Gator, would read off the history of it. But it was awesome to see. And you're right, it's only one game, it's only 16 minutes, but I expect more of it. And the more he gets in game shape and the more he plays and the more he gets chemistry with his teammates. The 3 shots that hit the post.
Yeah.
To me, is there a more exciting miss in sports than the ring it off the post? Like there isn't, right? Like
I mean, right? What's the other sport? The doink in football is
like a missed dunk in basketball.
I guess.
In baseball, what?
I don't know if there is one in baseball. Is it a deep fly ball just foul? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Because if it hits the post,
that's fair.
If it hits the foul pole, it's fair.
I almost count the shots in hockey that hit the post shots on goal, and I know they're not because they didn't go in. They didn't have a chance to go in.
They didn't have a chance to go in. Yeah.
But to me, I'm like, that's a shot on goal.
I don't know. Like this, you know what I felt like I watched in the second period? I thought I watched, Yari Curry had 2 goals, Gretzky had 3 assists, and the Edmonton Oilers beat the LA Kings 7-6. Like that was classic 80s hockey. And, it's probably not something that you take last night and you go, this is how you build a Stanley Cup winner. But I like what Kane is going to bring to the table, and hopefully they learn from it. But hey, Red Wing fans and non-Red Wing fans, we got a hockey product that at the very least was entertaining, and the chance to maybe just maybe, be a Stanley Cup team, Stanley Cup playoff team. The question is, can they make a run, right? If they do get in. 248-539-9797. Want your thoughts on the ups and downs, the roller coaster of last night. Later, we're getting some Lion stuff, but of course, we do have open lines. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out Today, 97.1 The Ticket. I'm going to say this even though I know better, but I could have finished that play. That was such a spectacular play. It was just a slam dunk for Lucas Raymond. But I started texting with our hockey guy here, Kenny Cott, who answers the phones and, of course, is part of the team here at 97 on the Ticket. And you had the great – you called it. You called exactly what the Red Wings did last night.
Yeah, it was all gas, no brakes.
Yep.
That's what it felt like from the second period started. It was all gas, no brakes. The Red Wings are very similar to the Lions in the way that they can outscore their defensive problems.
Mm-hmm.
But when they can't, it looks exactly like it did last night and like it did in Buffalo. That's exactly what happens. And neither of those teams are any good, by the way. Buffalo is not a good team. San Jose is not a good team.
Nope.
So defensively, I think you know what you need to do at the trade deadline now. You need to acquire some defensive help.
And they've got cap space.
They do. They have more than most.
Yep. And, the guys, what was it? They were talking about Gostisbehere and Sider's goals, and San Jose's got one goal out of the blue line all year.
Yeah.
And here the Red Wings, these two guys are like in the top 100 in the league in scoring, which is great. But, I mean, their problems are in full display, and yet the tantalizing success that they had offensively to be able to bang, 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 bang. And we mentioned, I mean, they're the second highest scoring team in the NHL.
And the shorthanded stuff, you can't do that. You can't allow these shorthanded goals.
It was three shorties in one power play. At one point, Mickey said, and I don't know if exactly he said this, but hey, if San Jose draws a penalty, maybe the Red Wings should decline.
I didn't hear him say that, but that's a hilarious Mick line. No, this shows you what this team looks like without a guy like JT Compher, too. Very valuable defensively, very valuable on the penalty kill. I doubt we get half of those penalty or shorthanded goals scored on us that way.
Yep.
With a guy like him in the lineup.
You got to learn from it.
Yeah.
But the problem is they shouldn't have to. Like, it's a veteran team.
I'll tell you what you got to learn from. Ville Husso. Boy, I mean, he's becoming Peter Mrazek very quickly. In that when he looks good, he looks great. But when he looks bad, he looks awful. So, and it's not all on him, but it's a percentage of the pie chart, as you like to say.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Nathan. You're on 97 on the Ticket. What's up, Nathan?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
When I called in, I don't know if it was Kenny that answered the phone, but I was kind of the only thing I was able to convey was I was at the game last night and I was pissed. But Sider looked like a pylon. He's the one that that allowed that last goal to tie the game. I thought he was awful. I thought he's been awful defensively quite a bit this year, turning the puck over in front of the net. So I think, fans need to kind of stop jock riding him so much. And then Lalonde thinking he works for AT&T where he has rollover timeouts that he can use. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, I think David Quinn, when they scored 2 goals real quick, he called a timeout and got his team back on board, to figure it out.
Fair, but they gave up the fourth goal right after the timeout. Like, they called timeout, and then they quickly gave up another goal.
Right, but then right after, they started playing a lot better right after that. And it's like, I've seen Lalonde do that so many times this year where we'd start just getting real sloppy defensively, give up goals, and he just kind of sits there on the side and on the bench with his arms crossed, like, "Hey, Gru, call timeout. Like, do something, man. Coach."
Nathan, thank you. 248-539-9797. Mark, you're on 97 on a Ticket. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, I was, that was a heck of a game last night, and my take on it is I was noticing everybody was trying to feed Kane, and so I was curious what his plus minus was, and I know he was -1 last night. I'm not trying to draw any conclusion there, but I did look up his career plus minus, and he's been like a +10, +11 average through his early part of his career, but his last 2 years of 21 and 22, he was -19 and -23 respectively. And, that really shocked me because total he's -22 for his career, but he really tailed off there in the last 2 seasons. I just wanted your take on that.
Mark, can I ask you a question? Do you value plus minus as a stat?
I only did because back in the Cup days, as I was telling your screener, I'm like, why aren't they playing Coffey? Why aren't And it was because of his plus minus was bad, and they took him out.
Plus minus in today's league is not a very meaningful stat. I don't take any value in it.
Well, first of all, the 21 and 22 Blackhawk teams weren't particularly great.
No, that's true.
That might have something to do with it.
And that's
as
kind of
well.
why I don't value plus minus as a stat, is because it's really valuing what your teammates are around you versus, what you do on the ice to affect play.
It can be telling, but when you're on a bad team,
it's like wins and losses in baseball for a pitcher. It doesn't mean anything to me. I value whip a lot more than that.
Let's go to Ben. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ben.
Hey, how's it going today, guys?
What's up?
Hey, watching that game, if somebody was just tuning in to watch Patrick Kane and they see the first, we go up 4-0, like, oh wow, they're playing great. But you said it earlier, there was a lot of puck luck going on. Those 3 goals, they're not really. We weren't playing great. We were losing battles in the corners, and what really killed us was on that power play. I thought they were getting a little trying to get cute on their entries, not getting the puck deep. We had a bad luck. The puck went off a guy's skate, and then if you watch in there after the first shorthanded goal, we gave up. Seider's bringing the puck up, and he just stops at the blue line, turns around looking for somebody, and doesn't get the puck deep. It's like we're only playing with one defenseman on our power play lately. It's like you got to capitalize on that.
There's all kinds of things that they need to be better at coming out of last night's game. The thing that probably stands out the most is the 2 shorthanded goals.
Yeah.
All right, that's those kinds of things. 1, it's going to happen. 2, and then a third right after the penalty expires. These are catastrophic errors.
These absolutely kill your momentum.
Yep.
They're mistakes that you just can't make. And going back to what I said about JT Compher, this is where you miss guys like that, and this is where you need to add at the deadline. These are the key moments in games that you're failing at.
What was your overall take on Kane?
My overall take on Kane is that he is going to impact this team more than I thought that he would. I thought at worst case scenario, he's a throwaway player because we signed him for 1 year for almost no money. And I said best case scenario, he's an above average top 6 forward. It looks like he's trending towards above average top 6 forward.
As much as you can tell in
as
16
much as
minutes
you can
and 33
tell,
seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time anybody got near him, though, I got a little nervous.
Yeah.
Because it's whether or not, it's cool that he made it back. It's cool that he looked crafty. It's cool that he, didn't embarrass himself. It's cool that he hit 3 posts.
Yeah,
even though it's a lot cooler if those go in.
When the puck was in the offensive zone, he looked like he was always around it. And also, it was cool that the fans, whenever he got near the puck, you could hear it, you could feel it.
Oh, yeah.
They were getting loud.
Yep. But with that said, it's a long haul, right? It's a grind. And
we got to see if the hip holds up. Let's be honest. We don't know what we've never seen anybody recover from this injury successfully in hockey.
Yeah.
We'll see. But as of last night, I was encouraged as much as you can be with that amount of playing time on the ice.
Sure. Kenny loves the game, answers phones for us. And with Gator out today, wanted to get your 2 cents. Thanks for
yes,
thanks for dropping in.
Absolutely.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Red Wings. Wow. What a wild affair last night at LCA in a game that it was close to a butt in every seat. And I'm guessing more eyeballs and more ears watching and listening than your typical game in December. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I'm discouraged. Husso sucks. Next one. Definitely encouraged by what I saw out of Kane. Happy we still got a point and are still in a great position. Was kind of hoping that they pulled Husso after the second period. He was struggling. I feel like Alex Lyon is a lot better, and we probably would have won the game with him. It's from Benjamin and Shelby. Sam in Grand Rapids. I know everyone wants to see DeBrincat with Kane, but when I saw Kane and Raymond on the ice together, I see potential magic. Not sure how Lalonde can make it work, but maybe they put Veleno between those two and have, have DeBrincat and Larkin together. Eisenman added another top 6 forward to this team for nothing. Super excited after what I saw yesterday. Eisenman added another top 6 forward to this team for I see what he means. Didn't cost him much. And another one here was 4-0 when I pulled into my driveway. I got inside, got settled in, turned the game on, and the score was 4-3. I was confused. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harshgater out today. Red Wings with a wild affair. Disappointing result. Interesting takeaways from the game. I'm encouraged by what Kane might bring to the table offensively. He did look crafty. He hit 3 posts. He held up. He played more minutes than they were talking about prior to the game. But when it was all said and done, the Red Wings did blow a 4-0 lead in a hurry, thanks in no small part to two shorthanded goals on the same power play, and a third that came right when that power play expired.
People are texting in what they were doing and what happened during the insane barrage of goals.
Like, Powers just said he had to go pick up his daughter, and when he got in his car, it was 0-0, and he's driving 5 minutes. Bang, 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 bang. It was 6 goals in 3 minutes and 1 second. That's interesting. What?
So we got this one from Dave in Westland. It was scoreless when I turned off my radio to order Taco Bell. 1-0 when I turned the radio back on. 3-0 when I got my food. 4-3 when I got home with the food. Insane.
It was wild. Yeah, give us your timeline. The only thing I mean, it was just, we were putting up the Christmas tree last night, and I told my wife, hey, I got to sit down and watch this game. So when we get to face-off, I'm kind of checking out here. And when we got to the second period, she was in the living room. She's like, what the hell is going on? And I'm like, it's wild. And it was a wild ride. And they've got a ton of stuff they need to clean up for sure that they don't want to do. Catastrophic mistakes. At the end of the day, it's kind of who they've been. And as Kenny put it, all gas, no break. 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox via ticket text. If the Red Wings don't acquire a Rudge Escher at the trade deadline, I'm going to throw a chair. That's from Frank and Livonia.
The Red Wings need Chase Young, and I'll keep saying it. I'll say it over and over until they listen. Get Chase Young to the Wings.
Yeah. Montez Sweat, somebody. Gordon says, hey, guys, the Red Wings allowed more shorthanded goals during one power play than the Pistons have wins all year. Yeah.
That's sad but true.
Yeah. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Martin next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Martin?
What's up? What up? You all right?
I'm good, Martin. How are you?
Here we go. I got an announcement for you guys. Just give me 1 minute of your time, and I'll be quick.
Okay.
The Chicago Bears are going to be called the Chicago Gummy Bears because we're going to rip their teeth out. I'll tell you this. Come Monday morning, Doug, the Lions will have the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Say it with me, baby. The number 1 NFC. Dallas is going to whip Philly. Seattle's going to shock Frisco. Lions are going to beat Chicago. And we're going to have number 1. Baby, say it with me. I'm on my way to Soldier Field. We're going to Chicago.
Is it possible, with the tiebreakers?
Yes, Detroit becomes number 1 with the tiebreakers.
So,
Detroit wins, Seattle beats Frisco, and Dallas beats Philly with the tiebreakers. Your Detroit Lions, I'm going to Soldier Field so I can tell the Bears, here's some gummy bears because you ain't got no teeth after we whip that ass.
Okay,
I'm telling you, we're going to be number 1.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. What is the tiebreaker? I don't know. What is the tiebreaker after conference record?
I don't know. I heard John Jansen say that order back on Monday, so I just wanted to reiterate it on Friday. If Philly loses and Frisco loses and Detroit wins, we are number 1, baby. We number 1. We sitting at 10-3. He gonna pull out a 10 spot, a $10 bill, and tell his people 10-3, baby. We 10-3.
It will come down to common games is the next one between Detroit. You might be right, and Jansen might be right, and I haven't gone down that wormhole yet. I mean, it's not. It's not absurd. Seattle's not a bad team. San Francisco's playing so well. I know.
Seattle gives them crap. Seattle always gives them a hard time.
And it's in San Francisco, and we do fall into the mistake of just assuming that each team is going to be what our eyes showed us last. And San Francisco looks great right now, and Seattle's been struggling of late. But
come on, Doug. Come Monday morning, can you see your Detroit Lions, the number 1 team in the NFC? Just say it with me one time, Doug. Come on.
Can I see it? I suppose it's possible. But I'll say it with you. Come Monday, the Lions will be the number 1 seed.
My man.
Yeah.
My man, baby. Ready? NFC. Number 1, baby. I'm going to Soldier Field, Doug. We're going to check it out. We're going to see how it is. We're going to tear this crowd apart.
Have you ever been there? Have you ever been there?
I've never been there. It's a wink, wink boys trip, but I've never been there.
It's a boys trip. It's a bizarre place, my man. It is a bizarre place. I mean, they had an old classic venue, and they landed a spacecraft on top of it.
I'm glad you asked Martin what the tiebreaker was, and I knew his answer was going to be, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just knowing Martin calling us.
Strength of victory. Maybe it's strength of victory, because that's a tiebreaker within the division. I need a tiebreaker within the conference.
Like if Jansen said it, I'll believe that, but
Right.
I don't know what the tiebreakers are.
It is
so
pretty funny that Martin's he's going off on this. If the Lions win, does that improve their strength of victory to move past Philadelphia? I mean, Philly's strength of victory is 488. The strength of victory isn't that the winning percentage of the teams you beat? And Chicago isn't going to help that. I'm not sure it's possible. But sure, come Monday, even if it's mathematically impossible, the Lions will be the number 1 seed.
Well, you know what? The game versus Chicago, and Martin's going to Soldier Field, there's going to be weather. And Jared Goff was asked about it this week. And the reason I bring it up is the Bears obviously aren't a good team, but the Eagles are a good team. And if you have to go to Philly in the playoffs, the weather, there's a chance it's not going to be good weather. This could be kind of a preview of how you handle the elements, you know?
Yep.
And of course, we'd rather be playing on Ford Field as much as possible.
So a couple things here. Jansen texted in. Thank you, John. He said he used the ESPN playoff predictor, which apparently results in if Dallas beats Philly and Seattle beats San Francisco and the Lions beat Chicago, apparently the ESPN playoff predictor has the Lions as the number 1 seed. Secondly, he also added Seattle's not going to San Francisco and winning. But Martin, I appreciate the enthusiasm. And certainly come Monday, if it all goes the way that you predict it will go, we expect to hear back from you with a full account of how things went in Chicago. If the Lions have a shot at the number 1 seed, they might need everything to go their way this weekend. That's the one thing I'll say. To have a shot, we need stuff like Seattle winning at San Francisco or Dallas winning at Philly. If Dallas wins in Philly, the Eagles will still be 10-3. But you best believe in Philly, they'll be full on panic. That fan base will panic.
I got to root for the Cowboys this weekend.
Yep.
I'm going to do it because it helps the Lions, but
I mean, it doesn't, right? Because then Dallas will also be 10-3.
But according to Jansen and the playoff predictor, the Lions are the 1 seed. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they got to hold on to the 1 seed.
Philly will drop from the 1 seed to the 5 seed.
Wow, what a huge game for them.
Yeah. Although they'll be 1-1 against, again, it comes down to tiebreakers. They'll be 1-1 against Dallas because Philly won the game earlier. No, Philly will hold the tiebreak over Dallas because Dallas's conference record is 6-3. They'll be 7-3. Philly will be 6-2, which would be a better winning percentage. But suffice it to say, this is a weekend where there could be significant movement in the chase for the top seed in the NFC. He's right about that. There's some premium on these games. And I have counted, I mean, I don't give up, all right? And there's no purpose in giving up. I've started to feel like the 1 seed is likely out of reach. And that realistically, the goal should be set on being the 2 seed. Because you need so much to happen, including Seattle, stuff like Seattle winning in San Francisco. Dallas winning in Philly doesn't seem like a huge ask. But Seattle winning at San Francisco feels like a pretty big ask. Let me check the point spreads on these games and see exactly how big. San Francisco. Did you see the spread on San Francisco, Seattle, Kang?
No, I have not looked yet.
Take a guess.
7.5?
It's 10.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
No respect for Seattle.
No.
Or a lot of respect for the Niners. They're rolling right now.
That Dallas-Philly game, by the way, is in Dallas. I think I said at Philly.
Yeah,
my
and
bad.
Dallas is very good at home. Dak Prescott is very good at home.
And Dallas is favored by 3.5.
Yep.
So that's not only not a big ask, it's kind of expected. The Seattle over San Francisco part is the big ask.
That's a big ask, but it's the NFL, and those are rivals.
Yep. So it could happen. Could happen. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, Red Wings with a wild game last night. An absolutely wild game last night. And they lost. And that sucks. But Patrick Kane didn't look out of place. In fact, he looked pretty good offensively. And hopefully the Wings learned from their defensive deficiencies that ultimately cost them that game. I'm sure they weren't happy. But could Kane provide something? Yup. And could the Red Wings add to the blue line at the trade deadline? With a defensive-minded defenseman? Yup. I mean, it's good to define your needs before you have a chance, before the clock expires on having a chance to address them. They were talking about Simon Edvinsson last night and the season he's having in Grand Rapids. He could be called up at some point. 248-539-9797. Okay. Got a question for Lions fans out there. We will get to that today at 10:48. But, of course, open lines. Carson Anderson, Gator out today. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, I got good news. I got your Christmas shopping idea right here for you. Pajamagram's famous Naturally Nude pajamas will make you a holiday hero. You've heard me talk about this, and let me tell you, the product is so good, they sell out every year. Naturally Nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Pajamas are so soft and silky, and even better than lingerie with a curved, caressing fit. Here's the good news. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you will get a free Naturally Nude nightie for your lady. That's a $75 savings on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. But you've got to order now before they sell out. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win. So why not win this Christmas with a gift that your lady is sure to love? Order Naturally Nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. That's pajamagram.com. Don't forget to tell them Doug Karsh from 97.1 The Ticket sent you. Pajamagram.com. All right, yeah. Martin's right. Lions win to improve to 10-3. They will then be 7-2 in the NFC. San Francisco loses to drop to 9-4, puts them behind Detroit. Dallas beats Philly. Dallas would also be 10-3. And while the Lions are 7-2 in the NFC, Dallas will be 7-3 in the NFC. Philly will also be 10-3. And the Lions are 7-2 in the NFC. Philly will be 6-2 in the NFC. So Martin's right. And thank you, Jeff Rieger, sent over a text, has been through this. Yeah, the Lions can be the number one seed.
It's a big weekend, man.
This
is huge.
A lot is riding on this to even open up the door, because that'll also set up, I mean, if everything kind of stays the same, Detroit's trip to Dallas.
Oh, that's a huge game.
That will be potentially the winner of that game might be set up to host the loser of that game in the postseason. These are fun things to talk about. Even though Gator scolds me all the time for talking about the playoffs, I tell you what, it's so much better than talking about the draft. Projecting forward what's going to happen this year is way more fun than projecting forward and talking about what's going to happen this offseason.
We literally just got that text from Brian the mailman.
Yeah.
Isn't talking about seeding ahead of talking about mock drafts just so much more freaking awesome?
Yep. And quite frankly, I've leaned into it. Absolutely leaned into it. So, as we sit here on the brink of this weekend's action, go Seattle and go Dallas. And if Detroit gets to be the number one seed, then their job will be to try to hang on to the thing the rest of the way.
I have a question.
Let's hear it.
So, due to tiebreakers, the Lions will have the number one seed after this weekend if things go right for us, right? If Seattle beats the Niners and the Cowboys beat the Eagles.
Yep.
Due to tiebreakers.
Yep.
Assuming, I know the Lions will have to play Dallas at some point, but not the Eagles. Assuming the record stays the same throughout the rest of the regular season, will the tiebreakers change? Do you know what I mean? Like if it's based on winning records, winning percentage, all that thing.
Because Detroit has 2 NFC losses. Philly will also have 2 NFC losses with the same record, but they'll only have 6 wins in the conference. Detroit will have 7. So Detroit still has that game with Denver coming up against an AFC team. I'm going to assume here that means Philly doesn't have an AFC game left the rest of the way, and
I guess my question really is, can they lose it while keeping the same record because of a tie?
Yes, I'd have to go look at what the next tiebreaker is, because Detroit, let's say Detroit gets to 10-3 and everything goes as we said. Detroit will be 7-2 in the conference. Philly will be 6-2 in the conference, which is why Detroit will hold on to the number one seed. If they both win out, then I think the next tiebreaker is either common opponents or strength of victory. And strength of victory is the record of the teams that you have beaten. And Detroit's pretty dramatically behind Philly right now, but you'd have to mix in a win over Dallas. You'd have to mix in 2 wins over a 6-6 Minnesota team, and you'd have to win the Denver Broncos. You would hope that Minnesota, Denver, and Dallas win all the games where they're not playing Detroit to give them a chance. Hey, man, there's a lot of variables there. But your question is a valid one. Just because they're the number one seed, even if they win out, doesn't mean they will be the number one seed come the postseason. These are sort of rich people problems. And what I mean by that, this is when it's going well. God, it's so much better than draft talk. I know people made fun of us because we did so much draft talk, but that was kind of the corner we were backed into. We'll get into the Bears game coming up before the show is done. But here's what I wanted to bring up with Lions fans. I saw something today, and maybe we'll take 10 texts on this. Actually, probably not, because I don't think people have the reference to sort of measure where we rank. The Athletic put out a list. All 32 NFL owners ranked from worst to first. All owners ranked from worst to first. Okay? And so, I mean, I was going to say, where does our owner rank, Sheila Ford Hamp rank? But you kind of have to know a lot about the other owners, where to put her. So I will tell you where she does rank, and then get to our question on this. She ranks 23rd, behind Woody Johnson of the Jets, who's 22nd, ahead of Mike Brown of the Bengals, who's 24th. The worst owner is ranked right now is Josh Harris of the Commanders, but it's because there's no track record. Shad Khan of Jacksonville is 31st. David Tepper, Carolina, is 30th. Jimmy Haslam of the Browns is 29th. And at the top of the list, the best owner in the league, Robert Kraft of the Patriots, Gail Benson of the Saints is 2, Art Rooney, the second of the Steelers, is 3. Just at the top. There's not a lot of track record here, but here's the question for Detroit fans. I've done this for a minute. Every single year. Until very recently, we would take calls on ownership. It was an evergreen of Detroit sports talk radio. The belief that, quote, the Lions won't win until the Fords sell the team. Now, I'm not saying Sheila Ford Hamp should be defined as a great owner. But Detroit, can we say that this is simply not a thing anymore? Are you comfortable that Lion ownership is not getting in the way? Are you comfortable that ownership has done the thing that we've kind of begged, which is hire good people and get out of the way? And let me be clear here. I haven't won anything yet. I'm aware of that. And I'm not saying that Sheila Ford Hamp deserves to be in the top 10 of owners, top 5 of owners. All I'm asking is, have you personally even thought about ownership being in the way this year? Has it crossed your mind? Up until this point, when I brought this up here in early December 2023, did you say to yourself or think to yourself, ownership's a problem? Because I feel like as a topic that it was said so much that we almost RSTL and end it. And by that I mean, okay, we know that ownership is an issue, or we feel like ownership may be an issue, but it's probably not going to change. So it's, what are we even talking about? Like, we'll just bang our head against the wall and talk in circles. So have you thought at all about ownership being a problem in Detroit? 248-539-9797. Now, can we say that ranking Sheila Ford Hamp, what did I say, 23rd? Is that what I said? Is even low? I mean, we could. I don't know enough about the the intricacies of other teams and organizations to be able to safely say that owner's in the way, that owner blows it, that owner's terrible, that owner's great. I mean, I can look at teams and track records and go, yeah, I think Steelers kind of do it right most of the time, and Seattle's pretty good, and yeah, New England's been there. Obviously, they've taken a bit of a hit this year. But 248-539-9797. Is a thought even crossed your mind? Is this a dead topic in Detroit Sports Talk Radio right now?
It is right now, and that's all that matters, right?
Yep.
And then where it's going to be in a few years, I'm not sure. Hopefully it's still a dead topic, but it's obvious the reason it's a topic for any city, if the owner is a topic, is if you're losing. And when you're winning, it cures all. And in this case, I always think that owners get way too much credit and too much blame. I think as long as your owner wants to win and is trying to win, okay, then that's what you can ask. And then they give the resources to be able to do that. At that point, you're just hiring people and trusting them to build your team. Because whether it's Sheila Ford-Hamp, her brother, her father, they hopefully don't have too much involvement in actually football decisions, right? That's what fans worry about. What you want is them to hire the right people who make the real football decisions. Now, whether you're too loyal to those people or you hire the wrong people, that's going to determine whether you win games or not. Sheila Ford-Hamp has, for whatever reason, she's done a better job of hiring the people who make the football decisions, whether that was bringing in Chris Spielman, and they went and got Dan Campbell, which then got Brad Holmes. These guys know what they're doing. That's why
sure
people think,
so.
Yeah, that's why people probably think, oh, she cares. Or maybe, I don't want to say she got lucky, but that's part of it, isn't it? And then you got to know if those guys aren't doing their job, when to cut ties. I think that the issue with the previous, with her dad, he was just too loyal to the wrong
without
people.
Question.
Yeah.
Big bad hires and stick with them.
But I always think he wanted to win. I just think he made poor decisions and hung on too long.
Well, probably the sense of urgency wasn't where it needed to be. And that's what led to maybe being too loyal. 248-539-9797. The bulk of my professional life, this was a topic that was so recycled and so constant that I feel like we've actually reached a period where, dare we say, it's kind of a dead topic. That ownership is in the way. Have you even given it a thought in the last year? Maybe in the last year and a half, 2 years? And dare we say the Lions can win with a Ford owning the team? 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out Today, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Pistons hoping to end their 6-week nightmare tonight, but they're 11.5-point underdogs against the Magic in Orlando. The team is still 8 losses short of an NBA record, but players such as Isaiah Stewart are trying to wrap their heads around their inability to put up a single W lately. And Detroit will have to go without their starting center, Jalen Duren, as well. He's out for at least 2 weeks after turning his ankle. Tonight's call will be Neil Rule right here on 97.1 The Ticket with Jeff Rieger on the pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1. MLB insider John Morosi says that the belief is that the Shohei Ohtani decision is imminent for where he'll continue his superstar career. He says the Blue Jays have emerged as true contenders. A final full practice for the Lions today. They're seeking their first division sweep of the season with a rematch against the Bears on Sunday. Also this weekend, you can catch the NBA in-season tournament final. Tomorrow night, the Lakers and Pacers will clash for the first championship game in its debut season. And after winning their first D1 title in school history, Southfield A&T are planning to run a parade tomorrow at noon that starts at Old Southfield Lathrop and finishes at the current school. They took down juggernaut Belleville to earn that championship. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so a couple things before we get to your phone calls. We're working our way through the Martin scenario. God bless Martin, who called last hour and said, hey, by the end, this time Monday, we're going to be talking about the number 1 seeded Detroit Lions. So there's a few things, lifting the curtain here a little bit. It had not been something that we had talked about or planned on getting a call on, but it's a fascinating thing to think about. So you start working your way through tiebreakers. You go, okay, well, let me double check that this is even possible. Because the Lions would be 10-3, Philly would be 10-3, San Francisco would be 9-4, Dallas would be 10-3. Obviously, all the 10-3 teams would be tied in terms of record. Then you get to tiebreakers. There's Dallas and Philly would be 1-1 against each other. Detroit would have not played any of them. So then it goes to conference record, and under that scenario, Detroit would be 7-2, Philly would be 6-2. Dallas would be 7-3. So Detroit would have the best winning percentage of those teams and therefore would be the number 1 seed. But when Gator's not in, you know what you can't do? Go down the internet wormhole because you're too busy hosting the show. When Gator's here and talking, I can like do a quick Google search and make sure all this is correct. So thank you to Jeff Rieger, who's been texting, heard the scenario, and helped me talk the way through it. Here was the fascinating question that we didn't know the answer to. Yes, if Dallas, who's hosting Philly on Sunday, beats Philly, and Seattle goes into San Francisco as a 10.5-point dog and pulls off the upset, that indeed creates a scenario where Detroit's the number 1 seed. And it's powered on Detroit's 7-2 conference record, but Philly will be 6-2. So obviously, the Lions have one more game against an AFC team, and then 3 more against NFC teams. Philly will have just simply 4 games against NFC teams. So if Philly wins out and Detroit wins out after Philly loses to Dallas, would Detroit still hold the tiebreaker over Philly? Under that scenario, both teams would be 10-2 in the NFC. So you then go to the next tiebreaker is common opponents. And we know that under this scenario, Detroit wins out, Philly loses to Dallas and wins out. Common opponents, Tampa, Seattle, Dallas, Kansas City would all be common opponents, and Minnesota. Detroit would be 5-1, Philly would be 5-1. So then the next tiebreaker would be strength of victory, which is not predictable. Suffice it to say, Philly's got a better strength of victory right now, which is the winning percentage of the teams you beat. The winning percentage of teams Philly beat is .488. Detroit is .417. But that can change, right? If Denver loses to Detroit but wins out, if Minnesota loses 2 games to Detroit but wins out, if teams Detroit beat, Tampa keeps, gets on a streak, New Orleans gets on a streak, suffice to say you want to root for all the teams that you have beaten because that will help your strength of victory. It's too early to call on that one. Now, is this fun to talk about? Yep. Sure as hell is. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. 248-539-9797. Kyle, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Doing great. Thank you.
Doing good. All right. So, I was glad you guys brought this up. I've never wanted the Fords to sell the team. It's like the one insurance we have that they'll never move the team. I mean, they own most of the surrounding area, so they'll never go anywhere. Like, imagine being a Browns fan.
Mm-hmm.
They still have never appeared in a Super Bowl, yet their team they built moved to Baltimore and won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
I can't even fathom sitting through all this and then watching that happen. So I've never wanted them to sell, but and I knew right when they hired that committee to find their GM and coach, I was like, this is going to be the thing that changes it. They finally got football people involved, and that's what we're seeing now. So I like I said, I've never wanted them to sell because you just no, they're never going anywhere.
Well, I mean, they did that before. Remember they had Ernie Accorsi, wasn't that who it was, that helped them make a hire? And maybe that was the...
When was that?
I think it was the Patricia hire. But either way, suffice it to say, I understand what you're saying, Kyle. There is not a threat that the Lions are going to move with Ford ownership. But over the years, that is really setting the bar low, that you don't want them to sell because you don't want anyone to buy the team that might move it.
It's pathetic. I hear you, Doug. It's hang your hat where you can, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Home is where you make it, buddy.
But you're right, Kyle. At no point was that ever a threat of happening. And as much as we complain about what happened to Cleveland, which, never go to a Super Bowl, and then your team leaves, moves to a city, and wins a Super Bowl right after that, is unthinkably cruel.
Unthinkable, Doug. And let me just add one more thing. And there's only 32 of these teams. There's more than 32 cities in this country. So, we're pretty fortunate to have a team. And even though it's been bad, I've always said, it's like if the Lions ever win the Super Bowl, it'll be like getting out of prison. It'll be like food has never tasted so good because of you never had it before. You've never had, or you've been deprived of it.
That's why I'm
long.
Kyle. That's why I'm enjoying the hell out of this ride and probably way overdoing it with playoff talk. Way overdoing it with matchups and tiebreakers. Way overdoing it with home field, road. I mean, I want it. I want it all. We got a lot of making up to do. And I don't want to presume anything. The last time the Lions were in a position like this, they were supposed to be set up for the long haul. And it's 30 years later and they still haven't won a playoff game. So I don't want to presume anything beyond, but I'm going to presume they're in a great spot to make the playoffs. Let's just say that. And so am I going to lean into this team having a chance to win the NFC? Yes. Am I going to lean into playoff matchups? Yes. Am I going to lean into the offseason when we get there, hoping that they can continue this? Yes. And you know what? It's not like they've avoided the injury bug. They haven't. Exactly what they might need is in the trainer's room right now. Edge rusher, playmaker in the secondary. Guy that hits the quarterback, guy that picks off passes. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug. How you doing today?
What's up?
Hey, I think Sheila Ford Hamp is way underrated. I think not only should she be in the top 5, she might even deserve to be number 1. I mean, when you think about when she took this team from, like you mentioned a little bit about the whole Ernie Accorsi thing when they asked the league for help, and Ernie Accorsi said, hire Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia, and we know how that turned out.
Yep.
But then for her to go to get Spielman and Rodwood and go out there and do a deep dive and come up with Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes was not on anybody's radar. And Brad Holmes was a assistant director of scouting for the Rams. They found him. Then they turned around and find Dan Campbell, who I don't think was on a lot of radars at that time either. What a job. And now you're looking at Dan Campbell could be coach of the year. Brad Holmes could very well be executive of the year. I think Sheila Ford Hamp did one whale of a job. And I think she's not getting quite the appreciation that she deserves. But, man, and especially a woman who hadn't been in NFL circles that long, what a great job she did for this franchise. Now this franchise is set up for the immediate future.
So, look, I mean, the job is pretty – and just, Mike, so people know why we're talking about this, The Athletic put out a list of owners' rankings, and Sheila Ford ranked 23rd. And I just brought it up. Hey, at the very least, the idea that you can't win with Ford ownership, that is a topic has been put to bed in Detroit for now. Because she's done, the assignment is simple. It's not complicated, but she knew the assignment and she followed it. The assignment is hire a good general manager and a good coach and then disappear.
Well,
just support them financially, which is a given. You have to support them financially, but it's not easy to do, but it's simple. Hire the right people and get out of the way.
Well, you know, Doug, though, when you think about her brother, Bill Ford Jr., he's running a Ford Motor Company. You would think if anybody knew how to hire an executive, he would. He hired Matt Miller, and that set the franchise back, probably 5-10 years? Mm-hmm. At the time, it was thought Matt Miller's a great hire. That was a horrible hire. And then here his sister pushes all the right buttons. And, hey, Doug, I don't know if you've heard this, but there's a little bit of a rumor that the Lions headquarters might be moving to Belleville. So we'll see. But they cleared some land out here, and there's been talk that that's what it's for. So we'll see.
Where is that? Do you have any idea? Like, where's that rumor coming from? Is it just because they bought some land out there?
Well, they own the land. There's quite a bit of land that they own near Wollongong Airport that is owned by Ford Motor Company, and it had been off the table. Nobody had been able to develop it for years, and now all of a sudden they cleared the land, and they're not giving any straight answers as to why to the community. So I did a little digging, and I believe that that's what could be imminent.
Yeah,
I know they talked about they needed more. They needed more space where they're at.
It doesn't. I mean, that facility is not old, but if they need more space, and space is an issue, I guess could be. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Is ownership? I mean, if we just had this evergreen of Detroit Sports Talk Radio, is it dead as a topic? I mean, we don't really have much to say about it, and it's weird to say, is this topic not a topic? But if we can put it to bed for now, because it doesn't seem to be meddling over commitment to bad people. They've followed the relatively simple task. It's not complicated, but it's also hard to do. Hire the right people, get out of the way. Has it finally happened? And we can put this topic, kind of to bed. Barring any just like crazy out of character meddling, which doesn't seem likely. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, Gator out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch out today talking about this list that was put out by The Athletic that it ranks the owners in the NFL, and Sheila Ford Hamp ranks 23rd, which is fine. I mean, I don't care where somebody ranks him, but it kind of led to the topic and has us talking about one of the absolute staples of our job, and can be talked about at any given time, was ownership not being very good here in Detroit. If we got to the point where it's no longer a topic, like we don't have to worry about ownership messing this up, they could go out of character and suddenly Sheila Ford Hamp could go rogue and knock this train off the tracks or do something that she hasn't shown in any way that she is going to do. But it feels like she's accomplished the most simple but difficult task of hiring the right people and getting out of the way. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Sean. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sean.
Hey, Doug. How are you today?
Doing good, sir. Thank you.
Hey, all right. I want to preface this that I'm not asking for Sheila Ford Hamp to sell or anything else like that. But where I'm kind of at, I don't know if it was Hard Knocks or if it was an interview that Dan Campbell gave, but he did ask if Sheila would do more. I don't think it is just make the hires and get out of the way, where I'm trying to phrase it the best way I can. I'm going to use the example of when the Raiders fired their head coach and general manager. Could she have had more of an in to Mark Davis and I'm not saying that this was going to happen or was imminent, but could she have helped broker a deal for Max Crosby when we knew we needed defensive line help? Could she have helped broker a deal with Jerry Jones, where she has a little bit more of a line to other owners who are a little bit more hands-on, and maybe sway them just a little bit to help Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell reach that ultimate goal?
Well, I mean, I guess we don't know that she didn't try. We don't know that.
Right. And I can't say that she did. She was the one, she just was hands off and yada, yada. But I only go off of the comment that that Dan Campbell said, and like I said, I can't remember which one he said it on, but it was, I wish she would do a little bit more. And that's okay. What that meant was doing more.
I hope. I mean, seriously, because that's, to be honest with you, Sean, thank you for the phone call. If he had said that, we would be talking about that. I find it hard to believe that Dan Campbell at any point said, I wish ownership had done more. Kang, do you remember this at all?
I do not.
Okay. That feels like a damning statement. So I want to be careful here and responsible. Did he say that? Does anybody know where he said that? Because I feel like if he had said that, that would have ruled the airwaves on every talk show, and I don't know how we would have missed it. Okay, so I don't even want to presume. I like I said, I don't want to be irresponsible. I don't feel like there's any way in hell he said that, and we all missed it.
No, all of us, not just you and me. Like everybody in media. Like were the college words, I wish ownership would have done more? I don't remember that at all.
No, I don't either. So let me start with that. Now, you brought up two owners that I can't even begin to fathom the Raiders trading Max Crosby. I don't know how this got started, what got started. I just keep thinking about if I were in that town with a young elite edge rusher that's under contract, that the kind of player that you want to build around, why would I be shopping that player? I know that they were bad, but even if you are bad, and you've got a 26-year-old edge rusher in a league that you can turn it around in a year or two, this is the type of player that's a cornerstone for your organization. He wasn't 35. He's 26.
And he was locked up.
Yeah.
And you talk about that locker room was in disarray. The coach, no one liked the coach, or a lot of people didn't seem to like the coach. He was the one thing that was keeping it together, that you could look to for leadership and just, like I said, keeping the locker room and the players together. They weren't moving them. That was a pipe dream from a lot of fans.
I think so too. And to me, that's he's good for you now, and he's good for you tomorrow. Like he's, the idea that the Lions could have got Max Crosby, I think is an absolute pipe dream.
I mean, they could have called, and then the Raiders could have said, could have laughed at Brad Holmes, said, no way, and that could have been the end of the conversation, right? I think also that he went to Eastern Michigan, people kind of drew some, that doesn't matter at all, of course, but he played here.
And then you wanted him to broker a deal with a Cowboys team that's in contention? Like, were they going to be sellers? If anybody can provide the quote that my man has, because that might, I don't see all media, but that sounds like it was like from the made up Times, the made up news. Oh, I guess there's a term for that, isn't it? I just can't believe that that he said that and we all missed it. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Oh, not much. First off, with that, I watch the Lions and everything about the Lions like religiously. I've never heard that one, but yeah, I could be wrong too.
It feels like it'd be headline news, and people would be talking about, the Lions leadership isn't happy, and I don't know. It just
Stephen A. would have gone crazy. Just saying.
Yeah.
But no, with the thing with the Ford ownership, and not winning, I got to tell you, my dad's gone now, but his whole life, my whole life with him, it was always, as long as Ford owns the Detroit Lions, the Lions will never win. Unfortunately, I kind of got into that myself. I was saying that, I tell my son that, until this year.
Mm-hmm.
And Sheila has changed that narrative a little bit because, with Bill Ford Sr., it was almost like it was just, the Lions was his pet project or his hobby.
Yeah.
And then Martha took over after his death, cleaned house, and it was like, whoa, what happened here? And now Sheila takes over, and she, just like you said, she came in, made the right hires, and then got out of the way. Let these guys, let the football people take care of the football stuff. And look where we're at. 3 years, we've gone from 3 wins to now we've only got 3 losses. We're 9-3. This is amazing to me. I'm 52 years old. I've never had this kind of confidence in the Lions my entire life.
Yeah.
And I'm excited.
It's weird because let's be clear here too. This entire thing isn't about, hey, we've got the best owner in the game and this owner's given us a winner. It's just that the owner has eliminated ownership as a topic. Like it really feels like that. And
exactly.
And I have confidence that ownership isn't likely to mess this up. All right, so my man who had that quote, there's something here from a couple of years ago that doesn't really apply to the trade deadline that might be what he's referencing. We'll get to that today at 11:32. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1. All right, so dude called up and said, ownership should have stepped up more. Trade deadline should have got involved with Dallas. Should have got involved with the Raiders and try and facilitate a deal. Here's the quote that he may have been referencing. This is from Dan Campbell prior to the 2022 season. Do I think that he maybe took it a little bit out of context and used it against her? Maybe. Although you can listen to this. This is prior to last season. So last season when they started 1-7 and finished 9-8. This is the summer before that season at a mini camp. He had this to say about ownership. Listen, this is Dan Campbell speaking. Listen, it's hard for me to say anything negative about the Ford family. They obviously gave me the opportunity, but they also, when you're the head coach, all you can ask for is that they're going to give you the resources and support that you can do what you need to do as the head coach and the GM. They allow us to do that. To have an owner in the building, to be here, and to know she knows who we are. She knows the issues that we have as it pertains to, it could be anything from players to concepts. It doesn't matter, man. It could be what's going on in the weight room because she's around and she's hearing all of it. I think that's the recipe for good things to happen. So having her around is big. I'll ask for her input too. The last thing she wants to do is ever feel like she's butting in. And sometimes I wish she would butt in. And so she's been great. She really has. We're a year later. I couldn't ask for anything better than her for an owner. I trust her, and she's one of the people I want to win for. So that must be the quote he's thinking of. He applied it to the trade deadline and said, I wish she would have facilitated the line of communication between Vegas to get Max Crosby or Dallas to get, I don't know who, Micah Parsons. So I don't want, I'm comfortable with the way, let me just put it to you like this. Sure, an owner can do that. Sure, an owner can say, go get me blank. Or the owner can say, you do the job. Whatever you need, I'll give it to you. You make the decisions. I prefer B to A personally, but if you wanted an owner that if you're mad about the trade deadline and wish she would have demanded things, I can see it. But I think as a general rule, that's probably, if you have an owner that is making decisions for the GM, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. But anyway, we brought this up for people just joining us because The Athletic put out a list of owner rankings and Sheila Fordham ranked 23rd. And I said, look, where she is right now, the track record isn't long. They haven't won anything yet. They are very close to winning a division. Then we'll get to trying to get the playoff monkey off our back. The division monkey never won the NFC North. Then there's the postseason monkey to get off the back. They're winning a postseason game. First hosting one, then winning one. Who knows how far they can go, but it feels like ownership at this point is no longer a topic in Detroit. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, Doug.
What's up?
So when you say hire the right people and then step out of the way, I would say, does that work for Tom Gores?
Yes. Works for everybody.
No, right?
I think it works for
everybody.
everybody.
It worked for Tom? You think so far since he hired Monty Williams, it's worked for Tom Gores to hire him and then just not be involved with the day-to-day activities and find out what's going on?
If you've hired the right people, I'm not sure that he's hired the right people in Weaver or Monty Williams.
Well, I thought Monty Williams was the best head coach available.
I think he might have. Right? He might have been the best head coach available, but it doesn't mean it's going to work here.
But don't you think that if ownership is, I know they hold your feet to the fire for accountability, but it's a little different than someone coming in and going, hey, this is our once-a-week meeting. I'm checking in with you. Do you need anything? Is there anything that I can do for you to help you do your job better that I can do? Would you rather have that guy or the guy who honestly probably checks in like a month, every 2 months, every 3 months, like we think that Tom Gores does?
I would say this. Right? I'm going to guess that Troy Weaver and Monty Williams are probably better schooled in NBA decisions than Tom Gores.
I would agree with that. But still, if I was Tom Gores and all the problems that they've been having over these years, Do you think that if Tom was more of a hands-on owner, helping them decide if there's anything that I can do that can help you do your job better, do you feel like he's the type of owner that might do that? And would a different owner that was more involved asking, is there anything I can do? Where's the stumbling blocks? Is there anything I can I reach out to owner A, owner B, owner C, and see if we can come up with something? If you see somebody that you like, maybe I can do that.
Well, I don't know that he hasn't done that.
Is there any validity to that?
I don't know that he hasn't done that, but as a general rule, I would guess that I would leave the basketball people in charge. We're 5 minutes into the Monty Williams era, too. I mean, I'm not ready to close the book on him potentially getting it done. I have bigger questions about Troy Weaver at this point, but no, I'm pretty comfortable. I personally would prefer that the basketball, in this case, or football people make those decisions over the market equities guy.
But do you think William Clay Sr. was somebody who had his hands in the decisions that were being made when the Lions were struggling for those years?
I don't know it. I don't know it for a fact. I don't know it for a fact, but I suspect that he was. That's one. And two is he was too loyal. I'm pretty comfortable with that. 248-539-9797. Derek is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Good morning. I appreciate you guys, and I enjoy listening to the show. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that back in September of 2020, ESPN did an article on Sheila, and not knowing anything about her, when I started to read the article, it was that old mantra of, oh, she's a Ford, this isn't going to work. And then when you get through that article, at the end of it, you have this optimism that whatever she's applied herself to, she sees success based on her accountability and her finger on the pulse of what she puts her efforts into, going back to theater work with Jeff Daniels and stuff like that. But that being said, I think that list and where she ranks, I think she's subjected to two metrics there of a team's success and also their culture. And I think that's a profound thing, what she's done. We're seeing the fruits of that labor from the success standpoint now, but the culture and what I mean, elaborating on the culture part, it's not just the current team. I think there's a lot to be said for what she's doing with, getting a statue for Barry or, getting Spielman into the Ring of Honor or, mending things with Calvin Johnson. I think that all plays into just what she brings to the table and more profound, I guess, in her success.
I hadn't given all that thought to some of that stuff, but you're probably right. I mean, the Barry statue was awesome. Barry is look, the Bye Bye Barry documentary, one of my takeaways from that was Barry's come out of his shell here a little bit. And the Calvin Johnson deal I don't think it's a small deal to just kind of mend that relationship. So I think something that we hadn't talked about, and Derek, I think valid points.
Yeah, I think the one advantage or thing she's doing differently than her predecessors are, I think maybe she's aware of public perception and what to do, as far as the fans are concerned and when they speak and then when they boo.
Stuff they care about.
Yeah, exactly. Because this might be as simple as, we want to go to deep dive. Why she's successful so far and the others weren't? It might be just as simple as she hired Chris Spielman. And Chris Spielman helped her hire Dan Campbell, which led to Brad Holmes and whatnot, and this is why the team's good. You mentioned earlier, they hired Ernie. The NFL helped the Lions with Ernie Accorsi, and they went and got Bob Quinn. Wrong, right? Mm-hmm. This could be as simple as Ernie Accorsi or Chris Spielman. And Chris Spielman was the right guy for the job to help assist in whatever he did in finding Dan Campbell. That was like the first step of this whole thing. I think as long as your owner is trying, they're going to make right or wrong decisions. Do you think Robert Kraft is a great owner? Or did he...
He's ranked number one.
Okay, or did he just happen to hire the right guy who hired Belichick and they drafted Brady and he hadn't done anything in the last 20 years?
He does seem to be also kind of involved, but here's something interesting. I'm glad that guy called. So when she took over the team, it's week 3 of year 1 of Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. And the Lions are playing Baltimore. And they're 0-2. And she comes on to the field to introduce Calvin Johnson. Okay. We're in week 2 of the Campbell Holmes era. Week 3, sorry. There's 2 games in the books. And she gets booed. And loudly. And I remember talking to an insider that said, that stung. she knew it was possible, but she didn't really expect it, and that stung her. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. If she introduced Calvin at halftime of a game for some honor today, she would not get booed.
No way.
She would not get booed. And so the gesture of bringing Calvin back into the fold was right. And it's an interesting story in retrospect to speak to how far we've come. Now, again, I don't know this to be a fact. It's just kind of hearsay. So keep that in mind. But she definitely got booed. So interesting. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. Also, next hour, we'll hear from Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator, on how to improve this defense. Gator out today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So again, $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. So just take a huge favorite to win outright. And you can get $150 in free bets. Seems pretty simple. FanDuel.com/Doug to get the offer. FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Hope you're having a good Friday. 248-539-9797. Glad to be with you. Talking about this topic, given that, and it's open lines. We opened with Red Wing talk, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. Last night's game was wild. Look, it's indicative of problems and strengths that the Red Wings have. High scoring. I mean, look, they're not the 1980s Edmonton Oilers, but it felt like it in a 6-5 loss. And Patrick Kane, showed the word I use is crafty. Looked pretty good, hit 3 posts. But they did blow a 4-0 lead quick. They built it and blew it quick. And if you missed the stat, Jansen had it this morning. They're the first team ever to enter a period and leave a period tied. That also took a 4-goal lead in that period. So they were the first team ever to build and blow a 4-goal lead in one period of hockey in the history of the NHL. Wow.
We got some texts that were saying, this is awesome. We're complaining about a regular season game, breaking down the defense. We are back, baby. We are back.
They got to get better on the blue line.
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
We're back.
It feels like it. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Sheldon. You're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Sheldon?
Hey, what's up, Brother Doug, Brother King? How y'all feeling?
We're doing great, Sheldon. How are you?
All right. Listen, I want to just offer my opinion as far as Sheila Ford. Like I said, I think she should be a little higher because to a degree she's kind of adopted Mike Ilitch's theme: hire the best people and stay out the way. Even though Mike Ilitch did make a couple decisions as far as the Tigers is concerned, certain players that he wanted, but he was passionate to win.
He did,
But he was, which he did, but he was still, at least he showed the passion, whereas her dad, I think, really, like I said, considered the Lions as a bit, as much so of a hobby, so to speak. Even though I still feel William Clay Ford had some input, especially on certain draft positions and so forth, but at least Sheila is saying, hey, let me just hire the football people and just get out the way. Now, my only other objection with her is why you got Rod Wood, but at least I heard now he's much more of an accountant, so he just makes sure that the money is good, that the team financially is all right. But as long as he's not making any football personnel decisions.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rob Wood is that was a topic too. That was getting a lot of traction, and it really isn't anymore.
Like I said, but as far as at least she's doing the right. Hey, she is doing the right thing. She's letting Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell do the thing, and like I said, now the Lions are no longer the joke of the league. Whereas when her father was on it, with the exception of a few years, the Lions were considered the NFL's doormat and joke.
I mean, we know what it was, and we don't need to belabor the past because we belabored it in the moment. But at the very least, it's nice. This is probably the only time we're going to talk about this because it's just not a topic anymore. It's weird to bring up a topic that isn't a topic and pack the phone lines. that narrative that has been a staple of Lions discussion has been muted. 248-539-9797. Charles is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Charles.
Hey, happy Friday, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The last couple callers really stole my thunder. Like Mike, he was raised by his dad telling him as long as the Ford owned them, the Lions would never win anything. I was raised the exact same way. And until they start winning something, playoff-wise or league championship even, I won't believe in them. And I can't do it. I can't buy any kind of this the soup that's out there. I can't buy any of it of the Lions until they start doing something. But there's great excitement about what Sheila is doing.
Do you worry about her?
No, I don't. I don't worry about she's seem to be letting the decision makers and those that know the NFL and rosters, all that kind of stuff, handle their business. But she's keeping a fine eye on what's going on. So if there's somebody out there that catches her eye, I think she'll point those decision makers in that, like a suggestion kind of thing, not go make a move on her own and go out and get them. She'll go through the channels, kind of slow her roll and let them make the final decision. But yeah, I'm excited about where they're headed, but the Lions still aren't playing anybody. Who are they really beating up on in the NFL? They beat a depleted Kansas City team. Yeah, that's a low key game, but we'll see. Let them win a playoff game, and maybe I'll go buy a jersey. And that's how everybody our age, I was born in 1971, so everybody our age kind of really feels that way. They hate spending the money on Lion gear, but they love the NFL, and we're so excited to have a team and, all that kind of stuff. But come on now. It's been 80 years of nonstop losing, guys. It's time, and I have faith in Sheila.
So they're 3-1 against current playoff teams. To answer the question of who have they beaten, but look, it's a type of deal where all I ask, and you answer the question, is do you worry about ownership? And you don't. So something's changed. And if you're not going to give her the ultimate stamp of approval until they win a Super Bowl, that's fair. I think most people would agree with that. The topic isn't really, is Sheila Ford the best owner in the NFL? It's simply, do you not worry about ownership anymore? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Bob?
Hey, good morning. Okay, I should say good.
Well, it's morning. It's still morning. We're hanging on.
Anyway, I think we're selling Sheila a little bit short here because I think she did more than just hire the right people and get out of the way. I believe that Sheila got on some NFL ownership committees. I'm not sure if it was a competition committee or what committees that she was on, but I'm pretty sure she got on some committees and rubbed elbows with other people that were on those committees and probably got some inside information and educated herself a little bit about the do's and don'ts of being an owner. And I just think we need to give her a little bit more credit than just listening to Chris Spielman and getting out of the way.
Well, it's more than Spielman. So the committees she serves on is, and I'm not sure. Hold on for a second. I think it was.
And I'm pointing out that I don't think Martha ever did that, and I'm really pretty sure that Bill Ford never got on any committees and put in time that type of thing.
She's on the NFL's Fan Engagement Committee and the Major Events Committee and the NFL Foundation Committee. I don't know exactly what any of those committees do. I will tell you, I have no idea what those committees do. But you could be right. 248-539-9797. Aaron, you're next. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, how's it going, Doug?
Doing great.
Happy Friday.
You too?
Yeah, I think we're probably selling Sheila a little bit short here. 2013 is a little low. I think, if you look at the David Tepper example in Carolina there, where, you got an owner that's hands-on and the narrative is he kind of forced it, trading all those picks to Chicago, and he's, of course, he's fired numerous coaches, which, I think Steve Wilkes probably got sold short. I think he almost took a mediocre team into the playoffs last year, and, Frank Reich probably needed more than 10 games to prove whatever he was going to do. So, if you got an owner like that kind of thinks they're the smartest person in the room, then I think you're in trouble. But, you also want one that has their pulse on the fan base, right? And understands if things aren't going well, I better do something. I better challenge what's going on and not necessarily have detailed or specific answers, but I better be questioning those that are making the decision.
So, she is she's ranked ahead of David Tepper, and there are definitely people behind her. I mean, my guess is it's because the track record is short. This is kind of like when people come out with lists of the best coaches in the league and they rank them 1 to 32, and near the bottom is always the brand new coaches. And it's not because they suck, but it's because it's hard to put somebody who hasn't been around a long time ahead of people that have been there and done that. She's 23rd on the list. And do I feel comfortable in saying that in the end, I think she might be better than that? Yeah, we're trending in that direction. for sure. So they might be selling her a bit short. All right, coming up, let's get into this game against the Bears a little bit. We got a Michigan football question we're going to throw out there. 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans took a bunch of calls at the beginning of the show. We can continue in that direction if you so choose. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Thanks for being with us. Spirited discussion with both Red Wings and Lions in the first half of the show. Red Wing game wild last night. Absolutely crazy. If you if you went to the bathroom and it was 0-0, you might have come back and it was 4-0. If you went to the bathroom and it was 4-0, you might have come back and it was 4-3. It was wild. It was the second fastest in the history of the NHL that two teams combined for 6 goals by 1 second. It happened in 3 minutes and 1 second. 6 goals. The record is 3 minutes even. And the Red Wings unfortunately blew a 4-0 lead. Patrick Kane looked like he fit, looked like he belonged, looked crafty. Veteran. Might help them on the offensive end. Do they still need some help on the blue line? Probably. But as Kang said, texters, with the calls we got to start the show, we're back, baby. People complaining about the hockey team, which is set up in a pretty good place right now. Meantime, Lions set up for a pretty big game against Chicago. I mean, the Bears aren't great. But as was pointed out early by one of our callers, something we hadn't given thought to, credit Martin, who called up and said, by Monday, Lions are going to be the 1 seed, which is indeed possible. If Philly goes to Dallas and loses, and they are a 3-point underdog, and Seattle goes to San Francisco and wins as a 10.5-point underdog, and the Lions beat the Bears, Lions are in the 1 seed. And if then they'll be theirs to hang on to maybe. It is possible that Philly could pass them even if they both went out, because the tiebreaker, if they both went out, is strength of victory. Right now, Philly is ahead of Detroit. You basically want to root for all the teams that Detroit has defeated to try and earn that tiebreak over Philadelphia. So the question is, do the Lions go to Chicago and beat the Bears? 2 of the last 3 games against the Bears have been very close, and all 3 games, Justin Fields has been a giant pain in the butt. Slowing down Justin Fields, I mean, we can say it's a priority, but the Lions have won all 3 games. So do you really change what you're going to do if, hey, we slowed down Justin Fields? Lost the game, but at least we slowed down Fields. You know, is their game plan against Justin Fields working? I don't know that you can say it is or it isn't, because 2 of these 3 games were like 1-play games. Certainly the game, they needed everything to go right in their comeback against Chicago in the first game this year, and that game last year in Chicago, which included a pick 6 and included, you know, Fields being a pain in the butt the entire game. It was a very close game, the one in Chicago. So I don't know how much you change what you're doing defensively. Aaron Glenn spoke this week and had some interesting things to say. People got worked up about what he had to say about adjustments and how that's become a catchphrase and a buzzword as it pertains to the defense. But then he went out and basically said, yeah, we make adjustments. In the second part of the soundbite, we'll play that for you this hour at some point. But can the Lions go win this game? So there's a few things. I mean, it's on the road. They are favored. Chicago's 4-8. But this is no punch button, roll out the helmets, and you're going to win kind of game. Temperatures are going to be in the 30s. It might get up to 40. It's not going to be gale force winds, but it's going to be windy. And the Bears stopped the run. They're number 1 in the NFL at stopping the run. They allow 70 yards rushing a game. And the Lions have this offensive line. You heard in the update, it doesn't sound like Frank Ragnow is going to play. But, I mean, Frank Ragnow didn't play much of the game last week. Lions have really kind of gotten used to not having their line fully intact, and they still had some pretty good performances. The first game against the Bears, the Lions averaged 5.2 yards per carry. So that's pretty good against the league's top-ranked rushing defense. And I'm going to have to go back and look and see who sat out that game, because my guess is somebody from the offensive line sat out, because somebody from the offensive line sits out every damn game. But can they run the football on what's going to be a cold, windy Norris Division kind of game? It's going to have that feel to it. And I mean, it's kind of, I don't know if I want to say it's a given, but you leaning on the run game on days like that with conditions like that, it's a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. And so are they going to be able to do so against that rush defense? Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we spoke earlier, you know, the possibility of the Lions getting the 1 seed after this weekend and holding on to that and maybe, you know, being the 1 seed when it's all said and done. But if they aren't the 1 seed, they're going to have to go on the road at some point in the playoffs, hopefully. I mean, if they host and win their first playoff game. it could be in Philly, right?
Mhm.
And the weather conditions could be similar to what we see Sunday. Could this just kind of be a precursor to just, hey, how do they game plan in this type of weather? And of course, the Bears team is different than the Eagles team, and also you can't just be like you said. It's not a punch button win. I mean, last night what happened? The Steelers. I know they had their backup quarterback, but they lost to the Patriots, who were playing their backup quarterback. In the NFL, you never know what's going to happen. So first and foremost, win the game versus the Bears, but also, do they run the ball more? Do they use Laporta in short routes? Do they, how's Goff going to handle if the winds do pick up? So, I look into this game more than just playing the Bears.
The first game, Jonah Jackson and Hal Vaitai were out. Glasgow's essentially replaced Vaitai anyway. But so they were playing shorthanded in the first game where the Lions ran for 5.2 yards a carry. They'll likely be shorthanded on Sunday. But you're right. That's a great point. This game mimics playoff conditions. This game, the opponent is not a playoff caliber opponent, but the game mimics playoff conditions. And if you're going to want to run the ball at Philly or at San Francisco in playoff conditions, this is a good test for the rushing game. Now, they aren't a great pass defense, Chicago. And so, look, the most game they had that felt like a weather game was it the Baltimore game? A Tampa game was pretty windy in Tampa.
Baltimore looked windy, but when we talked to Goff the following Tuesday, he kind of downplayed the wind, right? But it looked windy from where we're at home.
Yep.
You know how the Lions have been able to surprise teams on 3rd and 5 with running the ball and picking up the first down?
Yep.
Do you expect that this weekend that, because you're talking about the rush game and they're going to be down Ragnow, but they still run the ball? Or is it not as much of a surprise because of the conditions? And can they still pick it up even though teams may know, hey, I think the book's out at this point too.
Yeah.
They might run the ball here, guys. It's 3rd and 6, but they might run a draw.
Because you try, you don't want to you want to break the trend, right? You want to go off script, which for the Lions might mean throwing the ball on 3rd and 7. They don't want to be predictable, so they're going to pass on 3rd and 7. But to a degree, you're correct. They aren't afraid to do it. Now, they have to have the right look. If a team gives you a look that says you can have success running the ball on 3rd and 7, that's when they do it. I mean, when they did it was it 4th and 5 they did it against the Chargers for the first down? It was a ballsy call. Last coach I remember doing that was James Franklin against Ohio State. At the end of a game, they had a 4th and 4, 4th and 5, whatever it was, and they called a draw play and got a yard.
I think Iowa's been doing it all year.
That's a good point.
But they don't get it, though.
Yeah.
The difference.
Actually, no, they don't because they prefer to punt.
Yeah, that's true. That's their weapon.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Eric. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, good afternoon.
What's up?
I want to go with the caller that said, hey, first place. If the Lions went out and things happen, I want to go that route. I notice y'all keep kind of throwing doubt in there. We've got Montgomery, who was with the Bears the first 2 times. He comes, he gets to go back and face them. That's a plus. And we got a lot more that we plan for. And then you ask the question, New Orleans, were they better than the Bears? We're on the road. And Campbell and them had to go face their old coaching staff. Hey, I like the Lions. We just got to get behind them more. We keep kind of, I don't know, everybody's shell-shocked or something. We keep trying to find a reason to doubt them.
Well, I don't know what us getting behind them has to do with anything. These teams aren't chess pieces that always move the same way each week. I think this is a tough game to win. I think the Saints game was a tough game to win. But you have different performances every week.
Goff played better.
He did play better. Absolutely.
And, we were pressing him, so, we were ready to, we activated the backups and everything. So he played better and responded. I'm one of his critics, but I also give credit where it's due.
What did you say about the backups? I'm sorry.
Remember, we started getting Herndon ready and Bridgewater was ready.
I don't believe those were look. When you say we, I think we had some random extreme callers that called and said that. And by random extreme callers, I mean 1 or 2. I don't think that was a real thing. That wasn't a storyline that was steeped in fact and reality. That was just kind of crazy off the cuff stuff. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. All right, some facts about what's gone wrong with the Lions defense and who are the guys that need to step it up. Because Dan Campbell talked about some names. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:18. Hey, if you're tired of itchy, dry skin and hair, call CGC Water and have a new Kinetico water softener installed that'll keep your skin and hair feeling soft and looking great. Having soft, purified water offers so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Hey, guys, this is something my wife wanted. Happy wife, right? Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system, and you get great tasting water from CGC Water with a Kinetico Premier Softener. Special holiday financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. It's a Friday in Detroit. Open with some Red Wings talk. Had some Lions discussion mixed in about ownership. Now we're kind of getting into the game a little bit, but of course it's open lines. So take it where you choose. 248-539-9797. Okay, so I mentioned before the break some facts about the Lions defense. This is courtesy of Tim Twentyman of DetroitLions.com. The Lions defense allowed 22 points a game prior to the bye. They've allowed 30.3 points a game in the 4 games since the week off. As he points out, it's kind of the reverse of what we saw last year between the two halves of the season. On top of that, I mean, the red zone failures, the big plays they've given up. They created turnovers last week, which was certainly helped. And now Willie McNeil is out. Dan Campbell did say earlier in the week that it was a great opportunity for guys like Broderick Martin and Isaiah Buggs and Levi Onwuzurike. And Aaron Glenn spoke a bit about Broderick Martin. We'll get to that coming up. There was a soundbite during the morning show that got people kind of worked up. I think I'm going to play the soundbite, but we're going to play it in its full context because Aaron Glenn kind of pushed back at the, you need to make halftime adjustments or the adjustments question. And I give the member of the media credit because Aaron Glenn got a little defensive. Like this has become the buzzword. You'll hear it about adjustments. But the member of the media, whoever it was, followed up and said, well, it seems like, you guys are having success early. Then New Orleans makes adjustments. And you got to counter that, right? And that's where Aaron Glenn basically says, of course. Of course we make adjustments. So here's the full exchange in context of Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn speaking about making adjustments during games. It includes a follow-up question and sort of him admitting, of course we make adjustments throughout the game. Okay, so there's a few things there. I do think he maybe got a little bit defensive about the adjustment thing at the beginning. And then when the reporter pressed him, he basically, adjustments happens all the time. So energy and enthusiasm, and we didn't make plays we should have made. Here's what I actually like about all that is that if you're the defensive coordinator, you know what he didn't say? We don't have the people to make those plays. We're getting the most out of what we have been given. No, the defensive coordinator is saying, we didn't make plays we should have made. He thinks and believes, if he truly does believe it, that what they have in-house is enough. We can do it. We need to execute better. Then he talked about the things they can't control, which was energy and enthusiasm, however he put it. So I know the first half of that soundbite was really, I think it was the kind of thing that people might get worked up about. but it wasn't the full soundbite. It wasn't the full context, which is why I wanted to play the whole thing. Now, with that said, it's up to him to make sure that they make enough of those plays. They got to make enough of those plays. We're in a very weird spot in that it feels like if you were to add two players to this defense, what would you want to add? You might add a defensive tackle right now, given that Aleem McNeil is out. But probably a bigger need is an edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. And you probably also would add somebody in the secondary that can make plays, but that can disrupt the football. And the weird thing is, it feels like they do have in-house both of those things. C.J. Gardner-Johnson led the NFL in interceptions last year with 6. James Houston basically averaged a sack a game once he finally got playing time. And, just because he had 6 interceptions last year doesn't mean he's going to come in and just pick off every pass this year. And just because he was a sack a game guy last year doesn't mean that James Houston's going to be a sack a game guy this year. But it does at least provide a modicum of hope that the people that can do what is needed will be there. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson went on social media. I don't know how many people saw this last night, but he went on Instagram and basically scrolled the following, okay? He scrolled, "Time is ticking. Thank you for all the love. December 20th, be prepared." What is that? December 20th is the Wednesday prior to the first Minnesota game. There'll be 3 games left. And Wednesday's the day they're back on the practice field. So he's saying he's 12 days away from returning to practice. At least that's what he's saying in his Instagram post last night. I hope that's accurate. And ultimately, it's great to win every game, and the Detroit Lions should be trying to win every game. But I kind of feel like if you're back with 3 games to go, it's a reasonable amount of time to get yourself in game shape before the postseason starts. Right? I mean, if he's back December 20th, and I'd say that I would describe that as rather unofficial that he's going to be back December 20th just because he posted on social media and he's active on social media and he's a talker. So I'm not discounting the possibility. But it's just somewhat interesting that he put that out there. That would help. James Houston feels like, seeing him back on the field would be, and playing like he did at the end of last year, feels a little bit like a long shot, but there's a shot.
It's weird because you'd love to have both guys back, but the thing with the difference between the two guys is one's a more of a known commodity than the other. Like the James Houston thing, we literally only saw the second half of last year. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's his resume. It was great, but it was somewhat unexpected and was for half a season. The better half because it was the second half, right?
Yep.
And so, the defensive line needs help. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you just mentioned, he led the league in interceptions last year. And I love it's timely stops, turnovers, big plays. That's what that's what helps defenses out a lot. So between the two, of course you want both of them back, but they offer different commodities, I guess, known commodity or not.
248-539-9797 to get your phone calls and feedback in. In the meantime, Aaron Glenn talked about life without Aleem McNeil and addressed where Project Martin is. Hear what he had to say starting at 12:32. Plus your open line calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Saw the news, Jalen Duren sprained ankle out 2 weeks for the Pistons. So, hey, man, losses keep piling up. But I have a feeling later in the year they're going to string together a surprising run. It just doesn't seem possible right now. They just seem terrible in every way.
You said run? They have to win one first.
I know.
Well, they win one.
I
know in crosstalk,
Okay,
Costa
let me
asked you, is it like even fathomable to think they'd go 2-80? Like, are you sure they're going to win another game?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. Do you want to make a bet? I don't know if you'd be.
Oh,
I
God,
don't know if you
not the Karsh Casino, man.
No,
I
no,
don't.
no,
I walk
no.
by the Karsh Casino. I don't go in.
Would you bet against the Pistons winning 2 in a row the rest of the season at any point?
Oh, jeez. 2 in a row?
Mm-hmm.
If I had to, I would say they luck into 2 in a row.
I would agree. Would you bet they'll win 3 in a row at any point?
No. I
All
couldn't
right,
do
I'll
that.
bet you lunch.
You want to do it?
Yeah, I bet they'll win
So
3 in a row.
You think they'll win 3 in a row?
At some point the rest of the way.
You're on my
All
man.
right.
Do they serve steak at lunch?
Yeah.
Surf and turf.
Hey, there's a way to make this season interesting. Gamble. I just answered the question, am I sure they're going to win another game? With, I bet they'll win 3 in a row at some point. Feels like I just walked into my own casino and made a bad bet. But I got 3 in a row at some point. I will not shoot the boot, guarantee it.
God, that seems so far away.
What?
I'm hoping I'm wrong, by the way. I would gladly.
I know.
Gladly get you kale.
Only the finest, my friend.
Yes.
Only the finest. All right, more from Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator. We played the soundbite about adjustments during the game, and we know how the Lions defense has struggled in recent weeks. The Tim Twentyman stat that they went from averaging 22 points allowed prior to the bye to 30.3 points allowed in the 4 games since the bye. Here is Aaron Glenn talking about life without Aleem McNeil. You know, I mean, maybe he's not going to say anything other than we have the in-house solutions, but clearly that's what he is saying, is we've got the solutions in-house. Maybe be a dumb defensive coordinator that said anything other than that. So I don't want to give him too much credit, but I'm glad that that is his approach. In the meantime, he mentioned a player that we get asked about and is starting to be a draft pick that's come under considerable criticism, and that's Broderick Martin, the 3rd-round pick that they traded up for, who hasn't made much of an impact. He's played in 1 game, 2 games, whatever it isn't much. And boy, could they use a playmaking defensive tackle, but he was a 3rd-round pick. So I'm not sure that expecting to get a ton out of your 3rd-round pick defensive tackle in year 1 is ultimately realistic. I mean, if you hit it out of the park, that's great, but you don't want the pick to be wasted either. Like, can this guy break into the rotation? Aaron Glenn was asked about where Broderick Martin is. Here's what he said. So there's the update of where Broderick Martin is. Suffice it to say, the Aleem McNeil injury could be huge. They do get Alex Anzalone back, and they played last week without him. I would argue that the linebacker position was in decent shape. given that they still have Rodrigo, Derek Barnes, and Jack Campbell, and man, a guy that just is always around and helping them find ways to make plays. Jalen Reeves-Maben, seeing him out there play defense. He made tackles on special teams on like 4 straight punts. The guy really has distinguished himself as valuable to this team in his role. I'm a fan. Defensive line, well, they aren't particularly great at producing in the first place. So trying to get more out of this group, which we're all asking. Okay, so a couple things. 49 is Tremaine Edmonds, and 53 is TJ Edwards, and the defensive tackles are Andrew Billings and Justin Jones. Gervin Dexter gets in there as well, but the point is that the Bears' run defense is going to be tough, and that game has that got-to-run-it feel to it. It's going to be cold. It's going to be windy, not terribly windy, but windy enough that I think it can play a role. Ben Johnson did admit that they always bake the forecast into the game plan, and that may be the case this week. One more, and this one's interesting because, Kang, you earlier in the week, you had a minor nitpick.
Yeah, I had a very minor nitpick. We took 10 texts on it, and I was wondering if anyone felt the same way I did.
And that nitpick was?
It was that I wasn't so sure that Khalil Dorsey should be returning kicks still, because I just felt like there's no threat there at all.
Now, with that said, you also saw a whole bunch of other things that people suggested would be the minor nitpick.
Yeah, this one was really popular. The nitpick was that they thought that Jahmyr Gibbs needed more touches.
Mm-hmm. So that topic came up with Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, and here's what he said. Of course, he's 100% right. Because every time you add touches for Jahmyr Gibbs, you take them away from somebody else. And at this point, when you target Sam Laporta 9 times and complete 9 passes, probably shouldn't be him. Are you going to target Amon-Ra less? I mean, David Montgomery, maybe he doesn't need 18 carries. Gibbs had 8 attempts and 2 targets. But at the end of the day, he's 100% right. You want to get everybody involved, but there's only so many offensive plays you run in a game. And if you rely on the run game, which the Lions do, I mean, it typically is fewer plays.
Yeah, in football, it's tough because when you're an offensive skill position player, you want the ball, but you don't play defense. You're only playing offense. So to stay involved in a game mentally and engage and things like that, it is tougher. I know you can say, well, block down field and things like that, but I mean, that's not what they're there for. That's not what they necessarily want to do, even though something they should be doing. So yeah, I mean, there's only one football. They say it all the time, and to spread it around, you are taking it away from somebody else.
Okay, let's get to 10 texts right now. Want to take 10 texts on the following. Gator texted Kang and I. He was at the Red Wing game last night, and he texted the following. Trying not to exaggerate, but I think about 70% of the Wings crowd is doing blank. What do you think the blank is? We need 10 texts. First 10 texts we will read on the air. Remember to sign your name to your text. What do you think Gator was referencing? Trying not to exaggerate, but I think about 70% of the Wings crowd was doing blank. 248-539-9797. We'll get to those 10 texts. We'll tell you what it is and get into what it's all about. That coming up today at 1246. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Okay, I'm going to read these texts, and then we're going to talk about what people over and over and over texted Kang. We got, we're all watching the Red Wing game last night, and it was a wild affair. I mean, it was crazy. And they lost, and it was unfortunate, and hopefully they'll learn from it. And I wouldn't think that a veteran team needs to learn from it, but hopefully they do. But Gator said, trying not to exaggerate, but I think 70% of the Wings crowd is doing blank. And here's the feedback that has come in. Ken says vaping. Joe says texting. Ed says drinking. Matt W. says yelling, shoot the puck. Jay and Flint says 70% of the fans are on their phone. Curtis in Detroit says online gambling. Billy in Clinton Township says wearing Wings gear. Mike in West Bloomfield says cannabis. Carson said singing the Eminem song. Anthony in St. Clair Shore said, is it the wave? One person was kind of close to it. But here's what blows my mind. During the break, Kang said 70% of the people texting are saying the same thing, which was?
Cocaine. It's a hell of a drug. I don't know if it's just a joke because of that or whatever. But I was like, cocaine, coke in the bath. I'm like, what?
Okay, I
didn't go to a Red Wing game this year yet, but
I haven't been to one this year either. That's about to change, but
what, because of that?
I've been to plenty in the past. I've never seen anybody doing coke at a Red Wing game.
Good Lord.
What the hell's going on down there?
Red Wings are good. And I can't stop talking about them.
Want to go a game? I want to go a game. Maybe we'll go game next week. Hey, what are you doing tomorrow? Let's.
Why was Gator at the Red Wing game last night? And he's off today?
He was selling cocaine. No, so interesting trend there. The answer is as follows. Try not to exaggerate, but I think 70% of the Wings crowd are wearing jerseys. Seriously. Wearing jerseys. 70% of the crowd. So I saw that text, and of course, immediately I start trying to look into the crowd as I'm watching the game and see if that's true. That's more than any other sport, right? I mean, the hockey sweater I'm not only is it acceptable, is it expected? Garb at a Red Wing game is expected. Is that the outfit? Is that the costume you wear to a Red Wing game? Is the uniform?
I don't know if it's expected, but I definitely think hockey's the sport where it's most known, and you're most likely to see the crowd wearing the hockey jersey / sweater.
It feels like there's some sort of cool romance to a hockey sweater more than any other jersey. And I mean, I guess if your favorite sport is baseball, you might say, no, it's the buttoned up white Old English tee. And I get it. But pulling a hockey sweater with the tie downs over your head, like the authentic deal, there's something really cool about doing that. And I don't know, man. There feels like some authenticity to your fandom when you do that. But he said 70%, trying not to exaggerate. And I'm like, sounds like an exaggeration.
I think it's because hockey is a niche sport, but the fans the fans that hockey has, they're the most passionate.
Mm-hmm.
They care the most. I think that's why, and they have the swag, the gear. I think if you go to a baseball game, there's a good chance people don't even know the baseball players on the field. The basketball game, same thing. Even football, but hockey, I bet you they know the players more than the other sports.
Yeah, you might be right.
I mean, how many Patrick Kane jerseys were there?
Okay, so that's the next thing, right? Was there any? And remember, the guaranteed shelf life on Patrick Kane with the Red Wings is about 4 months.
At best. Or no, at worst, right?
At worst, yeah. If they make the postseason, it could get up to, and make a deep run, it could get up to 6 months.
Yeah, he just got here.
And it's a 1-year contract. But the Patrick Kane jersey is available on the Red Wings website for like $250, I think it is. I mean, if you invested in a Patrick Kane jersey, you kind of know what you're getting. Like I saw some Michigan gear being, it's being marketed for the postseason appearance, and it's Michigan, it's the college football logo, the playoff logo, and the shirt reads "Not done yet." And I'm thinking, okay, the shelf life on that shirt is maybe 3 weeks. Now they could win it all, but even if they do win it all, are you still going to wear around your "Not done yet" shirt?
Well, there's there's the shirts like Michigan versus Alabama shirts, right?
Yeah.
Like clearly the date, the bowl game, all that stuff.
It
like
looks
that
sweet right up until the game.
Exactly, and then it becomes outdated. Is this the equivalent of that? Like
Patrick Kane jersey? Yeah. If you buy a Patrick Kane jersey?
Like, there's a really good chance this is the only, like, he's just going to spend the season here with the Wings and maybe go somewhere else next year.
It's a possibility for sure.
The shelf life is not going to be long.
Okay, so here's what I want to ask at 248-539-9797. What is the most quickly expired jersey you ever bought or your friend ever bought? Like, you bought one and dude got released. You bought one, dude got traded. You bought one, dude went to free agency. You bought one, dude got hurt. What is your quickly expired jersey purchase? Because those that have purchased Patrick Kane jerseys, I'm not mad at you. You can do whatever you want with your disposable income. And in the moment, kind of, I bet if you were walking around in your Kane 88 jersey, you kind of felt like, hey, I got this. See what I got? I got this. Probably feels pretty cool.
I mean, I might invest more in a T-shirt jersey. You know, one of those like $30 ones.
Yeah, might make a little bit more sense. Might be a little bit more of a an investment that won't come back to bite you as much. 248-539-9797. Hey, we got open lines. Let's get back to your phone call. Stan is next. Hi, Stan.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, Stan?
Hey, I just want to say, as far as ball distribution for the Lions for offense, it's criminal to only get J-Mo the ball twice. When he gets the ball, his speed is far superior than anybody else's. Nobody can stay with him. They ought to at least target him 7-8 times a game minimum. I mean, and if they played him off a trip set where you had three receivers and they cut off behind each other, giving picks for each other, they'd never stay with him at all.
So why do you think it is that they gave him the ball twice last week?
I just think Ben Johnson is not where he needs to be with him. They targeted him. He caught the ball on his only target, and then the next touch, he scores. I mean, it's get him the ball. That's why he was drafted number 12.
So when you say Ben Johnson, he isn't where Ben Johnson needs him to be, you don't trust that Ben Johnson knows how to use him?
I'm saying they're not targeting him enough. That's all I'm saying. They need to give him more targets. Now, in the beginning, I could see if he was a little behind schedule and wasn't getting everything. But right now, it looks like he's clicking on all cylinders with the offense. They're giving him more plays in the offense. So now pass the ball to him, target him.
Okay, and look, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. Everybody is, and I'm not saying, but one of my counters is this is one of the most coveted offensive coordinators in the NFL. This is one of the best offenses in the NFL. And you're not sure that the offensive coordinator is using his weapons correctly?
Well, I'm just saying, when you're a high draft pick like that, then you ought to be targeted more than lesser draft picks. He and Gibbs both.
Do you think it has something to do with the players that they are targeting more have earned their trust more, and that eventually Jameson Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs get the bulk of touches, but right now they're essentially both rookies? I mean, I know J-Mo isn't, but he essentially is, and that they're just coming along?
I'm just looking at when you get the ball, who's going to make the biggest difference? I mean, Laporta is good and is great right now for being a rookie at tight end, and Montgomery's good, but when J-Mo gets the ball, he's going to run by people or make people miss. And Montgomery even said it on the touchdown he ran for 75, 80 yards. He said, J-Mo is just jogging.
All right. Thank you for the phone call. I'm guessing they're giving them what they can handle right now. I'm guessing that part of the reason they're being successful when they do touch the ball, Gibbs and Jameson Williams, is because they're being integrated into the offense and they get what they can handle. And that long term, I'm sure it's the plan, But there you go. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey guys, how you doing? Can I say first time, long time?
You can.
First time, long time.
Well said.
Way
to execute. Hey, there's a game plan, and you executed the game plan. Well done.
Well, thanks. I feel a little better about that. I flipped this on as I'm driving home, and I heard a topic yesterday about the Wings game, and I was down there yesterday with my son, and I was actually thinking about similar topics as I was down there.
Yeah.
First off, I would say that I think there was a comment about 75% of the people down there were wearing jerseys.
Yeah, so you believe in Gators percentage.
I don't think it's that high. What I will say about hockey in general, in my opinion, and the Detroit Wings fan base is that I would say 75% of the people there certainly had some type of wing content on.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other topic I wanted to bring up just is related to the amount of Kane jerseys that I saw as the game went on.
Amount of Kane? You said Kane? Patrick Kane jerseys?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
So they, at the end of the day, it was interesting to me to see. I'm not a grown man jersey wearing guy or fan, but I think it's different with hockey just because there is like I would call it an intimacy with the fan base related to the knowledge or the, lack of a better word, obsession with hockey and the players that play in your organization. Certainly there's more fans as a number with, say, the Tigers or the Lions, but there is something about wearing a grown man wearing a hockey jersey that I feel is a little more acceptable. And then to wrap this whole thing up, it was staggering to see the amount of people wearing Kane jerseys, because the first thing I thought of was, hey, if he's healthy, this could be really good for us, but we also may not see him after 6 months.
Yeah.
But that was it. That's all, guys.
It's just an interesting investment. It's a lot to spend for a jersey that has a shelf life maybe of 4 months, but I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's aggressive is what it is. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karshgater's out today, 248-539-9797. We got open lines. I said I'd bring up some Michigan football stuff. I mean, these things don't really matter, but they get your attention. And, King, I don't know where you saw this. 89% of the bets are on Alabama and 93% of the money is on Alabama?
Yeah, that's according to MGM.
Okay.
You've heard of them?
Yes. Oddly, Michigan's still a 1.5-point favorite, so it can't be that much money because it hasn't moved the line.
Mm-hmm.
But, and there's nothing, look, I don't particularly care who the point spread is. I think it's a great matchup, and I think absolutely Michigan can beat Alabama. They're going to have to play well, duh. But I think I'm not surprised it's a close game, and I'm not surprised that people are betting Bama. Bama's got the rep. Bama's got the Southeastern Conference. Bama's got a lot of things and they've done. Michigan hasn't won a game in a college football playoff. Last 2 years, they've gone there and they've been out. But that really, to me, doesn't have much to do with this year's team per se. Although you could argue that Saban's record in the postseason versus Harbaugh's record in the postseason might have something to do with it. But at the end of the day, I wonder how Michigan fans are feeling about the matchup.
So that line that I originally gave you was a couple days ago. The updated line as of 30 minutes ago, according to MGM, is 75% of the bets are on Alabama to cover. Only 25% of the bets are on Michigan to cover.
Okay. So it's moved a little bit. Some people bounce back. But the line hasn't moved, right? It's still 1.5?
It's 1.5, yep.
Interesting. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mike. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, sidebar to that, you could still see, to the jersey thing, you could still probably see a Probert and a Sean Burr who are passed away at Joe Louis.
That's an
today.
excellent point, yeah.
But my fastest jersey to go with my kids, and it was Joel Zamaya. It was the one who's, the T-shirt jersey, and then there was like a special like Zoom zone where it had like 103 and Zamaya on there.
Yeah.
So, in 2006, it was everything, and then 2007 he was getting hurt playing PlayStation. Moving boxes. In an earthquake.
So it had a shelf life of a season for you.
Exactly. And, who knows? He could have been a good knuckleballer if he would have tried. But anyway.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But, hey, appreciate the phone call, 248-539-9797. Ryan is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Doing good.
Yeah, so I went ahead and, real quick, your last caller calling about J-Mo not getting enough targets, man. I'm a huge J-Mo fan, but, man, that dude came out week 1 through 6 with absolute Crisco on his gloves. And he couldn't catch a ball, to save his life. And he's super good athlete. I'm not calling him a bust or anything. Super glad we got him. But I think just to say he's not getting enough targets, like you said, Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. And, man, he's been improving week by week. But I think to say,
Yeah, look, I was trying to So I tend to think I think Ben Johnson's a smart coach, and I think the smart coaches give young players what they can handle.
Right.
And I don't think that they are like, hey, the plan is 2 touches a game moving forward. I think the plan is to expand his role. But right now, we're learning, like Jahmyr Gibbs, it was 100-something touches before he really started to look comfortable at the NFL level. And Austin Eckler did a thing on social media about watching him start to set up his blocks and show patience and do all the things that a veteran running back will do. And it happened with Jahmyr Gibbs after some time. And I would imagine that the same is true of Jameson Williams, who doesn't have as many touches or targets anywhere close to what Jahmyr Gibbs has. So it takes some time. But I kind of trust that somebody I think is a pretty smart coach knows what he's doing with him.
Yeah, and then all I'll say, too, is I went ahead and made the stupid purchase of a Blake Griffin jersey when he came to Detroit for 20 minutes. The poor guy evaporated and just did stand-up comedy for the rest of his career. So that was a huge L on my part. But, hey, at least he was somewhat funny.
It's fun in the moment.
Yeah,
I get it.
That first game that Blake Griffin played, talking about Patrick Kane's debut last night, do you remember the Blake Griffin game?
I don't. What did he do?
It was I don't even remember what he did, but the excitement was crazy. I think they might have even almost sold out that game, and we talked about it, how whether it was the right or wrong move, whether you agreed with it or not, obviously it didn't work out. But that night, there was energy in the building.
So now that you mention it, not only do I remember it, now you jogged the memory. I was there, and in my seat on press row, Blake Griffin came running out, and in his Piston jersey, and I took my phone and I put it on slow motion, and I got this slow motion video of Blake Griffin taking the court. It was either his first or second game. It was early, and sent it to my kids and friends, and I'm like, here it is. And so you got Blake Griffin, slow-mo, taking the court, just so we could fully capture what turned out to be a completely meaningless era of Piston basketball. And I've got the debut in slow-mo. It's ridiculous. 248-539-9797. Joseph is next here on 97.1. Hi, Joseph.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
You got that call, man, about the guy and Jameis Williams. I understand you got the other guy just spoke on him a few seconds ago. But I think that at times we don't at all give, even though Ben Johnson is respected around the league, he's had his issues. He's had his issues in regards to third quarter. He's had his issues in sustaining, the calls and the drives. And, he has 5 number one draft picks, or not number one, but 5 first-round draft picks. He has a good second round. He has a lot of talent. But yet we blast Aaron Glenn all the time for, and rightfully so in a way because his defense is not that good. But yet they're getting people, undrafted free agents. They're getting, not bums, they're getting people that just got done eating on the couch, just trying to be able to make this defense. And as he said, he's basically going with the same core that he did last year, and there is much improvement. But we're not really, I don't think we should hype him up, but we're not really giving BJ that opportunity to be able to say, hey, what's going on? Why are these lapses? What happened in New Orleans and other games where you just disappear as an offensive coordinator?
A few things, Joseph. I don't expect any coach, including Ben Johnson, to be perfect. You just got to get more right than wrong, and I think he does. But I don't hold him up to a perfect standard. Secondly is I can't speak for others, okay? So I can only speak for myself. I don't blast Aaron Glenn. I like Aaron Glenn a lot. I think that Aaron Glenn right now has exactly what he needs sitting in the trainer's room. And he hasn't been given the same stuff to work with. And I think that's okay because in this league, in this day and age, I think you win with offense more than you win with defense. I don't believe that defense wins championships. And he hasn't been – the Lions have built their team to reflect, I think, the modern NFL.
You know what? I think that's exactly as far as they have done that with the offense, and they have really not done it with the defense. And maybe the vision, the plan is to be able to do that next year, whatever it is. I wasn't a big one for the Chase getting that, and then what they paid for Sweat wasn't worth it. But I think that from what he's done, and I agree with what you said, and I appreciate what you said, man, he's getting blasted. But I also think that we need to hold Ben accountable sometimes as well for some lapses in which that are evident and yet not talked about.
Thank you for the phone call, Joseph. 248-539-9797.
The issue is, though, the offense is scoring points. Man, they may not be scoring it with who you want them to score it with. And they could always do better, but it's the defense that seems to be behind. But with that being said, last year the defense was, like, at times, the beginning to start the year at least, was horrific. Like, historically bad, right?
Yep.
And we just said, if they could just be bad, get a little bit better, what would their record be? Well, guess what? They're 9-3 right now, and the defense isn't that great, but it's better than it was last year.
Well, this is why I believe offense wins championships. You pointed out New England went through like this great stretch of 3 games where they allowed, 20-something points?
26 points in 3 games.
3 games and went 0-3. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
My listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only casino and sportsbook app I recommend. You can play all your favorite casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports. College football future bets. Bet right now who wins it all. A $25 wager on Michigan pays $40 if they win it all. A $25 wager on Alabama pays $50 if they win it all. A $25 wager on Texas pays $75 if they win it all. And a $25 wager on Washington pays $175 if they win it all. Got pro football, too. Detroit is the 3-point favorite on the road at Chicago. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino app right now, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips as well. Like I said, you can bet on college, pro, or play casino games in your pocket. It goes wherever you go. The casino in the state of Michigan, wherever you go in the state of Michigan, you can play those games, make those bets. Have fun, get in on all the action, play with a live dealer on your phone, enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Great offers for new users right now. You download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app, and you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Just a reminder, you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. I use it just about every day, honestly. Go ahead and get the Odyssey app. You can listen to the show and the station anywhere in the United States or Canada, and apparently the North Pole as well. We heard Mrs. Claus listens to the show. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan and the Birchie Kid put up great content. Also streaming with video, twitch.tv, where you can watch the show and participate in the streaming chat. We try and participate as well. We read some of what you put out there. Not all of it, because some of the stuff that gets up there is wildly inappropriate. Also, you can watch on YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Chris is next on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Doug. How you doing? Chris from Las Vegas. Man, been here 4 years, and I listen to you guys every day. You're part of my routine. I love the show, so thank you.
Yes.
Talking about the shirts that got outdated, I got a Michigan shirt for the Big House a couple of, how many years ago, but it literally was about a month or two later where it was about the seating capacity. It said the number on the shirt, and they changed it within like a month or two. So the shirt was already outdated in that amount of time because it literally went up like thousands in seating. So I put a piece of tape over it and wrote the new number in,
That's funny. So you bought a Big House shirt that says like capacity 101,701, and months later it went up to 114,000.
I got it as a gift, and now I'm thinking the dude was my size. Maybe he knew that was happening. Maybe it was his shirt, So,
that's funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's great.
I appreciate it, brother.
And thank you for calling, and thank you for listening out there in Vegas. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Doing good.
Hey, my shirts were actually 2 in 1. I had a T-shirt David Price jersey from Tampa and Austin Jackson authentic jersey for the Tigers. 1 trade, 2 shirts, both gone.
That's unbelievable.
You got one of your shirts traded for another one?
No, I thought about cutting the price off the back and putting it on the Tigers jersey, but I never did that.
Classic.
I just got rid of them.
That's really funny. Really funny. That's got to be a rarity.
Yeah, I loved him in Tampa.
That's really funny. We're talking about this because, look, we had a caller call and say there were a ton of Patrick Kane jerseys at the game last night. We're like, I mean, that's cool. And you can do whatever it's aggressive, though. You can do whatever you want, but it's aggressive. A, let's hope he can stay healthy. B, he's only guaranteed to be here like 4 months. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. David is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, Doug. Hi, King. How you doing?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Hey, I originally was calling about Jameson Williams, but if you mind, let me make a real quick comment on the defense. We've really made a significant, stab at trying to bolster that defense through the draft the last couple of years. If you look at all the draft picks that we have, I know people talk about how, our offense needed help, and we did a lot of really good things on offense. But when you talk about Hutch and Campbell and Branch and Martin, Paschal and Joseph and Mitchell in 2022. I mean, you can go back, Okuda, it didn't work out, but we really have invested. I think we're just waiting for those guys to mature and really contribute. But I don't think we're too far. And real quick on Jameson Williams, you get enough calls about the touches, but I think you're right. I think Johnson's given the ball when he deserves it, but he's playing. He's involved in every play with the threat that he is out there. I mean, St. Brown, Laporta, they're all getting open a little bit more when he's out there. He probably not satisfied being a decoy this far into his career, but he's making he's involved in every play, whether he gets the ball or not.
So, I mean, the point originally came from Kang. I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Our producer said the fact that he is out there enthusiastically blocking when he's not touching the football speaks a little bit to his football character. This guy has embraced whatever they asked him to do, does it enthusiastically, it appears, and does it well. And that's the non-glamorous part of that position that you have to be able to do. And there's multiple examples, and everybody has cited it, how you can find Jameson Williams down the field blocking for his teammates. And that's not diva-like behavior. Like the wide receiver diva stuff we all know about, we all see. And he doesn't, David, that's not what he does. And that, his football professionalism was called into question early in his career. And obviously the guy got suspended, and that's, suboptimal. But the bottom line is then he goes out in the football field and does all the things that you would want your young investment to do. And it's a real 100%. Credit to him. It's a real credit to him. And it wasn't my point. It was Kang's point, but it was a good one, Kang.
No, thank you. And it's because he's always engaged, which is a big thing. You don't want receivers or players in general to lose focus of, what's going on, whether you get the ball or not. And he's out there celebrating with his teammates when they're scoring. And I'm sure he wants the ball more, but he continues to do the other things. And Campbell said it. He's one of us now. He's one of the guys. He's one of the pride, right?
Yep.
So whether he is blocking or whether he's running a clear-out route to get other guys open, he will get his touches. And I think, just because Ben Johnson is really good at what he does, and it's going to absolutely suck when they lose him at the end of the year because they're going to, doesn't mean he doesn't make mistakes every now and then. And what I mean by that is he'll say, like, hey, they don't notice necessarily who hasn't gotten touches, who has gotten touches, because his job is to call plays that will get first downs and points, right? So maybe he's not necessarily looking like, oh, J-Mo only has one touch or Laporta only has this many touches. He's trying to call plays that will work. And whoever that is for, they're going to, they got to take that opportunity when they get it.
So the soundbite that we played for people who missed it was, earlier in the show, it was Ben Johnson talking about criticism of Jahmyr Gibbs' sort of lack of touches last week. And we were like, wow, that's funny, because when we did Kang's minor nitpick from, I think it was Tuesday's show, you had a minor nitpick about the Lions. A lot of people, their answer was, my minor nitpick is Jahmyr Gibbs' lack of touches. So Ben Johnson said, we notice at halftime and pay attention to things at halftime. But other than that, we're trying to call plays that'll work. And that's it. That's simply it. And so if that means at the end of the day, somebody doesn't have as many touches and get as many opportunities, well, guess what? The next week it's going to be somebody else, and that's rich people problems. Lions got a lot of weapons on offense they're trying to utilize. 248-539-9797. We go to George next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, George.
Hi, Doug. Hi, King. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Hey, just was going to talk jerseys. I've been a season ticket holder for the Red Wings since '86, so I've been to a lot of games.
Yeah.
And so every time we go, my wife knows, I go, I'm going to make sure I find one person with the opposing team's jersey. And I think the only time that failed was a Florida Panthers game I went to. I saw nobody that day with a Florida Panthers jersey.
Interesting.
But but last night I did see Kane jerseys. I only saw one that was a Red Wing Kane jersey, but I did see several that were Kane jerseys from Chicago, which I would expect. And but considering jerseys, so we have Ontario right next to us, and they put more players in the NHL than I think probably all of the U.S. combined and all the other provinces. But they're very passionate, about hockey. Obviously, like Drew Doughty's from London, so you'll always see all these different teams and their names on the back. But often the names are associated not with with that player, because they watch them grow up playing hockey over in Ontario and everything, right? So it's just kind of cool to see. And I'm not sure if that's just unique to Detroit, but I think it might be just because we border.
Well, proximity,
Ontario.
sure. I would imagine it happens in Toronto as well, maybe Buffalo. But yeah, you're right. That's an interesting question. Has Ontario produced more NHL players than the United States? We'll put the research department on it.
Kenny, get on that.
Kenny, go. 3-2-1, go. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Doug, how's the swelling?
It's down.
Okay, good. Hey, you gotta feel great, Doug. I mean, I've been listening to you since your TKA days, but boy, you listen to the journey, you listen to a lot of the replays of the games, and it's your voice. You're the de facto voice of Michigan football for key plays nationally. So I'm sure you're very pleased with the trajectory of your career, and couldn't be happier for you.
Kevin, thank you. I had two funny stories about that. One was driving back from Columbus last year and listening to ESPN radio, and they played a highlight from the game, and I'm driving back, and I listen, and it's me. And I'm like, wow, this is kind of cool. Donovan Edwards, they're not going to catch him, John. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, which was an homage to you and they come out and they say, Doug Brandstatter on the Michigan Radio Network, and I burst out laughing.
Well, that's not such a bad mistake. Jim's written a new book, and it's actually pretty damn good. I'm sure you've got your hands on that.
Yes.
It's classic.
Yep.
But I was at the game last night too, and with regards to the sweaters, it's amazing. You see the Probert jerseys, you see the Howe jerseys, but I was on the second level and just looking around. I mean, it was just a sea of red. It's you're right. I think the intensity of a hockey fan is different than that of the other four major sports. But I think hockey has definitely got the attention of this town. But it's just unfortunate. We beat the Bruins twice, but we lose to the Sharks. And we had some things go against us. Kane had some great opportunities. But, I think the enthusiasm will continue. And I think we got a good coaching staff. And Steve, we trust, and I'm just along for the ride. So
It's a blast, Kevin. I think it was perfectly summed up early in the show when Kang said there were texts coming in saying Detroit is bitching about the blue line. We're back, baby, and it feels good to have a hockey team that's relevant and has got a chance. Thank you for the call, and thank you for the kind words. More of your phone calls coming up. Hey, I'm going to pick some games today at 1:40. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of stuff on the table today. One of my favorite topics is Gator texting us last night during the game, swearing. He wasn't exaggerating, but 70% of the people at the Wings game were wearing the actual sweater of the Red Wings. And then we started talking about people wearing Patrick Kane jerseys. How it's an aggressive move. The shelf life is 4 months on that we're guaranteed. Of course, it might be shorter than that because hope he stays healthy.
Can they trade him?
I don't think so.
No?
It's a $250 investment. But some people have warned him. A lot of Lion calls coming in as well. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jeremy next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. I was just calling actually to comment on the Michigan thing. So Michigan is number one in the nation, and I honestly love that people are betting on Alabama because, we're the Michigan versus everybody, and just keep talking, keep betting, and for Michigan, just go out and prove you guys, prove yourselves and see what can happen. Win a natty.
So the thing about it is, Jeremy, you can spin anything into motivation. I got a real kick out of last year when one of the Bama players, not the Bama players, one of the Georgia players was on the field after the national championship game, and he made the comment of, people picked us to lose 6 games. And I'm thinking to myself, nobody picked you to lose 6 games. Where the hell did you get this information? And I'm sure Kirby Smart, probably if or somebody on the staff found somebody on Twitter, Roll Tide 148 that said Georgia's going to go 6-6 and cut that out and blew it up and put it on a poster in their locker room. And it worked for that kid. It motivated that kid. Yeah. So here's Michigan, a 1.5-point favorite. And what do we say? 75% of the money is 75% of the bets and 80-something% of the money is on Alabama, and Michigan's still favored. You take these facts and you use them however you can. And why wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, agreed. And I think, I just keep going and use it to fuel yourself. But I also wanted to comment on the jersey thing. So, like about a year and a half ago, or actually it might have been a little bit longer, I'm not sure now, but Yzerman made the deal to get Alex Nedeljkovic, and I thought that was a brilliant move. And I was like, how in the world did he get him? A Calder Cup finalist, and it was great. But then, so I wanted to see how it played out. It seemed really good. So me and my brother went in on some jerseys for Christmas. I ended up getting the Alex Nedeljkovic jersey, and he got a Sergei Fedorov jersey. And so obviously he won that deal a little bit better than I did. But, as soon as I got the jersey, he ended up playing in Grand Rapids for a little bit, didn't look really good. Came up for a little bit, and then now he's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, any jersey's a risk at any given time, but we're discussing which ones did you buy, and quickly that jersey expired. 248-539-9797. Willie is next here on 97.1. Hi, Willie.
Hey, fellas. Thank you for my call.
Sure.
Real quick, I had a Jerry Stackhouse jersey, and he ended up getting traded for Richard Hamilton, which worked out well for us.
Yeah. I mean, to say the least. It was the beginning of, was it Stack and Eric Montross? Did they get traded together?
Yeah, I think so. It was Eric Montross and Stackhouse went. We got Richard Hamilton back.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Yep. And speaking of the Pistons, you guys, I'm originally calling about Dan Campbell. So I know we looking at Jared Goff and we looking at J-Mo and all the players, but fellas, I'm going to sound crazy. I really think the Lions can get to the Super Bowl and win it. And I'm going to tell you, this 2024 Lions team remind me of that 04 Pistons team, because us locally, the fans, the national media, what did we say about that Pistons team back then? They weren't going to beat the Lakers because they had Karl Malone and Gary Payton. Mm-hmm. We weren't going to beat Indiana because of Reggie Miller and Jermaine O'Neal. New Jersey was smacking us around at the time with Jason Kidd and Kenyon Martin and Richard Jefferson. They was doing alley-oops all over the place against the Pistons. So we couldn't beat them, and we couldn't beat San Antonio. They had a good team that year. So remember, even when we got Rasheed Wallace, in that trade, it was, the Pistons, they'll get to the second round of the playoffs, but then New Jersey knock them out. So we heard all of that whole season. Now, let's think to why the Pistons won that championship. Who was the main cause? It was Larry Brown. Larry Brown came in with all the naysayers. Okay, his first year with the Pistons with castaways. Remember, we called them castaways. We said Rasheed Wallace, came from the Portland Trailblazer jailbird thing, and Richard Hamilton's what he was. Chauncey was pushed around, and Tayshaun was just a rookie. We went through all of that with them in that 04 team, and they won a championship. I'm looking at the Lions in the same situation. Philly's supposed to be better than us. The 49ers are better than us. The Cowboys are better than us. We can't beat Lamar. We beat Mahomes, but, blah, blah, blah. Dan Campbell, I'm not saying he's Larry Brown, fellas, so I'm not saying that, but you have a good enough coaching staff, okay? You had a good enough coaching staff. But seriously, fellas, if we think Ben Johnson the way he is, we don't think Ben Johnson is not better than none of the other offensive coordinators in the 49ers and Eagles. We don't think he's better than them. We're not confident in that.
Shanahan's a great play caller. But, yeah, Philly's been there, done that, having made a run to the Super Bowl. He might be, but I won't say definitively that Ben Johnson is better than those guys. Those guys are Sirianni offensive whiz, Shanahan offensive whiz. That's how they got to where they are. So yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that I know that Ben Johnson's better. I hope so. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kyle. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, Dougie Brandstetter. How are you?
Doing good.
Oh man, who did the research in that department?
I had a good laugh about it.
Well, I'm sure you did, but that'll go down in infamy in Michigan football history. Speaking of Michigan football history, my Jersey story is kind of the opposite because I benefited. My friend was a huge Terrell Owens fan, and when he went to Philly, he bought a Terrell Owens jersey. And then after they had lost the Super Bowl to the Patriots, he took it off, he threw it on the ground, and I was like, man, that's still like a nice jersey. I'm not a Philly fan. I'm probably not going to wear it, but I picked it up. I put it in my closet. And then a few years later, your co-host, Jason Avant, went to Philly from Michigan. So I took the Owens off the back and put Avant on the back. Hilarious. So I was still wearing a Michigan jersey.
So
and I still have it. I still have it.
Same number?
81, yep.
That's
great. He wore the same number in Philly, and I remember picking that thing up, and I remember because I had season tickets with my dad to Michigan. So, I'm a big Michigan guy, and I remember him going to Philly, and I saw him wearing 81, and I was like, wait a minute, I have that jersey.
Hilarious.
So I went to my local sports shop. I mean, the font wasn't perfect, but it still says Avant on the back of my buddy's old Terrell Owens jersey.
I have to ask Jason about that if he knows anybody else who did that and did. I'm sure he knew he was wearing Owens' old jersey number. Was it 81?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 81. I'm pretty sure he went he came after. I believe Owens went to Dallas after Philly. I believe Jason came in the next year as a rookie wearing number 81. So I still have my. I'm a Detroit fan. I'm not a Philly fan, but I'm a Michigan fan. So I'll always have my Jason Avant jersey.
I'll ask him. He knew he had T.O.'s old number. Okay, just real quick. Pajama Graham Reed is coming up, but first, let's pick some games. All right, I'm 35-33-1, lock 7-5. Only got 3 pro games to pick this week. I'll start with a game that I love all 3 of the picks this week. It was hard to choose the Car House lock. I'll start with Kansas City at home. They are laying a 1.5 playing host to Buffalo. I love Kansas City in a bounce back situation in their own gym. I'll take Kansas City to cover the 1.5. Houston goes to the Jets, which are a complete and total mess. And Zach Wilson's back at quarterback. I'll take Houston minus 3.5 in New York against the Jets, and that's my Car House lock of the week. And finally, the Raiders are playing host to Minnesota, and the Raiders are getting 3. I will take the Vegas Raiders at home plus the 3. Kang, I don't know if you love or hate. Do you love one of these and hate one of these?
Do you hate Army versus Navy? There's a college game.
I know. I was thinking about it, but I don't have a strong feeling one way or another, so I'm not going to blow smoke up anybody's channel and waste their time and pick that game.
All right, well, since I have to pick one I love and pick one I hate, I love the KC pick to bounce back 1.5 against the Bills. Something's going on with the Bills over there. I don't know if McDermott will survive this season. The game I hate is your Car House lock of the week. Zach Wilson is back, and that's not why I like the Jets. I just like the Jets' defense to maybe confuse the rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud. He's obviously had a great year, but this is the NFL. Things change quickly. I think the Jets' defense confused him. I'll take the 3.5 points.
There it is. If I bet it, take it for what it's worth. Hey, guys, are you ready to hit a home run with the best Christmas gift for your special lady? Then listen up. Pajamagram's famous naturally new pajamas will make you a holiday hero. Heard me talk about this, and let me tell you, the product is so good, they sell out every year. You know why? Because naturally new pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. The pajamas are so soft and silky, and even better than lingerie, with a curved, caressing fit. Here's the good news. When you order naturally new pajamas today, you will get a free naturally nude nightie for your lady. That's a $75 savings on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. But you better order now before they sell out. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win. So why not win this Christmas with a gift your lady is sure to love? Order today at pajamagram.com. That's naturally new pajamas at pajamagram.com. Don't forget to tell them Doug Karsh at 97 when the ticket sent you. Pajamagram.com. Feedback coming into the Karsh and Anderson inbox. Nate writes in, I got a Jordan Tutu Winter Classic jersey. Short-lived, but I still love it.
At least it's a special jersey, right?
It is. Jordan Tutu played 11 games with the Red Wings that year. That's pretty funny. That was the 2013-14 season. He played 11 games, and he got a Tutu jersey from that year. People buying Patrick Kane jerseys are like me in the stock market. Buy high, sell low. That's from an unnamed texter. Hey, guys, I was there yesterday. I swear I saw at least 10 Kane Red Wing sweaters and 5 to 7 Blackhawks or Team USA jerseys. That's from Thomas at Work. Look, it's an aggressive buy.
That's got to be different. The Blackhawks one, and I say that because you remember this more than I do. When the Red Wings got Chris Chelios, okay?
Yep.
And there was a lot of talk, of course, because he was a Blackhawk. People hated him. How many Chris Chelios Blackhawk jerseys do you think you saw in his first Red Wing game?
Seeing any,
right?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing any. My wife bought me a Tyler Bertuzzi jersey for Christmas, and he was gone at the trade deadline, and now he plays for one of my most hated teams. It's from Ricky in Hazel Park. William in Birmingham. I bought an Amir Abdullah Lions jersey after the draft. I still wear it to every game. Which sport do you think has the most fans with jerseys of players not on the team? Like, it's just the team. Like, it's like he did. He goes to Lions games and he wears an Amir Abdullah. Which one do you think has the most of that? I would imagine the Lions percentage is pretty high because I bet there's a lot of Barry Sanders jerseys. And I bet there's a lot of Calvin Johnson jerseys. And I bet there's a lot of number 9s.
No, okay. Forget the Barry and Calvin doesn't count because they're all-time Lions. They never played for anybody else. I'm talking the guys that went to other teams.
It's probably the Red Wings. I don't know. I mean, because there's a lot of...
I think Tigers are up there.
It probably it requires some research. Kenny?
Yeah, where's the other Ontario fact we're supposed to get?
Right. Only Tiger jersey I ever owned. This is an unnamed texter. Only Tiger jersey I ever known, Zimmerman. And that was the last night. And that was the last... My friends won't let me put a current player jersey on since I'm the curse. Matt Livonia said I had a Gordie Howe Vipers jersey. Years ago at Comerica Park, my buddy wanted a jersey. He asked how long did I think Juan Encarnacion would be on the team. I told him he was a good young player and would be in Detroit for years. My buddy bought the jersey and the Tigers traded Juan 3 days later. That's from Jeff and Frankenmuth.
He's an up-and-comer.
Yeah. Doug, I got a Drew Bledsoe jersey the season he got injured and Tom Brady replaced him. That's from Brett and Clausen. Len in Rochester Hills. My brother bought a Brennan Bosch jersey. He gave it to Goodwill later that spring. Well, you know what you can always find? If you just want a jersey, guys do get moved and jerseys go on clearance. I was in the Tiger shop this summer, and I remember seeing some clearance jerseys. Once somebody leaves the team, those things get dramatically marked down. All right, so Lions and Bears coming up on Sunday. Just want to give you my take on the game. Given the weather and the way that the Bears defense stacks up against the Lions, I actually think the Lions defense bounces back a little bit. I like the Lions to win this game, but I think it's going to be relatively low scoring. I like a 17-14 style game, 20-17 kind of game. And I know that people kind of scoff at the idea of the Lions defense holding anybody to that kind of point total. I do think they bounce back a little bit. And I think Justin Fields is going to get his yards rather. But at the end of the day, I just think this is a game that the Lions tough out. I think they're a team that's found a way to win more often than not. But I think it's going to be a tough one on the road in the conditions. So I'll take the Lions in a bit of a low-scoring affair to win a close game against Chicago. And I would love to say that they would be in first place, the top-seeded position in the NFC. I can't do it. I can't pick Seattle to go to San Francisco and win. Do I think Seattle can make them work for it? Do I think it could be a close game? Yes. Do I think I'm going to watch it with a ton of interest? Yes. Can I pick them to win the game? I can't. But one thing that's great about being a team near the top is that if the Lions win the early game against Chicago, we got a 4:05 Seattle at San Francisco game and an 8 o'clock Philly at Dallas game. If the Lions win those two games, you almost feel like you're watching your own team because there's so much, you're so vested. Kang, you are a red zone guy, but I mean, if we do get, I don't even know if we get, our 4:00 game would be Seattle at San Francisco. I better look that up. But
would I switch to it?
Would you switch to that game exclusively?
Probably not.
Really?
Yeah. But there's more chance I would than normally. Like normally I wouldn't even think about it, but this I would think about it now.
Like if this game's close, you could
yeah.
actually get yourself off the red zone.
But the red zone's so good, especially when there's less games of going to all the action.
I don't do great with red zone. I want to lock in with one game and just focus on one game.
I get it.
Yeah. But Lions Bears coming up on Sunday.
I need to be stimulated, Doug.
Yes.
I'm young.
Yeah.
Stimulate me. I need all the devices. I need my iPad. I need my phone. I need it all. Give me the red zone.
No
give me
attention span
games
left whatsoever.
What's going on in Cricket League?
Cricket League.
Fantasy Cricket. Costa's into it.
We welcome in Jim Costa.
What's going on, guys?
How we
I
doing?
walk in and I hear, stimulate me.
Yeah.
You guys having fun today, huh?
We are. It's Friday. Good. Usually we get fired up Gator on a Friday, but he's out, so we have to do with
the best you can.
Highly caffeinated Ken. That's what we're going with. What do you got planned coming up next?
We are going to talk about the Lions. Jared Goff, how much pressure on him the next 5/6 games, knowing there's no Aleem McNeil. More offense is going to be needed. Some outdoor environments, including this week.
Mm-hmm. Now, is this as it pertains to this season or pertains to the contract? Or
yes,
both?
yes.
Okay.
I mean, the contract, I think, is the real stakes of it all, right? Is if he plays well the next 6 weeks, including a playoff game, you're ready to do it.
Yep.
If he doesn't, now what?
Yeah, I mean, they'll have some tough decisions to make. You hope that he makes it easy on them.
Yep.
But you're right. Nothing is a given at this point.
And then the other thing we're going to do is, I feel bad. Poor Rico. He said, I'm going to give love a chance. I'm going to give hockey a chance. And he watched the Red Wings last night.
Oh, wait a sec. Was he not entertained?
I'll let him speak for himself. But,
Okay.
He's
All right.
sold some bill of goods from some members of the show, and that wasn't the case.
Are we talking about Kenny?
Doug, an unnamed member.
Okay, fair enough. I will tell you that because it's an early December game, the result, while disappointing, I was like, that was wild. Did you hear the stat of the day for the morning show?
No.
First team to ever enter a period tied, take a 4-goal lead in that period, and leave the period tied. First team in the history of the NHL.
Now, they've been playing hockey for a few years, Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told this was guaranteed victory.
Well, that was a bit aggressive on somebody's part, but
It wasn't even Kenny. Wasn't even Kenny.
Really?
No.
Patrick Kane didn't look out of place.
Hit the post. He looked good.
Yep. I'll take it. All right. Anything else?
Who said it? Bunch of other stuff. There's one thing. I'll talk to you about it off air. We'll mix it in the 4:00 hour. It's an NIL idea for college football. I would love to get your response on.
Okay. Well, and you'll have it for the people in the 4:00 hour?
4:00 hour.
I know Doug. I know exactly what he's going to say.
He's going to hate it.
Probably. Have a great show.
And then tell you to get off his lawn.
Stay safe, everybody.
Respectfully.
And treat each other. Get off my lawn. With all respect due. Have a great weekend. We leave you with the Gator Rant.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. Walk in anytime and get your hair game ready. It's wicked awesome. The Pistons have another chance to snap their team record 18-game losing streak in Orlando tonight to take on the Magic. The NBA's longest ever losing streak is 28 games, set by the Sixers. Meantime, this young Magic squad sits at third in the East. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Red Wings will not take the ice again until tomorrow night. They play the Senators at Little Caesars Arena. Even after last night's loss to the Sharks, Detroit has still won 6 of 8 games overall. We'll get one final look today at the Lions injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow has not practiced this week, and he's unlikely to play in Chicago. Alex Anzalone, though, has been a full participant all week long. Detroit, 3-point favorites. And a yearly tradition in college football happens tomorrow. It's the Army-Navy game being played this year in Foxborough. The Heisman Trophy winner also being announced tomorrow night. LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels is the heavy favorite. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Something like that. Football Friday, 97.1. Jim Costa in for Mike today. Musical chairs at the end of the week. Rico back.
I'm back.
And I feel like I already owe you an apology, and we're minutes into the show.
You do. But why do you owe me an apology?
That makes me think there's multiple things I owe an apology for. I'm sorry about the hockey last night. You gave Love a chance.
God, I did, man. I mean, I'm listening to the show. I'm out running errands. You guys are all hyped up. You know, Kane, it's going to be his Red Wing debut. Yes. Okay. Kenny's excited, but Kenny's always excited about the Wings. Listen, you and Mike, this can't happen. Yeah, you're guaranteed to win this game. Okay. Let's see what happens. I'm all excited. It's the Sharks. Kenny's told me about the Sharks. They're not very good. All right. And you know what? I turned it on and was like, this is good. I like this.
This is fun.
I like this. Kenny, my brother from another mother, even scored. I was like, yes.
Yeah, he got an assist. That's
all
right.
Well, I'll see you, Lucas. All right, yeah. So then.
Then what happened?
No. 4-0. Let's give David a turn. Spin the wheel. Okay, Steelers are on. Wow.
He's throwing a flag.
Leave them.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Wow. They look like vintage New England. Like, what is going on here? Like, Pittsburgh, are you trying to lose? Like, Bailey Zappi is scorching you in the first set. You know it's bad when they're announcing, well, for those of you who know what this means, they've already got 30 points in the first half. Wink, wink, if you know what I mean. Okay. Wow, this is bad. Let's flip back. What? It's 4-4. What happened? What happened, Kenny? Oh, I go back. Shorthanded goals?
Mistakes for me.
I mean, I'm not a hockey nista, but that means you actually had more men on the ice than they did, right?
That is correct, Rico.
I just want to make sure.
No, you got it. You got the gist of it.
Okay. Just making sure. So, yeah, back and forth between those two guys. I felt like I needed to do a wellness check on both of these guys. Because, David, your team, Mitchell Trubisky is not the answer. The fans knew that. But your coach calling a timeout just to say, yeah, I think I will go for it. Like, okay, everybody in the world knew you were going for it. You need to waste your timeout? Kenny? Sharks?
I mean,
really?
I can't believe you did this to us, Kenny. We were expecting great things last night. It's your fault.
You promised a victory.
To be fair, the Sharks kind of started their year the way the Pistons are playing now. Like, can they win? Are they capable of winning a hockey game? So I thought it was an easy win. They were like plus like 250 on FanDuel. They should have won that game. I'm not happy about it.
You know whose fault it is? It's my fault. Kenny, I'll own this.
I'll blame you for that. You know what? You know why it's your fault?
Because for people who don't realize, go ahead.
Is because you put down an emotional hedge on the Sharks. You bet the Sharks plus like 250 or something like that. Just in case the Red Wings lost, you would at least profit from it. From the tears of Red Wings fans.
Oh.
So this is on you.
Slow down. Let me explain myself. That's not why I was apologizing. It's my fault.
I told you it's more than one thing.
It's my fault because I wanted to start the show today telling everybody the best team in the city is our Red Wings. I said, all they got to do is beat a bad Sharks team, and we can open Friday's show saying the best team in our city wears skates. Kenny's Red Wings, my Red Wings, our Red Wings are the best team in the city. But I can't make that argument after that. After you blow a 4-0 lead, and then a separate third period lead, and then lose in overtime, 3 different chances just to hang on, and they lose to, as Kenny puts it, a bad hockey team. So instead of coming in and proclaiming that the Red Wings are the best team in the city, I instead have to ask the question, as the Red Wings and the Lions look at each other like the Spider-Man meme, offense with questionable defense, I no longer think it's an obvious answer, and I wanted to ask people, who do you trust more, the Red Wings
God, that was stupid.
or the Lions? What's stupid? What'd you do?
I was eating pepperoncinis and just rubbed my eye.
And to make matters worse, he hurts himself by mistake.
I was like, is my opinion that bad? The man's like burning up over here.
No. I'm good.
It was just one game, Rico. The Red Wings will bounce back, man. Don't worry about it.
His eyes are watering.
The team made me cry. You know that moment. What was that?
Costa from yesterday yelling about
it was Monty Williams.
Monty Williams.
Oh, yeah, well. Yeah, that moment when you realize, oh, dear God, I just did something stupid. Like, think the Wings were going to win when they were up 4-0. You know, the other thing is, I heard it in the update. Am I a bad person? I want the Pistons to own this losing streak.
Oh, yeah. No, we
I know you guys talked about it. I didn't realize it's obtainable. I didn't realize that before the year ends, they could own the longest losing streak in NBA history. I want this. I think we need this. Don't shortchange me now. Don't start winning now. Go ahead. Just go 0 for November, go 0 for December. Maybe, just maybe, you'll get some changes.
We're all on the same page. It's a united front.
Because, I mean, at this point, maybe your owner comes in, he gives a damn and shows that, hey, I'm angry. We got to do something.
You got to rub their nose in it. It has to be undeniable. I think it's already reached that point, but evidently change hasn't happened. Ownership doesn't feel that way.
No. But at least for the Wings were entertaining. They was fun.
Yeah.
It's early on. I was a little disappointed because I thought, okay, you got this. This was fun. Let me see what's going on the Thursday night football game.
Rico, we were going to roll out the red carpet today, anoint them the best team in the city, and instead I'm left to say, Wings are the Lions, Lions are the Wings. You are one another. This is staring in a mirror. Would you agree with that these two teams are the same at this point?
They are.
They're both playoff teams.
No, they are.
No one's complaining. They're both playoff teams, but they clearly have issues stopping the other team from scoring.
And I was about to say, for the Lions, your defensive line. But I've been preaching that for the longest, back when people told me he's just a nose tackle who doesn't do anything. For the Wings, Kenny?
I think
I was going to say, to me, at some point, at the trade deadline, you got to get a goaltender.
We have a goaltender, I think, in Alex Lyon. I think the bigger issue is their defense, which I think makes them more like the Spider-Man meme than you guys, because they both try to outscore their problems. They both don't play great defense, and that's the strategy to win. That's the Wings, too. They're no different. They need defensive help.
They're both led by a guy that people argue, are they good enough? Is Dylan Larkin a number one center? Is Jared Goff a franchise quarterback? I mean, these two teams are incredibly similar. Now, TJ Lang's going to join us at 3. He's known to end up at a Red Wing game or two. We can get his thoughts, plus a deeper convo on Jared Goff, because I do think there's a stretch coming up here. You're going to learn a whole lot about your quarterback. But I thought it'd be an interesting way to start. The Wings
They're
and
a
the
playoff
Lions.
team, but at least for hockey, if you get the hot goalie, you could go far and win a cup. In the NFL, if you're bad on defense, you don't luck your way to the Super Bowl. At some point, you got to make a stop.
But Kenny would help me on this. Like when you get to the playoffs in hockey, it does become about 2-1 and 3-2 and low-scoring defensive games.
Right. So I know what they get. Oh, he's on the phone.
Yeah, he's working his. Yeah.
Right, but you get the hot goalie. And you've seen it before where that guy just starts standing on his head, just stops everything, and you win. You know, all the cliches happen. The puck luck, everything happens for you. And the next thing you know, you knocked off the President's Cup winner, and you've done all of this, and here you are, in the Stanley Cup final. For the NFL, you can't do that. For the NFL, you got to go on the road. You got to make some stops. And if you don't have a defense, eventually it shows up. Now, the Super Bowl can be all offensive, who scores the most points, but there will be one game in the playoffs. You got to make that stop. You got to do something. And the Lions, I don't think have that defensive line. I feel a little better that Anzalone is back practicing, but that defensive line,
So is it still the Wings? Can I still do the topic, even kind of backing into it after a loss last night, that the Wings are the best team in the city?
It's the Pistons.
Okay.
David, do you know what would happen December 30th?
December 30th? I don't know. They're probably losing another game.
That could be lost 29 in a row.
Promise?
That could be. If that could be lost number 20 before the new year starts, you could own the record.
I'm going to the game.
You could own the record. It's here. Toronto.
Hot ticket. It's the point we've reached. I would like to focus on the good teams we have in our city, the Red Wings and the Lions. You tell me who the best of Detroit is. It's 97-1.
All right. Well, Hamilton Chevrolet. You heard me talk about them all the time, and I'm telling you right here, right now, Hamilton Chevrolet wants to be your Chevy dealer. Why? Because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to give you every discount, every incentive, and every rebate. It's going to save you some money. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they're gigantic Detroit sports fans, especially Wolverine fans like you, Cookie. They love their sports, and they're going to love you, and you're going to love their cars that they're going to get you in, including the new December Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT, $309 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive out with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me correct. A Chevy Blazer LT for $309 a month for 24 months. Could make a great Christmas gift. I'm just saying, you know what I say. The best deals I found at 14 Mile and Mile. You stop in there, you tell them Rico sent you, and you drive away in your Chevy Blazer LT or any one of the other fabulous cars they have on the lot. As a matter of fact, you can check out their inventory at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, as we get set for the weekend, we got two teams in our city in the playoffs. Lions and Red Wings. My question is, who's the best team in the city right now? And I think they are very similar. Both can really score. Sometimes they got to outscore their problems. The Red Wings, number one offense in the Eastern Conference. Problem is, needed a stop. Needed a save from Husso last night. Ended up losing to the Sharks.
I like how Kenny put it, all gas, no brakes.
All gas, no brakes. And the Lions, you could argue the same, and they're going to have to be that moving forward. No Aleem McNeil. You're playing a team in Chicago that's won the battle in the trenches in the first meeting.
I would argue the Lions, the better team of the two.
Okay.
Best team overall in Detroit. Wings close second. Reason why, because Detroit is closer to the finish line. So they're almost there. The Wings still have some season to go.
Yeah, more than half a year.
For the Lions, your three is the magic number. Whether you win 3 or a combination of Vikings and Packers losing and you winning games, you're very close to winning the division, something you have not done in a very long time. You win the division, you get a home playoff game. Haven't had that since the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say as of now, I would give it to the Lions because they've done it longer. They're almost there, able to take an epic collapse for them not to be the best team.
But think about how they're being run. The Red Wings this offseason gave up a first-round pick to get a first-line scorer. The Red Wings added Patrick Kane. Can we ask what Brad Holmes added at the trade deadline? Yzerman still has a chance to add even more this season. So part of having more season left, I don't think is a knock on the Red Wings.
They got Bruce Irvin.
Right.
He knocked the quarterback out the game.
He did. Game changer.
Yeah.
The Red Wings have already beaten the Bruins twice. They're the best offense in an entire conference. Do you think the Lions are the best offense in the NFC? I think they're good.
Couldn't you comp the Bruins win to the Chiefs win? I mean,
you could.
They even have similar types of wins, this Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, I mean, their offense, they're going to have to outscore people. So they have a potent offense. I can't sit here and act like the defense is the problem. The turnovers are the problem. The third quarter are problems. But the offense can score points. You saw what they did against the Saints. It was... Kenny, this is the meme because they went out there and before you could blink, it was 21-0. Mm-hmm. Ball game, right?
Just like the Wings. Before you know, it's 4-0.
Oh, you can take a little nap. Lions got this. You wake up and you're like, wait, huh? What? But offense, they can score. They have their problems, but they're close. They're there. Longer body of work for this season. Now, talk to me again in March, and I could be saying, you know what? I changed my mind. Through evidence, it is the Wings. Okay. But as of now,
you think it's still the Lions with the crown?
I'd have to give it to the Lions.
Okay, let's get to the people. Mike, you're next up. Mike, let's hear from you. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Jim and Rocco? No, I'm just kidding. I think here's the thing: the Red Wings, it would be say that it's easier to fix a defense in hockey than it is football. They can make one simple trade at the deadline for a decent defenseman and fix a lot of those problems. Couldn't they?
Well, same way the Lions could have, and they didn't. They chose not to.
But at least the Wings look like they're being aggressive, and they want to fix
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't know if one person would have made been the all and be all for the Lions though, because they got a lot more holes than just one player on that defense. Can we agree on that?
They do, but I would point out since Montez Sweat was added to the Bears, one player on a terrible defense. Since that point, week 9, top 5 in yards per game, yards per play. They have been a much better defense since adding just one lowly pass rusher.
Do you guys really think the Lions are basing off all their moves off of personality and fit? Because we're never going to get where we need to really be if that's the case. So I hope that we do make a questionable move at some point. The thing is, though, is I'm not bothered by what I see with the Wings. I think it's great. Like, they're competing. They have flaws, but they're still winning games. Or at least they lost last night, but they still got a point, which is big in hockey. So I'm not all that upset, but I do think they do need to clean that up. And it seems like when they get leads, they get kind of lazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, there's no better example than last night. It's the most immediate picture that's painted in your head. Drew, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Listen, it's definitely the Lions, but it's a close race. I know, like Rico said, they're close to the end, but I got to point out something that in the next 4 weeks, 5 weeks, this football team is going to be pushed to the brink. And I just hope those 3 letters don't start creeping into everybody's mind and they start getting spoke out loud.
Don't do it.
Because you know, Jared Goff is going to have to show us if he's willing to, if he is worthy of that extension in these next 4 games.
Call it 6 games. Throw a playoff game in there too.
Right. Well, the thing is if those 3 letters creep into this thing, they might, if they lose the first place spot and then get that road playoff game, I mean, all bets are off. I mean, that could happen. I mean, if you look at Green Bay's schedule and look at our schedule, that side by side, we could be in trouble.
Drew.
And here's the thing, Drew.
I'm not on that level of panic.
Before you get to that, it was the reason why earlier this season I said that the Lions were in turn to get that number 1 overall seed. Their schedule compared to the Eagles' schedule compared to the Niners' schedule was a piece of cake. They didn't take advantage of that. They're still in the playoff hunt.
9-3, I mean.
Right, but
maybe you wanted 10-2. They're still in a position. They win this week. Philly loses this week. San Francisco loses at some point. Doors open. I don't know. I'm not worried about this division at this point.
No.
You're not?
No. Should I be?
Woo, okay.
They got 3 games cushion, 5 weeks to go. You don't think they're going to win at least 1 against Minnesota? You don't think they're going to win the home game against Denver?
No.
I mean, there's a couple wins. Come on.
Here's the problem that I have with this. It's the mobile QBs. In the next 5 weeks, you're going to play 4 mobile QBs. They're not the greatest. They're not Jalen Hurts. But as Fields proved, just being okay causes havoc with that defense. So you got Fields. You got Russell Wilson, who, despite last week, they won 5 in a row.
Are you considering him still a mobile quarterback?
Mobile enough, David, that he can move the pocket. Mobile enough that he can scramble out and make a play. Now, he may throw a pick on that play like he did last week on the final play of the game. But he's not going to stand. He's not a pocket passer. He can move out and he can extend plays. And it's the third down that always worries me with this team, where first and second down is great, but on third down they lose containment. Quarterback sneaks out and either picks up the first down or hits a big play. And then after that, you got Dak Prescott in Dallas. And then, say what you want about Dobbs, you're going to have to play him twice. He ain't the greatest QB, but once again, he can use his legs when he has to.
Rico, 2-3 for the Lions gets him to 11 wins.
I said 3's the magic number.
That would mean, but 11 wins would require Green Bay to run the table. It would require
their schedule.
I'm just saying, guys, if the Lions are pedestrian, if all the bad comes, they're still 2-3 in that stretch, and they're at 11 wins.
Green Bay has 5 games, 4 with Big Ten West opponents and Michigan State. So that's how easy their schedule is. You got to hope that the NFL kicks in any given Sunday and they lose a game or 2. But you should win, but the Packers will apply pressure to this team and knowing you can't slip up, because chances are they're playing teams that really it's their best strategy to lose and tank games and get a better draft pick rather than actually win the game.
But have you seen this Lions team show an inability to handle adversity?
No,
they haven't won every single game, but I think for the most part they handle adversity.
It's not adversity that I worry about. I worry about the defense, and I worry about when they play mobile quarterback. They don't do well.
It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. Not always going to be pretty.
No. And if you can win every game like you did against the Chargers and like you did against the Saints, great, because a win's a win.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to be sweating these games out. I don't think they're going to be easy. They're not going to be like how they were earlier this year when it was double digits.
When it was Ritter and Bryce Young.
And it was like, oh, my God, the Lions are up by 20-some points. You're not going to have that. You're going to have it where your defense is going to have to make a stop, or on a key 3rd or 4th down play, the offense is going to have to go for it because they don't trust the defense.
Back to the people. Brandon, you're on 97.1.
Oh yeah, I was talking about the Red Wings and the Lions.
Yeah, go
man.
ahead.
So look, so yesterday I get in my car, turn on 97.1. First thing I hear is Kenny Cal say, "Oh, the Red Wings is up 4 goals." 2 seconds later, as soon as he said it, score again. I'm like, okay, that score is 4-1. 2 minutes later, score again. I'm like, oh man, what is going on with the Wings? Look, I pumped my gas. I got the radio on loud so I can hear it while I'm pumping gas. Next thing you know, another score. I'm like, oh, what? Oh my goodness, what is going on with the Red Wings? So I turned it off. I'm like, I don't even want to hear no more because something ain't right. Within less than 5 minutes, 3 goals.
Brandon, you felt like you was a jinx, didn't you?
Yeah, literally. As soon as I turned on 97.1, as soon as Kenny Cal said Red Wings are up 4 goals, I think they just did it. I think that the Sharks just did a goalie change at that moment because the Red Wings were smoking the first goalie, right? I think that's what happened.
Yeah, they swapped out the goalie. But yeah, Brandon, it was 7 goals in under 7 minutes between the two teams.
And to make it so bad, like Wings on a power play. Wait, and what just happened?
It's one thing to give up one shorthanded goal.
Right.
Shouldn't happen. The same power play, same shorthanded opportunity, and they bury it again. Again and again and again, and it's a 4-4 hockey game. Brandon, unbelievable.
So, my Lions thing. Look, what do the Philadelphia Eagles and the Lions have in common? They both score. They both average, teams averaging at least 23 points this season versus both of them. If you look up the stat, we gonna be in shootouts for the rest of the year. It is what it is. I'm only saying that because the Eagles' defense is not as good as it was last year. Every team has flaws. Nobody is complete. The most complete team in the NFC is definitely the 49ers. Every other team has flaws too. And I think all we gotta do is get to the promised land. I don't see the Lions losing more than 2 games. The rest of the games that's playing, I don't see it. I know we got the mobile quarterbacks, but hey, it is what it is. We gotta outscore our opponents. Simple as that.
And that's where it is, Brandon. And trust me, appreciate the call. I hope they win. It's always been a concern of mine. From whenever they play the quarterbacks, you saw they struggle. I mean, it's like Lamar. I don't even want to get into that. Lamar played probably the best game I've ever seen him play. But then Seattle comes in, not once, but twice. It's Geno freaking Smith. You can't beat him.
I tell you, the two teams are damn near identical. Red Wings and Lions got to outscore their problems. Yep. Spider-Man meme. It's a mirror. We're looking at the same two teams. So we'll keep talking about it. 3:00, TJ Lang struts in, get his answer to this question. And we do need to have the Goff conversation going down the stretch run, knowing the way they have to play, what's on his shoulders. We'll do that at 3:00. It's 97.1. Not an easy question, but we want your answer. The best team in Detroit? You got two options, two playoff-bound teams, the Lions and the Red Wings. Both have a weakness. Both got to outscore their problems. Now, I'll tell you, I trust Steve Yzerman to do a little more than Brad Holmes did at the deadline. I think he did a little more in the offseason than Brad Holmes did. I think it's the Red Wings. Now, they got a longer way to go. Lions play this weekend. And Rico says, hey, they're not on as safe a ground as you realize going down the stretch run here. We know what you've said about mobile quarterbacks. We know who they're going to play. So who is the best team in the city? And we'll keep talking both of them. David, what do the ticket texts say?
I'm going to have to see another bad loss from the Wings before I outright dismiss them. They're still better than the Lions. Okay. It's the Wings. They will fix the issue by the deadline. The Lions had their chance and blew it, so it will always be the Wings. Okay. The Red Wings played good defense last night, all but for 2 minutes of the game. They cannot be the best team out of the two because of that. Just because of the 2 minutes, I see. The Lions are the best team in Detroit. All right. The Wings have a goalie in Lyon. He's been playing really well, and Husso, I think I said that right, has been struggling. They seem to play better defense in front of Lyon right now.
Yeah, Husso gave us some soft ones last night. I get it, odd man rushes, but you got to make one big save at some point in the game, and he didn't.
Wings are on the verge of a championship. Can't say that about the Lions. Wings are the better team.
Kenny, you just pushed away. What's going on back there?
Pump the brakes a little bit with that. I just said make the playoffs this year, yes. We were also talking about the Lions being a Super Bowl type team a couple of weeks ago, so let's not forget that.
Very fluid. Let's get back to the people. We'll do the prop bet casino before the hour ends. TJ Lang at 3 o'clock. He's been known to end up at a hockey game or two, and then we'll have the golf conversation because pressure is ramping up. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I'm going to go with the Lions for being the best team in Detroit. I went to the game last night, and they played very poorly in that first period, a lot of pressure around their net. Fortunately, in the second period, they were able to get 4 on net. And then to give it back up right away with 2 shorthanded goals in the same power play, that is insane. That is simply insane to see. I think the Lions defense is going to be bouncing back in the next couple of weeks. Bruce Irvin is going to play a big part on the edge on the other side of Aiden, and that pressure is going to have a big impact on these games. And then we got CJ coming back and James Houston. Again, I think those are going to be big pieces to our defense.
Well, timelines matter here, right? So Aleem McNeil being gone for, at least 4 weeks, that's a big deal. I mean, it's interior pressure. It's super important in the NFL. The teams that get it can flip a game. Like some of the best defenses are anchored by your Aaron Donalds, your Quinnen Williams, your Chris Jones. I'm not saying McNeil's one of those guys, but he played that role for this team as that interior pass rusher. So you lose him. James Houston is not yet back. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is not yet back. And Bruce Irvin in sub packages, fine. But he's still a mid-30s pass rusher. I'm not putting it on him to fix this defense.
No, you can only hope that he can wreak some havoc the way he did against the Saints, not knocking out quarterbacks. So you got fined $7,000 for that.
Yeah,
But,
he had a sack and then he had that play.
right. An impact type of play. You chose to go with him instead of somebody who was a little bit younger, whereas Yzerman is a little more aggressive. He looks like he's trying to really build something that may not be Stanley Cup champion this year. Now, if you ask me which one do I have more faith in, it's the Wings. But this year, it's the Lions because they're almost to the end of the season. Barring an epic collapse, they're going to make the playoffs. They're probably going to get a home game, and we see what happens after that.
Darren, appreciate you waiting. You're joining us on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Sometimes I wonder if Detroit Lions or Detroit fans in general aren't the most fickle in the entire country. I mean, we've got a 9-3 football team that has defensive flaws. Anybody that watches the game knows that NFL football each week is different. A lot of it's schematics, like, for example, crashing your defensive ends against Chicago in the first half of that game. I'll never understand that. We'll see if there's an adjustment to that on Sunday. But the Lions have close to 3/4 of their season gone. They're 9-3. The Wings have over 4 months of regular season left. who knows what happens there? And people have the audacity to say that the Wings are the best team in town right now. That's absolutely ridiculous. Look at the fans traveling, supporting this team, enjoying it. And then you get on the radio and you hear about after the Chicago win, the most recent one, oh boy, doom and gloom, here it comes. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Darren.
Isaiah, hang on, Dave, I'm sorry. Isaiah Buggs is a serviceable replacement. Is he Aleem McNeil? Apparently not. They've decided to scratch him. But the guy can play. There are pieces on this team. And I would also, let's not forget the intangible of hunger. The Lions want to win, man. These players want to win.
Darren,
games.
they're not the only team in the city that wants to win. They're not the only team in the sport they play that wants to win. Hunger is that's a hard argument to make. And Darren, you said people were too negative after the last Chicago game. Do you know what happened after the last Chicago game? They lost the very next game they played because of concerns people identified in that first Bears game. By the way, that were also evident in the previous game against the Chargers and were evident in the previous game against the Ravens and against the Seahawks. And sure, I mean, the idea that Lions fans can't both be really excited about a 9-3 football team and critical of some of the glaring concerns on their football team, that doesn't make you fickle. That makes you rational.
It makes you pretty much every fan base. You see what's going on. And even the best teams around, you can still nitpick and say, well, you look at this quarterback play. You look at this, you look at that. But when it's something, okay, Darren, I would say this. If it was just a one-off type of thing, you're right. That's when you shrug your shoulders. You know what, any given Sunday, some team just he had the game of his life. There was nothing they can do. Some quarterback comes from nowhere. But when it's the same problems over and over, it's the turnover problem lately. Defense can't stop them. You have to outscore folks. The third quarter,
Rico, you're
starting
ungrateful.
slow.
You're ungrateful.
Like, these are all
Guys,
consistent.
Why is that a problem in Detroit? The Philadelphia Eagles are 10-2, the number one seed in the NFC. Guess what's happening in Philadelphia this week? They're questioning their team because of problems they've seen. Guess what? All year. The problems for the Lions, some of them have been seen all year, and people just want to say, I'm concerned. They're not jumping off a bridge.
No. We're all still excited about this stuff, guys. I still think they're winning this division despite some of the fears.
Right, but you hypothetically...
But they still exist.
Right, you hypothetically start playing the games in your head. Well, if we played this team, what would happen? You play this team, what would happen? And it's like, okay, you look at some of the playoff teams that they played this year, hasn't ended well. You know, the Ravens, no. Seahawks, no. Now, you played the Chiefs, you beat them, and that's where all of a sudden expectations got higher. And I think that's why a lot of Lions fans are feeling this way, because you thought some of the things you were past, and we're not past that. You're better, but you still do some of the same things.
TJ Lang at 3. Prop Bet Casino is next. It's 97.1. cross sport edition. Overs, unders. Prop bet casino.
First of all, we got a shout out for the first time ever. David the Hatchet Man Hall. He smoked everybody.
It's been a great year. It's been a great year.
Yeah, so far you finally won one of these. It only took, 16 weeks? But hey, congratulations.
Well, 16
David.
times, however many years we've been doing this, so it's been a long time.
All right. Well, if that's the case, let's just jump right into this. Over, under, because I was forced to do this game because this is just bad football. But the total points in the Army-Navy game or LeBron James in the in-season tournament game, his total points.
First of all, Army-Navy. A beautiful throwback, the pageantry and the...
It is a horrible game.
Rico hates America. I'll take LeBron. The total in that game is supposed to be 27, 28 points. I think LeBron puts on a show. He could do something Jordan never did. Win an in-season tournament.
Oh. Did Kobe win one?
Kenny?
LeBron has to add to that legacy, like you said, Jim. This Army-Navy game is going to be a very low-scoring one. I'll take LeBron.
Yes, this is America's teams, I guess you would say. But this in-season tournament was made for LeBron.
No. You're taking Army-Navy because you told me you watch every second of the game.
I sure do. You know what? Give it to me. I don't care. Yeah,
Rico,
I'll take
our
it.
forefathers fought so this game could be televised.
They fought that we could have good football like Oregon and Washington. This isn't good football.
George Washington crossed the Delaware for Army-Navy, 3 o'clock CBS.
It has nothing to do with the men and women who go out and serve the country. This game's bad. All right.
Tell him.
You know what? Let's stick with Army-Navy. Field goals. I will go field goals attempted. No, field goals made. Field goals made or Wings goals against Ottawa.
Saturday night. I think it's going to be like 3.5 either way.
Yeah, I was thinking the
I'll
same
say
thing.
Army-Navy, if it's short yardage, they're going to go for it, so I'll take the Wings.
The Wings have been putting up at least 4 in their last few games, so I'll take the Wings here.
I don't care about the Wings. I love America. Army-Navy field goals.
David, I got a feeling that it's probably going to be more field goals because they're going to realize they can't score touchdowns. That's a foreign concept to them. So I'm going Army-Navy as well. Lions, Bears, Jared Goff turnovers, fumbles or interceptions over under 0.5.
Okay, whatever. I'm not going to fight it. It's going to be over. You guys all expect me to say over. What am I going to do?
Cookies hates the Lions.
Okay.
Well, due to the weather, he's not going to have as many throwing opportunities, so I'll say under.
Boom. That's exactly correct. They'll run the ball more. He won't have as many opportunities, so it'll be under.
I didn't say interceptions, though, guys. I said fumbles or interceptions, just so we're clear.
No, it'll be under.
I'm going over. David Montgomery going home. Over under rushing yards, 78.5.
Should give him a ton of carries in this matchup. It's going to be cold, going to be windy. I'll go over.
Yeah, over. Exact same reasoning.
Oh, he does want to show up for Chicago, but I'm going to go under.
Little Jahmyr Gibbs stealing some of the shine. I think so, but I think that basically Montgomery's going to punch Gibbs in the face and say, get back on the bench, rookie. This is my show. I'm going over. Justin Fields, rushing yards, over under 39.5.
Rico, it's over. He's had some big days rushing. He's had some big games rushing against the Lions. I think win or lose, that's going to be part of their game plan as getting him on the edge. I'll go over.
It'll be substantial. It'll be like 30 or 35, but it will be just under.
I believe he averages close to 100 yards per game against the Detroit Lions. So I'm definitely going over.
Yeah, I'm going to go over as well. We got to have this. It's not prop bet casino if we don't have J-Mo touchdown. Over under 0.5. Superman.
I mean, the odds would suggest he's not going to. I'll just play the odds. I don't hate J-Mo. I'm not trying to run him out of town.
Look at you.
I just don't think he's going to score a touchdown this particular week.
Cookies hates black people.
Well, yeah, why don't you like J-Mo, Cookies?
You're going to spark a couple callers to call in the show.
Oh, no, please don't. Let's not start this again. No.
Cookies goes under.
J-Mo's been earning more trust in this offense as of late. I'll take the over.
Now, let me get this correct. This is not just a receiving touchdown, right? This is a touchdown.
If he's in the end zone, he crosses the goal line. Kind of like I said, Kenny, it's, in hockey, when you have more men than them, that's shorthanded, correct? Yes. He breaks the plane, David. You know about that. You got a lot of kids.
I am, Doug. Yes, I am. I'm going to go over.
I am going to go under. I think this is going to be running. I don't think they're going to throw the ball to him. Trick play, nah, not in this. If the weather is as bad as it's supposed to be. Josh Allen turnovers against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Over.
Okay,
over.
Kenny is just going to lock it in at the over without hearing the number. Anybody else want to hear the number?
I want to hear the number.
David, you want to hear the number? I do. Over, under 1.5.
It's on the road. Tough place to play.
Fumbles and interceptions.
And he is a turnover machine. I'll say over.
I'm going to say under in this game. I have a suspicion about this game.
I think he gets 1. I do not think he gets 2. C.J. Stroud passing touchdowns. Over, under 2.5.
Under. The total in the game's like 32 points. I'm going to go under.
David can vouch for me. I was saying 3 the whole time you were asking the question, so I'm going to go just over.
No Tank Dell.
Yeah, no Tank Dell, so I'm definitely going
You got
under.
Nico Collins, who had like 500 yards last game.
I'm going under.
Wow, you hate your own Michigan brethren. Wow. I'm going over.
In order for him to succeed, Ohio State has to succeed, so I'm going to go under.
Let it go, David. They're out of college, okay? Christian McCaffrey, touchdowns as they take on the Seahawks at home. Over, under? You already know the number, Cookies. 1.5.
We joked about this. You can't bet him to score 1. It's like minus 350. It's like an auto lock. It's his birthright. He'll be in the end zone.
You know what it was? It's like have you ever tried to bet Blake Corum anytime touchdown? It was like minus 400 for just 1. So you had to go
2. I will go over.
This meant value.
Oh, value!
You had to go value, so you always had to take Blake Corum in 2 touchdowns to get, plus 200. So, Christian McCaffrey, anytime touchdown. I mean, yeah, over under 1.5.
I'll go over.
Yeah, that man lives in the end zone. I'll go over as well.
He does live in the end zone, but he won't live in the end zone twice. I'm going under.
I am going to go over simply because I think they're going to be so focused on Debo and everybody else after what they did against the Eagles. All right. Now we get into some fun cross stuff. Lions total points against the Bears. Okay? Or also later that day, the combined points of Tyson Walker and Jaden Akins for Michigan State Hoops.
I'll go with your Spartans. I'll take the duo. One of them, especially Walker, could get most of it himself.
So I'm thinking, Lions scored 26 to 30
I think it's lower scoring than that.
Yeah.
Really?
They do.
They've been putting up points.
I know.
Yeah, this is a weather game for me. I'll go Spartans as well.
Yeah, weather. So I'm going Walker and Akins.
Okay.
Against my will.
Nobody. Wow. Well, I would have done Michigan players, but nobody knows who they are.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I could have made up players, and Cookies would be like, "Yeah, him. Sure. Why not?" Nobody feels
Joseph
like the
can
Lions.
score. He can score.
You don't think that the Lions could do this?
Not that many points. No.
All right, I'll join you. All right, A.J. Brown, more receiving yards in A.J. Brown or CeeDee Lamb?
CeeDee Lamb. He's been on a tear. I like the matchup. Give me CeeDee.
AJ's going to be playing angry. Give me AJ Brown.
Oh, he'll be angry, all right. Angry that he's not getting the ball enough. CeeDee Lamb.
Kenny, I think you are correct. I'm going AJ. Also, if we got time, as a little tiebreaker, Heisman Trophy is coming up. Who's winning the Heisman Trophy?
Jaden Daniels.
Bo Nix.
Yeah, I'm going to be different. I'll say, so we can have the tiebreaker, I'll say Penix.
Okay. I guess technically I can't tell you who, because then you know who I voted for, but...
Oh, integrity.
No.
The prestige of the Heisman Trophy, the stiff-arm statue.
All of a sudden, integrity from Rico.
Hey, I went to Michigan State, not Michigan, so yes, I know what integrity is. That's your Prop Bet Casino 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Pistons have another chance to snap their team record 18-game losing streak tonight. They're in Orlando to take on the Magic. Isaiah Stewart calls this losing streak one of the toughest moments of his career. Now, Rico, the NBA's longest ever losing streak, 28 games, set by the Sixers. Do we have a shot?
Yeah, that would be, if I did my math correctly, December 30th here against Toronto.
Yikes, don't want to think that far ahead. Hey, this young Magic squad, though, they're at third in the East right now, 14 wins on the year. Tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Red Wings will not take the ice again until tomorrow night. They play the Senators at Little Caesars Arena. And even after last night's loss to the Sharks, Detroit, they still won 6 of 8 games, that is. We'll have one final look today at the Lions injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow has not practiced this week. He's unlikely to play in Chicago, though Alex Anzalone has been a participant all week. Detroit 3-point favorites. And a yearly tradition in college football happens tomorrow. It's the Army-Navy game being played this year in Foxborough. The Heisman Trophy winner will also be crowned tomorrow night. LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, the heavy favorite. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock on a Friday, joined, as always, by TJ Lang. Had Lions Bears this weekend.
What's up? I think I saw I'm not kidding, I think I saw a UFO driving in here. It was weird, very weird flying object, about 696-ish.
How'd you see a UFO on a cloudy day?
That's what made me think it was a UFO, because it's cloudy, but there was like this saucer-looking thing up there, and I don't know if you guys believe in aliens. I know Mike doesn't.
I do, but
yeah, it creeped me out. It did. Jim, do you believe in aliens?
This is a weird direction to start the
No,
hour.
I know.
I don't think we're the only life.
I just thought about it when I was driving in. It was one of those I looked up and then had to take a second glance and then a third glance. And
I don't think we're the only intelligent life in the universe.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know that you saw a UFO, but
people that don't
just fly away.
Yeah, it kind of. Well, I looked back down, trying to be a safe driver, and then when I looked back up, it was gone. Weird stuff happening out there, guys. But yeah, Jim, big game this weekend out in Chicago. Excited for that. Round 2.
No Frank Ragnow. How big a deal?
Yeah, I mean, look, Frank is obviously Frank. He's top center in this league. I think there's a luxury there of having a guy like Graham Glasgow that's played a lot of center, played every different position on the interior. He knows what the guards are doing. He knows, obviously, what the center's doing. He's got a vast knowledge of the system and what's going on. So I think that lessens the blow a little bit. But what it does is probably weakens 2 positions, right? Because now you're taking Graham from guard, which he is a above-average starter at guard, and you're putting in, who knows, maybe Sorsdahl again, maybe, Iwasika, Skipper. Bottom line is none of those guys are as good as Graham is at a guard. So you're going to be a little bit, weaker on 2 of those spots. But, a lot of those guys have played a lot of football. And, the good part is we've seen a lot of different guys play on this offensive line over the past really year and a half, let's call it, and hasn't really hit a point yet where you notice the offensive game plan has to completely change for one guy. I think all the guys have done an admirable job of stepping up and making sure the offense stays on rhythm and, giving your quarterback confidence that you're going to protect him. It definitely is a slight blow, I would say, when you're missing Frank, but, not as bad because you do have some depth. You do have some guys that can step up and fill the gap. Hopefully, what we think hopefully might just be for 1 week. I know that, Coach said after Frank's injury, didn't really sound good right away. And then, as the day progressed, as Monday progressed, got more news, got more scans, now it sounds like it might be a week-to-week sort of injury. So hopefully this is hopefully it's a one-game thing and, they can find a way to keep the train on moving and get back and finish the season strong.
Well, the good news is looks like Alex Anzalone practiced, so he's going to be back for this Bears game because, let's face it, this defense needed it. I mean, I was reluctant to say, he's really good, but he is. He's worn on me. I'm starting to like Anzalone a lot more now because I could appreciate just the leadership and the value that he brings to this defense.
Yeah, and speed, too.
Yeah.
Right? And speed. I mean, he is he's a guy that flies around. He's having
probably the best year of his career. And you're right, maybe an underappreciated type of guy that you don't really know what you have until you don't see him out there and you see how different the defense looks.
Exactly.
Which it certainly looked different last week. I know, especially in the coverage aspect of it. Look, I think Anzalone's probably their best cover linebacker. You look at guys like Derek Barnes, and Jack Campbell, I thought had a good game last week, settling into that number one role in the green dot, and you're making the calls, and that's a lot to throw on a young player. That's a lot to throw on a rookie. I thought he handled it well, but I think all those other guys have limitations when it comes to the coverage aspect, and I think that's where Anzalone brings a strength back to this defense, being able to keep up with some of these running backs, being able to keep up with some of these tight ends over the middle of the field that maybe a Barnes, maybe a Campbell, maybe those guys aren't giving you quite that production that Alex does. So, even if he's playing out there, which I saw a couple pictures of practice, I wasn't down there this week, looks like he's probably going to have a club on his hand. But you know what? That's a guy that I feel like they need to be playing, right? They need, especially the trend of this defense over the past probably 4 games now, has been going not the way that I think a lot of us want it to. But getting a guy like Alex back kind of solidifies things a little bit better. They're a better run defense when he's in there. They're a better coverage unit when he's back there and running things and getting everybody on the same page. So that'll be I think it'll be a huge get for them to have Alex back in the middle of that defense.
You talk about like 4 weeks of defense, maybe not looking great. They're 3-1 in that span.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But it's going to get dicey. No Aleem McNeil. This D-line wasn't winning one-on-one to begin with. They don't want to blitz. The other quarterback typically has more time than you'd like, and eventually you find who Jerry Jacobs is covering and you throw him the ball. TJ, it puts an added emphasis, not just this week, but the rest of the season on someone like Jared Goff. I really think there's a referendum for the next 5, we'll call it 6 games, counting a playoff game, where if he's going to get paid, if he's going to get that extension, he's going to have to prove it.
Yeah, and you notice if you listen to Coach Campbell talk, he puts way more pressure, I think, on the offense than he does the defense because he knows the type of players, right? I think, look, we know what this secondary is. They don't have a guy that you can say, hey, you're on their number one receiver, you're shadowing him, shut him down the entire game. They don't have that guy, right? Now, can you do it? Can you find ways to do it collectively? That's Aaron Glenn's job. But the offensive side, you look at the talent and you say, we should be scoring 30 points a game. We should be, a dominant offense in this league. And I think that even when you hear Dan Campbell and some of the players and other coaches talk about it, a lot of times he puts all that on the offense, right? After a game like, even Chicago, where the defense really wasn't playing great, or Green Bay, the defense, kind of probably felt worse than what it was. Dan doesn't even say anything bad about the defense. It's, offense, we can't do this. We got to be able to score. If the other team's scoring a bunch of points, we got to score more. That's kind of his motto, which I think is fair. I think there's much higher expectations for this offense. So I'm with you. I think Jared Goff has to have a strong end of the regular season for this team to get anywhere close to where they want to go. He's got to be that guy. And I think he's done that most of the season, right? We've certainly seen when he's bad, the offense is bad. You're turning the ball over, 7 times in 2 games against Chicago and Green Bay. You can't win playing that way. It looked like last week was finally like that deep breath. Okay, let's see how he rebounds. Let's see how he collects himself. What's he going to look like against the Saints? Was he a world beater? Certainly not. But did he do what he had to do to win that game? 100% he did.
TJ, the third downs late in that game, 3rd and long, they got to throw
conversions.
It. And he's moving in the pocket. I'm like, who's this guy?
Yeah, who is
Who's this
What's
guy?
he doing? Right, and
Where did this guy come from?
That last throw he made against the Saints was maybe the gutsiest pass I think I've seen him throw. Right, that's a very easy situation to say, hey, it's 3rd and 8, late in the game. If we take a sack, that's okay. We're still going to run some time off, punt it back. Jared Goff made up his mind. I'm not taking a sack. I'm not throwing this ball out of bounds. I'm going to try to make a damn play. And that's what he did. And he kind of extended the play, bought some time. He scrambled to his left. He stepped up. I mean, he got rid of that ball maybe a half a second before he took a pretty good shot. And it was deadly accurate. That's the type of player that I need to see Jared Goff be consistently, though, right? The guy that can extend
the whole time
plays.
I'm thinking, if this is an incomplete, you just stop the clock.
You gave him 40 more seconds, right, to maybe make a comeback. But he made the throw, and that's one of the things that's been missing from this offense for so long is the ability when the play breaks down, when they have the perfect coverage, when they get a little bit of pressure, what can we do? Do we have an answer to it? And for most of the season, it's been no, right? Jared Goff kind of scrambles, and he tends to, I want to say 99% of the time you see him scramble, he's just kind of tucking the ball, looking for the sidelines, right? He's not even looking to make a play downfield. That play to me was maybe turning a corner of what do you have to do to take your game to the next level? That was obviously a huge play in that game, and I hope that gives him some confidence. You don't want to see your quarterback scrambling around the whole game and extending plays, right? But if you do get those plays, which you're going to have a lot of them every single game, how do you find a way to still turn it into a positive? I think that's a play Jared Goff can look back on and say, I'm going to hang that on my belt. I'm going to remember that. That's going to be back in my head. Next time I get a scramble, next time I get a big play, I'm going to keep my eyes downfield, and I'm just going to trust my guys to go make a play. And that, to me, was one of the best throws, one of the best plays I've seen Jared Goff make all season.
We want to open it up to people. Your confidence level in Goff earning the extension. 248-539-9797. Because, TJ, it's an outdoor game this week. Windy Soldier Field. It's always windy Soldier Field.
Yeah.
The Lions lost the battle in the trenches, both sides of the ball in the first meeting with the Bears. They won the game, but I think the pressure is on them to continue to win with offense against not only the Bears this week, but they're going to have to win against the Cowboys on the road before the end of the regular season, and a playoff game. He has to be able to outscore the other team, even if it gets into the 30s, in a playoff game.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then we start talking about rolling into next season with the option, door number 2, Hendon Hooker as a backup,
Right,
who could challenge for the starting job if need be.
I'm with you. I think these next 5 games and hopefully a playoff game or 2 or God forbid 3.
Multiple, sure.
Would be a hell of a resume builder for Jared Goff. But I'm like you. I'm still. We talked about, I think, Rico, a couple weeks ago, where you sat on the Jared Goff side. Do you pay? I'm still kind of in the camp that I need to see him in the playoffs. I need to see him in the big moments to see what he's going to do. I'd rather take my chance there. And if he has a great playoffs and does great things, you might be now overpaying for a guy. I'm totally fine with
you
that.
Have certainty,
right?
Because you feel good about the decision.
100%. So I'd rather wait to see what he can do, and maybe it's going to cost you a little bit more money. Who cares? That's a part of doing business. But I'm with you. These next 5 games especially are going to be they're going to be eye-opening, where I feel like we're going to find a lot about Jared Goff over this next month.
What's your confidence level that he earns that extension? 248-539-9797. We got picks later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Well, hold on one second. Got all choked up talking about specs at LTU, TJ.
Tell them.
I know. You want to know why? The semester is ending, which means the next semester is starting in just a couple of weeks. If you don't have a spot reserved, what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. You need to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about that broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through the Specs at LTU program, taught right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield, Michigan, by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn what it takes to make it in the radio, TV, or graphics design industry from day one. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Let's call it what it is. I'm a big Jared Goff hater. I think he sucks, all that stuff. You guys have said it. I'll just accept it.
Does that feel good to get off your chest?
If you think about it, man, once you finally admit it, now you can move on with your problem.
But the beauty of it is...
You don't have to hide it anymore.
Right.
Yeah. Out in the
Congratulations, man.
You know what?
Yeah. Hey.
Cookie's proud of you, buddy.
I bring it up because I think this is going to present a stretch for him to silence even the loudest critics in the city. Hi, I'm one of them. They have 5 games remaining in the regular season and then the postseason. I expect this team wins a division. They will be positioned well in the playoffs. He is going to have to carry them at times. They don't have a great defense, and they just lost one of their best players, Aleem McNeil, for the next 4 weeks. This is going to be a time for him to silence critics, but you got to be on the same page with me. If he doesn't, we do not pay this guy. We roll into next season with him as the starter, and he gets another chance. But guys, if he struggles in the elements this weekend, if he struggles in the face of pressure against Dallas or in the postseason, if one mistake, his internal clock gets thrown off and he's fumbling the ball and airmailing throws, we have a decision. He's not the guy. Can we all agree right now, going into the next 5, call it 6, maybe even 7 games, he has every opportunity to earn that extension, but it's going to be on his shoulders that this team wins games.
Yeah, I totally agree with that because this defense, not the same defense ever since that Ravens game. They've been broken. So now it's we have to outscore you, which does put it on his back. Now you hope that he makes those plays that we talked about at the end of the New Orleans game where, man, I wasn't comfortable. I'm thinking the clock's your friend. Let's run it out. Let's punt. You know, that's Jameis. Jameis is not good. He won't be eating a W today. But instead, they got aggressive. They went after. Even the series before that, when I'm thinking, well, why aren't you guys just running the ball and trying to eat some of this clock? They're out there passing it and stopping the clock. It was like, what? But they had faith in Jared Goff. And I do think that, these next 5 weeks, it's Goff. I've come to the point where you just Kirk Cousins it, meaning you just keep franchising him. And he may not like it, but you know what? You're going to get a $45 million check. So, boo-hoo.
And here's where I'm at with Jared. I'm a big admirer of Jared Goff. I think he's a tough guy. I think as an offensive lineman, you love to block for a guy like that. The question is not, do we appreciate Jared Goff or do we want Jared Goff to be our quarterback? I think all of Detroit can say, we appreciate the hell out of this guy and what he's been able to do over the past year and a half. The question is this a guy you're going to be comfortable paying $50 million a year to, $55 million a year to, right? Because you look at him and you say, okay, right, he needs a good defense to be successful. Couldn't you find somebody else a little bit cheaper and build a badass defense and build your team that way? Of course you could. But I always go back to, you got to be careful of what you wish for, right? The grass isn't always greener, but Costa, I think that's fair. I think that I want to see what Jared Goff can do late December, January, when they get into the playoffs. What does he look like then? That's what I want to see Jared Goff. And you know what? If he goes out and surpasses everybody's expectations and they win a playoff game and maybe they even make it to the conference championship game, right? I would be 100% confident in saying, you know what? We've got our guy. We've got a good thing going right now. Don't mess with it. Don't try to get cute. Don't try to go out there and say, maybe the grass is greener. We can go the cheap route. There's been a lot of teams that have done that, and it bites them in the ass.
I don't think it's the cheap route if you just keep franchising him. And like I said, he may not like it, but here's another check for $45 million for this year, which means if all of a sudden you're not looking that great. I mean, imagine if, you look at what Daniel Jones, he goes out and wins a playoff game last year for the Giants, and they're thinking, okay, maybe we got our guy. Maybe the light clicked on. Oh, wait, it was just flickering. It really didn't click on. But now we're on the hook for this guy for a lot of money. Now you're stuck. Whereas if you just go with the franchise route, you leave yourself an out. So you're just year by year, we'll keep doing this. And
by the way, you're still giving him chances. So each of those years to turn the corner.
Kind of like with Cousins. If he signs, franchise for 3 straight years, congratulations, you just made $150 million.
Yeah, and I think Brad Holmes knows that because at the end of the day, Brad Holmes is going to be judged off of what he does at the quarterback position. I don't care how great of drafts you've gotten. I don't care.
Not the defensive line.
I don't care where you're finding guys in the draft, 4th round, 5th round guys that are playing great. Those are all, obviously great qualities. You're going to be judged on what you do at the quarterback position for the long term. So this is a massive decision if you're Brad Holmes right now. You have to get this one right because let's just play the game. If they sign Jared Goff to some massive extension and the next 4 years are just, we're competing for the division, I think that would be a failure, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I think Brad Holmes knows that. This is going to be a massive decision, and I think that's why they're okay with playing the waiting game. Let's wait. Let's see what he does. Let's see if he can find ways to continue to improve because Brad Holmes knows his resume, his reputation is going to depend on what he does long-term at that position. Every GM is the same way.
I think Holmes was shrewd. He took Hendon Hooker knowing he had a full year to let the guy rehab, and he's out at practice. There's no pressure on him. If he doesn't have any clarity at the quarterback position, he maintains flexibility, goes into next year with both Goff and Hendon Hooker, neither on a long-term deal, right? And he has flexibility where he doesn't have to make a rash decision. Now, if Goff goes out there and plays at a level that's undeniably franchise quarterback-esque, you pay him. Nobody's arguing otherwise.
And he's done that for a large part of the season, though.
Jared Goff's entire postseason career, he has never thrown more than one touchdown in a playoff game. He doesn't have a signature playoff game in his career. And TJ, we've seen at times, he is not a guy who can get to his second and third option within the play. If it's not the first or second read in rhythm, when the pocket breaks down, he is not a guy who extends plays. He's not a playmaker. So if everything's optimal, I think Goff is more than good enough to win you this division. But beyond that, that's what we're watching for.
Yeah, and that's what you have to. But the bottom line is, keep the main thing, right? Over the past year and a half, right? They're 17-5, right? And I know that, that's not always fair to throw that right on the quarterback and say he's responsible for win-losses, but that's Jared Goff's last, 23 games? 22 games now?
Yeah,
17 wins?
I mean, but TJ, quarterback always gets more credit than he deserves, and he gets more blame than he deserves.
And that's the nature of the position.
Right.
That's the nature of the business.
Right.
But over the past 22 games, guys, I don't have much to complain about when it comes to Jared Goff.
And if he wins the Super Bowl, Cookies will still complain.
Oh, stop. Martin, what's up, buddy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, guys.
Hey, man.
If I'm put to it, yes, we have to re-sign Goff. Obviously, the franchise tag is an option. The thing that I've always not liked about him, and you guys have talked about it, is his ability or inability to extend a play, because that's what kills the Lions. Okay, those are the teams that give us a terrible time. Yes, he does have a really good offensive line, a really good running game, and a coach. But Jared Goff is as good a reason as to why the Lions are better than any other player on that team, except for maybe St. Brown. I mean, and that's a gift. The Stafford trade, we were like, they threw him in. Oh God, we're going to have to, and we haven't had to. And the draft picks we've gotten have been great. If things go bad, we might have to look to draft a quarterback in a third round or something in the next 2 or 3 years.
They already did.
Yeah, they just did that.
They already did. Yeah. I mean, they're prepared for
another one.
Well, okay.
Who knows? I mean, but I think you were kind of describing what I like to call the it factor for a lot of quarterbacks. It's probably two-part. How can you find a way at the line of scrimmage to get your offense in the best possible play? Not meaning a home run play every single time, but a play that you can generate positive yardage. And the second factor, when the defense has the perfect play call, right? How can you still find a way to make a play? How can you still find a way to extend the play to say, you know what? The only coverage that can beat this route is cover 2. Oh, they're in cover 2. How do I find an answer to that within the 3 or 4 seconds you have? That's the it factor when it comes to my judgment of quarterbacks. Jared Goff, for a long time, that's kind of been my biggest knock on him. When the defense has a great answer, they get a little bit of pressure. Things almost have to be perfect for him to make great plays. Well, I think we're starting to see a couple plays, and that's why I keep leaning back to that last throw against the Saints, where that was the first time I'm like, oh, wow, that was an it play. That was an it factor. They have the perfect defense, pressure, coverage. I'm still going to find a way to get out of this mess and try to pick up this first down, and he did it. So that's where I have a little bit of hope now to say, maybe that was the play he needed to keep developing that it factor of finding ways to be successful when the defense has the perfect play call.
David, I see you. Okay, we're going to get people in on this. Jared Goff, do you feel confident? What does he have to show you? Has he already earned that contract extension? 5 regular season games, 6 with the playoffs, maybe more. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. Walk in anytime and get your hair game ready. It's wicked awesome. We'll get one final look today at the Lions injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow has not practiced this week and looks unlikely to play in Chicago. Though Alex Anzalone, he's been a participant all week long. Detroit 3-point favorites in Chicago. The Pistons have another chance to snap their team record 18-game losing streak tonight. They're in Orlando to take on the Magic. NBA's longest losing streak ever, 28 games set by the Sixers. Meantime, this young Magic squad sits at third in the East. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. And the finals of the NBA in-season tournament tomorrow night in Vegas. The Lakers taking on the Pacers. And a yearly tradition in college football happens tomorrow. It's the Army-Navy game being played this year in Foxborough. The Heisman Trophy winner will also be announced tomorrow night. LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, the heavy favorite. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
Friday means TJ Lang in studio. It also means who said it in the 4 o'clock hour. TJ, spotting UFOs, hanging out with us.
Yeah. You don't believe in aliens, do you, Kyle?
I don't know.
You ever seen a picture of Adam Silver?
Moving on. 248-539-9797. Jared Goff, stretch run. Down the stretch we go.
I'd rather you tell me what happened with Bijan. No, we're good.
Yeah, I saw that report. You guys see that?
I didn't. Is this on air or off air?
This flashed. No, I saw it probably about an hour and a half ago that Bijan was suspended this week for, and I'm trying to remember the quote. I don't want to get in trouble here, but it was something about smoking an e-cigarette during a team meeting or during a film session. And when Arthur Smith told him to put it out, he blew the smoke in his face.
Well, TJ, that's not really about the e-cig at that point.
A lot of fun reading that report, though. A lot of fun reading that one. So a lot of fantasy players out there going into playoffs might not be with Bijan this week. But I got a crack out of that report. And God, just a rookie.
I set myself.
Hey, put that out, and he blows his smoke in his face.
So he's not playing
David,
this
you
week.
see that?
So he's not playing
I
this
have
week.
not seen
You haven't
this.
seen it. Did you look it up?
I'm trying to.
Man, I saw
don't
it actually
see
on ESPN. I think it might have been the McAfee show. They put it up. They had Arthur Smith.
I'll
think.
keep looking.
So he's out. He's
or maybe
not
this is a former report. I don't know. It was something about smoking an e-cigarette.
Are you okay?
I'm great.
Okay. Okay.
Could that have been why he didn't play? Remember a few weeks back, he didn't have any
maybe
touches.
it was previous. I don't know. I just
Did the
kinda
aliens tell you
glanced
that
at it and
today?
I saw it.
I think that's just because Arthur Smith hates him. That's it.
Oh, not that. Okay.
I don't think that's true.
No, he does.
But anyways, what were we talking about?
Let's talk to people. Let's talk
Aliens.
to Kirk. Kirk, please don't talk aliens. Talk Goff.
No, Adam Silver and Men in Black. That'd be awesome. But what I had to say was you know, this ain't a small sample size of Jared Goff at this point, you know, and if our offense in the next 5 games, you know, averages 30 points a game and we don't go at least 3-2, 4-1, then I'm still going to sign him to an extension, and then I'm just going to concentrate on defense in the draft. I mean, obviously, you know, our defense is the reason why we're probably not going to make a run at the playoffs, in my opinion. So that's all I got to say. Is
You're already
the next 5
sold.
games are important, but yeah, I mean, I'm sold at this point.
All right, fair enough. Chris, you sold? You're on 97.1.
No, I'm not sold. I'm the opposite. I think it's on Goff. If he wants, and honestly, I don't know what the long-term plan of the Lions right now is when they hope to win a Super Bowl. But if Goff wants to win a Super Bowl, if it doesn't happen this year, he's just got to not ask for ridiculous amount of money. Just say, I'd rather win a Super Bowl than be paid a lot of money.
Old
So I
hometown
think it's
discount.
on him because, no, I don't think, for all the points you've mentioned really well, somebody mentioned them, I forget who did, but, you know, about next year, kind of do the wait and see. I kind of agree with that, but I just don't see him being the long-term quarterback that's paid a lot of money, franchise quarterback.
Now, do you think you're going to change your opinion if the next month or month and a half goes and this team makes a run in the playoffs?
Like Kirk Cousins did before he got hurt. I mean, yeah, it would just have to, yeah, I guess.
Well, Chris, yeah, that's the thing is you got to keep yourself open-minded because when Jared Goff first arrived in Detroit, I thought he was a bridge quarterback. He's clearly way better than I initially gave him credit for. And he has continued to show resilience everywhere he's been. At Cal, when he showed up, they were a losing team. By the time he left, they were a winning team. He was drafted first overall to a bad NFL team. By the time he left, they were a much better football team.
Went to the Super Bowl.
He has proven people wrong. I keep my mind open to that possibility that he continues to get better. That Saints 3rd and 8 at the end of the game felt like an out-of-body moment. And if he keeps having out-of-body moments and they win more games than they should and he's shouldering more responsibility with an injured defense, then, yeah, I'm open-minded to paying him for sure.
Well, it felt like a special play, right? And I think that when you look at Jared Goff, how many times a game do you see him make a throw where it's like, wow, that is a hell of a play. That's a legit throw. Not often, right? Not often. And that's why we keep going back kind of that same play. That was one of those plays that was like, wow, that was a special play.
That was a franchise quarterback, ice the game, gotta have it throw with mobility, with playmaking.
Exactly.
Tough throw.
And when you get to these games in December and, hopefully into January, well into January.
About February.
You got to keep doing the same thing, right? Just the Bijan thing, too. I don't know if I looked it up. That was like a report from a month ago, but I don't know. I was watching the ESPN on mute. I saw it pop up, and I was like, whoa. So I don't think he's suspended this week. Breaking news, he's not suspended. Could be a false report, but they showed it on ESPN earlier, so that's just have to make a correction. A redaction.
The views of TJ Lang are not necessarily the views of 97 Won the Ticket on-air staff or otherwise.
My name's TJ Lang. I'd like to apologize for something I said earlier in this program. Bijan Robinson, upstanding citizen.
All right,
allegedly.
We're having fun. We're going to make picks. It's next, 97.1. In struts Rico Beard, belt over his shoulder.
I demand a recount.
How's it feel?
Here, let me pick the two teams you won. 1-2. There you go.
Fake news.
There's your recount.
Totally fake.
There's your recount.
How's the belt feel, Rico?
I'm used to it.
This guy. All right, let's get to it.
You're still in
I'm
second
sorry.
place. Out of
By a
4.
game.
Yeah, it should be my belt.
Yes, last week, Rico Beard pulling within a game of first place. I have to be reading this wrong. David, in all the years that I've filled in and even listened to this show, you are always the caboose. You're winning the picks?
Yeah, this is a strange year. The Lions are winning all of a sudden, and I'm winning. Interesting.
A lot of football left.
Well, let's get into it. College, one game this week. Army, Navy. The midshipmen are getting 2.5 points. It's in Foxborough, Mass. The cadets are out. Who goes first? Rico?
Champ.
Yeah.
Weekly.
You know what? How about we just go Navy? Because it's Army, Navy. I always just root for the underdog. Navy's the underdog. So give me Navy in the points.
We're playing total, too. Total's 27.5.
Well, you know what I've learned listening to Cash the Ticket? When the total is that low, you take the under. It's going to be another bad game.
He goes Navy in the under?
Navy in the under.
All right, let's go round robin. Kenny.
Yeah, Rico hates America, so I'm going to go ahead and disagree with everything he said. It's going to be Army in the over.
So if I go with Navy, that means I hate America? I'm confused.
Right.
I'm going to go Navy here because I know a few people in the Navy, and I'm going to go over.
Yeah, tough to pick between, obviously, these two teams. A lot of ugly football. But we appreciate what you do off the field. I'm going to go with Army, and I'm going to take the over on this one. That's just way too low. I think two bad teams, maybe a potential for a score fest. Who knows?
I don't know about score fest.
I don't know.
The
Let's
under,
just get to 30.
The under has hit 16 of the last 17 years, but the books have adjusted. This total would have hit the over 3 of the last 4.
See, there we go.
So I think you zig and zag. Most people are betting Army. I will bet Navy on behalf of
You hate
Mike.
America. Apparently, according to Kenny.
I don't know if I fully stand by that statement. I was just trying to go against Rico.
I'll go Navy in the over. NFL card. Colts and Bengals. Cincinnati, the home side, laying 1.5. Rico.
I don't understand what's going on with the Colts. They just keep winning games. They should not be winning. The Bengals, that was a fluke last week. Yeah, give me the Colts and the points.
Kenny?
It's a home game. This is regularly what I would never bet, but Bengals at home, only 1.5. I'll take the Bengals.
Move over, Joe Burrow. You're Drew Bledsoe. Jake Browning is the next Tom Brady. I'm going Bengals here.
Yeah, both these teams seem to feel like they got to come back to reality at some point. The Bengals coming off of the big win against Jacksonville last week. The Colts winning 4 games on the last play of the game. Something's got to break. I'm just going to go with the home team. I think Jake Browning has shown that he can at least manage that offense, and the defense is good enough to keep him in it. So I'm going to take the Bengals on this one.
I'm picking for Mike. Mike picks the Bengals. I disagree with this pick vehemently. If you want the reasons, Cash the Ticket podcast out later today. Mike is going with the Bengals. Bills and Chiefs. This is a marquee matchup. Bills getting 1.5 in Arrowhead. Rico.
It's in Arrowhead. The Bills just haven't been right all year. I jumped off that bandwagon last year. I'm going with the Chiefs.
Yeah, this is a small number at home for the Chiefs. I'm going to go with Kansas City as well.
Yeah, this number made no sense to me, and then this news came out. No Pacheco, no Tranquil, no Donovan Smith. I believe that means the Bills win.
Josh Allen's still the quarterback, right? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. He's playing. So long as he's playing, I feel good about the Chiefs.
Yeah, they almost took down the Eagles. I think it was overtime a couple weeks ago now. But no, I'm going to take the Bills here. I think something feels off with the Chiefs' offense. They have not won a game yet when their defense has allowed more than 20 points this season. That to me tells me that the offense just ain't doing it. They're not getting it together. I think I've got some offensive line concerns. I think the Bills are more than capable of scoring 24, 27 points, and that's kind of been the recipe to beat the Chiefs this year. So I'm going to take the Bills on the road.
If you got to score late in the game, which offense do you trust more right now? I think it's the Bills. Bills are the pick, and I think Mike likes the over in the game too. Jags-Browns, we're not picking a side because David's obsessed with these tiny unders. We are only touching the total here. 32.5 in Jags-Browns.
You know what? Then you start breaking it down. Can you win this game 20-17 or something like that? I watched a bad football game last night with the Steelers losing to the Patriots. If they can do it, the Browns and the Jaguars can do it. Give me the over.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Rico. Potential bad football game. Looks like the over to me.
I don't see Trevor Lawrence as it playing in this game. So, and then who's playing quarterback for the Browns?
We don't know.
I'll go under.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think there's supposed to be some rough weather throughout the entire Midwest on Sunday. You talk about a couple. I know Flacco looked okay last week, but a couple bad quarterbacks potentially in this game. I think I'm going to have to take the under.
I know Lawrence is fighting to try to play. This suggests he won't. Browns are favored in the game, and the total's in the 30s, low 30s. I'll go under as well. Texans, Jets, we're doing both the spread and the total. Texans laying 3.5. It's at the Jets. The total's 33.5.
I look at the Texans. They're the hottest team right now. I mean, as I told you, I think Stroud is pretty much locked up the Rookie of the Year. They're going to score points. I don't know what the weather's going to be like in New York, but I think whatever it is, the Texans will cover. So give me the Texans. And, hey, man, look, Zach is back. He'll do just enough to hit the over. So give me the Texans and give me the over.
Yeah, Zach is the reason that I'm picking the Texans, and Zach is also the reason that I'm picking the under. He's not going to be very effective.
Zach is the reason why I'm picking the Jets and the reason why I'm picking the over. I believe in him this time. Maybe.
You don't believe that.
Yeah, eighth time is the charm for Zach Wilson. I think he finds a way to pull this one out. Look, you just got to cover 3.5 points, right? Give me the Jets, and I'm going to take the under. I think the Texans looked a little off last week once Tank Dell went out of that game, and he's going to be gone for the rest of the season. That throws a wrench into their plans, and this could be an ugly 15-11 type of game. I don't even know how you get to those scores, but the Jets always seem to do it. So I'm going to take the Jets to cover, and I'm going to take the under as well.
Mike goes Texans and under. Next game, Broncos-Chargers, division game. Chargers laying 2.5.
Oh, boy. Yeah. This is one where you just flip a coin.
2-0 game.
Right.
That's what this looks like.
Somehow or another, the Broncos are always battling to the very end, and the Chargers find a way to lose. So logic says take Denver and the points.
This is a game I would not bet on, let alone even watch.
This is why David is winning, because he keeps picking all.
He's doing the Mike thing.
Right. Where's Air Force,
yeah,
David?
Exactly. Give me the Chargers.
All right, so I believed in Zach, so I'm going to believe in Staley and Herbert in this game. Let's go Chargers.
I'm going to take the Broncos. Their defense is the reason why they've won as many games as they have, which I believe is 6 now. Chargers always find a way to mess it up. I don't know. Feels weird, but give me the Broncos on the road.
Full disclosure, Mike didn't pick one for this. I'm going to pick for him. Chargers. Packers, Giants. We're only worried about the total on Monday night, 37.5.
I'm going to go with the primetime under. Give me the under.
Exact same thing. Primetime unders are real this year. I'll take the under.
Nope, I believe in Danny DeVito. They're going to score a lot of points. I'm going to go over.
Did you say that with a straight face? Did you actually just say that with a straight face? No, this is under. This 21-10 written all over it.
Everybody hates the Italian quarterback, huh?
Yes.
So does the Italian?
So does the Italian.
Yeah, shocking.
Eagles, Cowboys, Sunday night. This is great. Cowboys laying 3.5 at home.
Okay, 3.5. Okay, we didn't have a number for that. I think the Eagles got embarrassed last week, and I think that the best way to show America we're not dead yet is to go to Dallas and pummel the Cowboys. Give me the Eagles.
Primetime unders are real. So is primetime Dak. Give me the Eagles.
Ooh. Have you seen the Eagles play? Yes. I'm going to go with the Cowboys in this game.
I'm taking the Eagles. I don't think they're going to pummel the Cowboys by any means, but they do have a bounce-back game in them. 3.5 is just
they got embarrassed, TJ.
Yeah,
they got to show the world that we're not that bad.
3.5 is just way too many points, I think, in a divisional matchup of these two caliber teams. So I'm going to take the Eagles to cover that spread.
Not every week, but some weeks, Mike will issue a big game bet, a BGB, and that's what this bet is. He says Cowboys lay the 3.5. He thinks they're getting beat up, the Eagles, after playing the Niners last week. The Cowboys finish what they started. Should have won the first meeting. Mike goes Cowboys.
Yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda.
End with the Lions, who are laying 3.5 in Soldier Field against the Bears.
Don't know what the weather is going to be like in Chicago, but I do know that Justin Fields will be out there on the field, and he's had a lot of mobility against the Lions. They felt like they let one slip away. I think the Bears recover. Give me the Bears and the points.
I think this is a weather game. As I've said, the 3.5 is what does it for me. If it's any less than that, I take the Lions, but the half, that bothers me. I'll take the Bears to cover, but not to win.
Doesn't matter. That half does not matter. It's going to be rough weather. I'm going the Bears.
I'm taking the Lions. I think Jared Goff finds a way to prove us all wrong. Bad weather, good weather, doesn't matter. I think last week he turned a corner when it came to taking care of the football.
Hey, TJ, can you get him to, do the audible FU cookies? FU cookies.
Yeah, I'll put in a request for you. That'd actually be a great one. And look, Justin Fields seems to take it personal every time he plays the Lions. Every other team, he averages like 50 yards a game. Against the Lions, it's like 120 something. I don't think it matters, though. I think as long as the Lions offense does not turn the ball over, they should very well, easily be able to handle this Chicago team on the road. Give me the Lions.
TJ's on an island because Mike is going with the Chicago Bears.
Oh, haters.
I will join him. I echo the same sentiment.
No faith.
The Bears beat this
it's a
team.
9-3 football team, Cookies.
Faith. Bears won the trenches in the first game. No Willie McNeil.
Over 4 times.
No Ragnow. Couple key cogs. This is the Bears.
Yeah, you're scared.
Okay.
You're a scared fan.
Appreciate you. Those are the picks. 97-1.
Baby. You big baby.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions have released their final injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow will miss the game, but Alex Anzalone did practice for the third day in a row today. Head coach Dan Campbell says a bounce back for that defense will be one of the top goals against the Bears. Detroit is a 3-point favorite in Chicago. The Pistons have another chance to snap their team record 18-game losing streak. Then Orlando to take on the Magic tonight. The NBA's longest losing streak ever is 28 games set by the Sixers. Meantime, this young Magic squad, they sit at third in the East. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Red Wings will not take the ice again until tomorrow night. They play the Senators at Little Caesars Arena, and even after last night's loss to the Sharks, Detroit has still won 6 of 8 games. And a yearly tradition in college football happens tomorrow. It's the Army-Navy game being played this year in Foxborough. The Heisman Trophy winner will also be announced tomorrow night. LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels is the heavy favorite. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll get to Who Said It at 4:15. It's a Friday tradition.
Yeah, and in case anybody was wondering, Ethan Crumbley, the young man who shot up the Oxford High School, sentenced to life without parole. So, yeah. It is. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't think it was going to be anything else. Apparently, he wanted to see the effect that he had on the people of what he had done. So, sentencing just happened during the break. So, life without parole.
A couple other breaking news stories, some related to the Lions. Aleem McNeil said to reporters today he expects to come off the IR when he's eligible, which would be 4 weeks away for the final regular season game at home against the Vikings. In terms of the Lions injury report for this week, Frank Ragnow will not play. So the Lions without a key player on both lines of scrimmage, the middle of both lines of scrimmage.
If I'm McNeil, unless you absolutely need that game, what's the difference between that or waiting another?
Depends how.
Okay.
Listen, if he's like ready to go, it's a tune-up.
No, you're right.
He doesn't have to play a lot of snaps. He just wants to make sure he's all ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
You're right. Go out there, get about 10, 15 snaps, get yourself back into it for the playoff game. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but what's important, and I don't know if you were going to mention this, Cookies, is that Alex Anzalone will be back.
Yeah, not even listed, right?
Not listed, correct.
David, any ticket text? We'll knock out a couple phone calls before Who Said It.
Goff has to prove he is better than Daniel Jones, i.e. more than the franchise tag or $45 million. I think he is better than Jones, okay?
Okay.
I think our defense is better than what it shows. We've had so many turnovers lately. We've been put in a lot of really bad situations.
Pause. That's true. However, they just faced New Orleans and gave up multiple 3rd and longs. 4 different 3rd and longs in that game. I don't want to hear about put in pad positions. 3rd and 12 is a great position to be in. Get off the field, and they didn't, and that led to New Orleans touchdowns, plural, in that game.
Yeah, unless you won the game. This ranks right up there with the whole Kansas City thing. Thank Bruce Irvin for what he did in knocking out Carr. Carr's in that game. I think that's a different game.
You might be right.
They were coming back. They were driving. Jameis misses a wide open receiver multiple times late in the game. So
hey, you're not apologizing for a win. The win counts. It's one step closer to having that home playoff game that we all want. Some of us believe it's going to happen more than others. But that win mattered, even though they didn't play their best. And they might win this week, next week, the week after, not playing their best. But the question will be, Jared Goff, is he the reason that they're able to win these games without a good defense? And I think he will have to be, right? On the road this week in the elements. So let's get some people in the mix. Sheldon, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, so I'm not one of the big golf fans, and I know you guys are. And the big 3rd and 8 that he did complete in the 3rd down, he completed 2 3rd downs that game at the end of the game. And those were some wobbly, nervous balls, and one was dropped by the dude's leg, and it was just a better catch than it was a throw. And one thing I wanted to say, when Hendon Hooker came and they asked the coach about him, Hendon Hooker, the coach said he throws spirals. And I think that was a knock. I hope it was a knock to the wobbly balls that Goff throws all the time. and the nervousness that Goff shows out there. I know he's winning games, but I think it's a good offensive line and a good offensive coordinator that's giving him easy plays to throw that's making him look good. I do not overpay for this guy. I think it'd be a big, huge mistake if we did.
But Sheldon, you acknowledge that if Goff plays out of his mind the next 5 weeks, secures the division crown, maybe even a 1 seed, wins a playoff game, wins at Dallas against that defense, like, you have to be open-minded, right?
I have to be open-minded. At some point in time, you have to say, you know what, you just got to give him the contract. We only lose 3 or 4 games. We have to give him the big contract because he played himself into it. And then I have to say, you know what, we have to do it, but I don't think that I'm going to be extremely happy about it. But if we have to do it, I'm not going to lie, I'll do it.
So Sheldon's open-minded, but you really don't want to see Goff here on a long-term deal.
100%.
Okay. And Sheldon, that's why I said I think you go and do what the Commanders did with Cousins, and you franchise him. And you may have to do it for a couple of years, and Goff may not like it, but hey, boo freaking who? Jared, you just got $90 million, okay? You can go buy a lot of tissue.
Absent of like a signature big-time playoff game or a couple big-time wins down the stretch, Rico, they do have the flexibility to say, give Hendon Hooker a couple years, tag Goff if need be. He's still under contract for next season already, guys. They don't have to force this unless he forces them to by
Which
carrying
I think he
it.
will.
He may.
Because if you're Jared Goff, you don't want to be that lame duck quarterback.
Yeah.
Where you're kind of in limbo. So either extend me for another year, or maybe you let me go and I walk out the door with Ben Johnson.
People might be asking, guys, why are you bringing this up for the millionth time? The McNeil injury means the team that's already forced to win shootouts is going to be in more of those games. And with injuries on the offensive line, Jonah Jackson for a little bit, Frank Ragnow for a little bit, it thrusts Goff into an even bigger spot where he can't just blend in on the offense. He has to stand out. Last word on this. Sean, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Cookies, you just said something kind of about what I was saying. The Lions are in a great position right now. They have time to make this decision, and this is like the most important 6, 7, dare I say 8 weeks of Jared Goff's career, because you're going to look back and you're going to evaluate him and decide whether or not we lost because we didn't get enough from our quarterback position or not. And so you can go into next year with this, and like Rico said, you can end up franchising him. What my friends hate to hear me say, which I think is reality, the greatest thing for this franchise, which is a move of the goalpost from last year, because everybody said last year the greatest thing for this franchise is that Goff is great, right? The new greatest thing for this franchise is if Hendon Hooker is a good enough quarterback for this football team that we don't have to pay $55 million a year for a quarterback. And if they decide that, that is the best thing for this franchise, as much as I like Goff and I love what he's done.
Well,
the best thing is if they decide Hendon Hooker is the guy.
Well, it's going to be hard to evaluate because he shouldn't be playing this year, and maybe you'll get a glimpse in the preseason next year. But from an economics, salary cap, sure, I get it. All right, we got Who Said It coming up next. It's 97.1.
Everything changes so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Because back in the day, we were lucky if we can get one video to download to our desktop computers, but now there's the Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest speeds rolling out all the time, an internet that can power a whole house full of devices all at once with an ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another person is playing video games in the basement, and somebody's doing whatever the latest TikTok creation is in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through December 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. Get this, $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
No Roberto, which means David, double duty, building Who Said It? So, David, you compiled different things that our coworkers said throughout the week. Which shows are eligible?
Every show.
Well, don't say every show. Like, were you listening at 2 a.m.?
Sure, I was listening to Brian Chapman. No.
Hey, sometimes I'm on that late.
That's very true.
Caputo sometimes. Is he involved in this?
I've actually heard you that late before driving home from the Breslin Center.
I'll be honest, I haven't.
Cookies is talking about aliens at 1:15.
Listen, if TJ wants to call in to talk aliens, that's the time to do it.
Yes.
Not start the 3 o'clock. Hey, did you guys see a UFO today?
So the morning show, the midday show, the afternoon show, Wojo and Rieger, they are also eligible.
And producers. Go for it.
Yes, correct. Y'all ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? All right. When you keep losing players and your margin of error wasn't great to begin with, you have to account for injuries. You have to deal with injuries. They aren't excuses, but we may have to just say, okay, the defense is what it is. The job is still to win the Super Bowl.
I'm going to use the jank rule because I believe I may have heard this. I'm pretty sure I have.
Wow. That sounds so harsh to me. Everything's all right.
It's kind of long-winded.
Don't worry. We're going to be just fine.
See, I thought I knew, but now all of a sudden he used the jank rule, so...
Makes you think it's middays?
See,
Because Kenny would have accidentally listened to some of the show he's working on.
See, I thought Dave was like really doing work. Yeah. Thought Dave was really doing work, and it's like, that sounds like TJ.
Like a Monday?
Yeah, like TJ just kept, because TJ never wants to say this team is bad. So he skates the
He
line.
threw Super Bowl in there, too.
But you know, their job is to get the Super Bowl. But
TJ also makes morning show appearances on Mondays after the game, though. That may have been then, too.
Right, but you used the jank rule.
Yeah.
So you
Wasn't
poisoned the
going to be
well.
my guess, by the way.
You poisoned the well.
But Evan's right. At the end, the host just kind of slips in there. Like Super Bowl is very much part of this conversation. So which hosts still believe that the Super Bowl is like a real thing for this team?
All three of them.
I still feel like they were trying to push, like, just because the defense is bad, it doesn't matter.
I'm going to
win
You know what?
games.
I'm going to play the role of David. Gator. Give me Gator.
And Evan, who are you going with?
I said Douglas Karsh.
I'll go John Jansen.
Now that everyone's answered, my jank rule was Doug.
Yes.
That enough by now? All right.
Yes.
I wanted to hear him say Super Bowl.
All right, let's go to number 2. If you're on board saying, well, this team is a Super Bowl team, I'm not on board with that either, because I don't think they are. I don't think they can get there. They'd have to have an amazing luck to get to the Super Bowl because they're not that good. They're good, and that's fine.
God, that's a lot of words.
One more time.
Yes, one more time, David.
Yeah, I can read, so I'm fine with this. If you're on board saying, well, this team is a Super Bowl team, I'm not on board with that either because I don't think they are. I don't think they can get there. They'd have to have amazing luck to get to the Super Bowl because they're not that good. They're good, and that's fine.
God, that screams Stoney to me.
That does. That's one long run-on sentence. Yeah, that's Stoney. It's got to be.
My thought was Stoney, too.
They're good, but they're not good, but they're good. That's my thought.
I think he's right, too, by the way. I know we're making fun of him. I think that's probably the right opinion.
Does David do the Wednesdays with Wojo?
Maybe, but it also kind of sounds Millicanous.
I was going to say Gov, or did we say something like that on this show? But that doesn't sound like neither me or Mike. So I'm going to go.
Either of you could have said that, right?
But Super Bowl? You guys were talking Super Bowl? Super Bowl?
You guys didn't entertain that this week, did you?
No, we
Super
talked
Bowl?
about it, but yeah. I'm gonna go Gov. I'm gonna represent Tecumseh.
Everybody locked in?
Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm like, David, are you gonna tell us? But you're the facilitator.
Yes.
Okay.
2 for 2. I'm dominating this.
Or I'm horrible at this. I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, the bar is Roberto, so don't be too hard on yourself.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Guys ready?
All right, let's go to number 3
Are you ready?
here.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? You ready? You ready? Number 3. The winning was fun, stacking all those wins back to back to back to back, and those double digits, thinking, hey, this team could be a Super Bowl caliber team. But at the end of the day, my expectations at the beginning of the season are my expectations at the bare minimum, and that's where we end up being. That's just fine with me.
I'd like to jank myself for the second time this show because I know exactly who said this.
Can you give me the latter half of that statement?
Yeah, you don't have to read the whole thing again.
Just the last
sentence.
I just want you to clip what Kenny just said.
I want to jank myself.
Multiple times a show, Kenny?
Right. I just need that clip.
I just can't control myself, you know?
He's an excitable young man.
Last sentence for you, Evan, is, and if that's what we end up being, that's just fine with me.
God. Who would accept just being okay this year? Because that's what it's essentially saying, right?
I'm gonna go with Kang.
I like that.
I'm gonna go with Kang.
I was
Kang
completely
didn't have
lost until he said that.
Kang didn't have high aspirations to start with, and then he kind of jumped on board.
Yeah, but nobody at the beginning of this year really picked them to do much. We thought this was going to be the year that like jumped them to next.
I think the expectation collectively was win this division, win a playoff game. That's still on the table.
I'm going to say Gator.
I'm going to say Kang.
Are you all locked in?
We're locked in.
I believe I said this.
Kenny? This would be a first. I don't think Kenny's ever been one of the answers.
Wow.
Huh. All right, that's enough of this guy.
Yeah, enough.
That's way too much of this guy.
What a curveball. And hold on.
That was a great job.
Pause. How many weeks has Roberto done this? And he's never included Kenny.
Oh, no. He's never included Kenny. He's never included David.
Behind the glass on this show has never. It's always been snubbed. I think he's included himself once. He never included any
What
of
an
us.
egomaniac.
I think you're right about that, Kenny.
Yeah, he doesn't want the shine on these guys, that's for sure.
Because he's used every other behind the glass.
It's never you guys.
He's used Greg. He's used Heather. He's used
Mojo when he's calling in on a phone from a gas station somewhere.
Brian Chapman
Yes, he
has
did.
made the show.
Yes, he did.
But not Kenny Cott.
No. Congratulations, Kenny.
And still not David.
Yeah.
And still not David. That's absurd.
Well, technically, David, well, I guess he could.
Say something of relevance to make it, right?
Very true. I can't just have ticket tax being the you said it.
Who said it? You know what? It's got to be Gator because, it's Gator. Don't like him. Who could that be?
Yeah, every cut can't be, I don't care about the Steelers anymore.
Yeah. We may lose to the Browns.
I love the Pistons. David Hall.
Leave Kate alone.
See?
All right, I'll give you one more.
Yeah. Cade Cunningham.
Was that David?
David Hall.
I'm going to give you one more.
I hope it's himself.
He's not as impactful as, I don't want to discredit him, what he's done. He's a good player, and he is a loss, but I think it's easier to mask that loss or replace that loss than it is number of other positions.
They're talking to Aleem McNeil, I think.
I had no idea, but I'm going to say David Hall.
Saying that it's not that big of a deal.
You guys are the first show to get to talk about it.
Oh.
Did either of you have that opinion?
I felt
it was actually a big deal.
Yeah, and I felt like John was like, next man up.
Right, former player.
But I still want to say David Hall.
Did Stoney maybe make it a...
No, because I think Stoney thought it was a big deal.
I'm going to go Wojo. I don't think Wojo thinks it's a big deal.
What's the big deal?
Next man up.
You say Wojo.
I'm saying Wojo.
What did you say?
I believe it's John, but I'm going to give the credit to David Hall.
Kenny's not doing the jank. So.
I'm not going to say what I said before. No. I liked what Evan said about Jansen, former player, next man up. I think that might be it.
One more time. Can I listen to it one more time?
Yeah, we got Kaminsky.
He's not as impactful as, I don't want to discredit what he's done. He's a good player, and he is a loss, but I think it's easier to mask that loss or replace that loss than it is number of other positions.
So they kind of correct themselves after the first line. I'm going to go with John, too. Jansen.
Everybody's locked in? Mm-hmm. Who said it?
See, I got you there, Cookies.
I think what's been determined here is I'm pretty bad at selecting audio for this game. That was too easy, fellas.
No. David, let me help you out. You know what you need? Shorter bites.
That's fine, and I'll do that.
And as I told Roberto, make it the same theme.
It was.
You did. All Lions. Super Bowl on everything.
All Lions.
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
But just short. Because once you keep going, then we start hearing the person. But if you just quick bites.
Super Bowl that, yeah.
So I suck just like the Steelers.
It'll be Kane Cunningham, David Hall.
I don't say you suck like the Steelers. You just don't know how to win like the Steelers.
Oh, well, okay.
Hey, David, who won that first game this year?
All righty.
All right.
Still not over it. All right.
Who's going to win that last game of the season?
I'm still waiting for my 49er shoes. So.
All right, we did it. That's who said it. 97-1.
Brought to you by Hall Financial. The Lions have released their final injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow will miss the game, but Alex Anzalone practiced today for the third day in a row. Detroit, 3-point favorites in Chicago. The Pistons have another chance to snap their team record 18-game losing streak tonight. They're in Orlando to take on the Magic, NBA's longest losing streak ever, 28 games set by the Sixers. Meantime, this young Magic squad, they're not too bad. They sit at third in the East. Tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Meantime, the finals of the NBA in-season tournament tomorrow night in Vegas. The Lakers taking on the Pacers. And the Red Wings don't take the ice again until tomorrow night. They play the Senators at Little Caesars Arena. And even after last night's loss to the Sharks, Detroit has still won 6 of 8 games. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
Name, image, and likeness. Changed college football. Rico, the latest idea to take it to the next level. I want to know how this sits with you and how this sits with people. Bill Busch, he's the former Nebraska defensive coordinator. He coached at LSU, Wisconsin, Utah, Rutgers. He hosts a radio show. He's part of a radio show in Nebraska. 93.7 The Ticket. And he says his idea for name, image, and likeness is to make it fair and make it fun. Make a play, get paid. His idea, big screen bonus bucks. So when you're at a game and a player scores a touchdown, his idea is you put their Venmo up on the big screen. University can't pay the players, but you, the paying customers, can chip in however much you want. Now, if it's only a 1-yard touchdown, guy didn't really do that much work, okay. But an 80-yard touchdown.
Wait a minute.
Maybe you want to contribute a little more. Maybe it's a game-winning touchdown. I think this is so silly, but do I think it's outside the realm of possibility? Absolutely not. All it takes is one school to do this, and then everybody else follows.
So you're saying after a big play, you just flash that person's Venmo.
Like Kenneth Walker, the 5-touchdown day against Michigan.
So, after every touchdown, his Venmo come up.
Yeah. And you could do a little scan, or you could type it in your phone and go, hey, K9.
At K9.
And I'm thinking, there's no way I would do it, but people get emotional. Oh my they get excited. They've had a couple beers.
I was about to say, drunk people with money? Come on.
Now that alcohol is being served, absolutely. Somebody will send that Venmo, I'm sure of it.
Well, and if it's $10 from 10,000 people, and you play 8 home games,
even if it's $10 from 1,000 people,
you get my point.
Right.
This sounds like kind of dystopian, maybe, if you're really anti-NIL in the direction of college football. But Rico, I saw this and I thought this wasn't stupid. Maybe you think it's stupid.
It is a little bit stupid.
It's stupid.
Okay, first of all, I still will say
it's entrepreneurial.
And we haven't really talked about this. I don't know if you guys talked about it yesterday. The new super conference. Mm-hmm. The schools should be paying these kids. Rather than come up with innovative ways, how about this? We hear about the record TV contract deals you're signing. You know what the funny thing is? Nobody can tell you where that money's going. Nobody can tell you, oh, it goes here, it goes there, goes for research, goes somewhere. If you took, and the Big Ten is going to make north of $100 million each year, because CBS and NBC, along with Fox, all jumping in that pool. If you just took 10%, think of it as taxes.
Sure.
And each football team or each school gets $10 million and you divvy it up. The football team gets 5, the hoop team gets 3, and all the other all the teams, you get $2 million. Sorry, but you don't make money. So you get what's left. There you go. The Venmo thing could be problematic because now imagine you are Kenneth Walker, you're Blake Corum, you're whoever, and you run it back 80 yards. Your offensive linemen are going to be like, so you just keeping all that money?
Oh, is this like...
It's like tips at a bar. Where you got to, you tip the bartender and you got to make sure that,
the busboy and the
wait staff
kitchen,
and everybody else get a little taste.
No, they don't get paid until I look at the all-22 to see who had the good block. Then you get the Venmo.
David breaking down the film, deciding...
Daddy, what are you doing? I'm on my phone, son. All-22 version. No.
PFF says I owe this guy more money, so...
This is ridiculous. Rather than just pay the money, you do the Venmo thing. I guess it works in big games, yeah, especially if the player does something just monumental, yeah, you're going to go ahead and send that person a ton of money. Who was the corner that got the interception? Moore against
Rod Moore.
Rod Moore. Oh, he'd be paid right now.
Mm-hmm. Seal the game against Ohio State, lock up 3 straight.
And then I guess even if you don't put it up on the Jumbotron, it could be the school puts it out there because we talked about it in the break. I'm like, a guy like Jalen Watts Jackson. But you're like, yeah, Michigan would never put it up. They're like, yeah, you're right. Michigan wouldn't put it up on their
Visiting
jumbotron.
stadium, yeah.
But at that point, that's when MSU just says, hey, in case you're feeling it,
Send it out on social media.
There you go. All right. How much did you love that touchdown?
I think there are clearly some potential issues with this, but this was thrown out on sports radio from a former college football coach, and it gained a little traction. So I bring it up to people.
I guess, but I still think that it's the school that should be paying.
I agree. This is all so ridiculous that you have to work around the most obvious solution.
Now players are out there working for tips. So if you hit the big shot in basketball, you'll get paid.
There's also a world where, depending on how you phrase it, it ends up looking a lot like, for just $10 a touchdown, you can pay for our college athletes to stay at the university. And it's like, how about you guys compensate them? I wish... I know
you
they
like
can't.
The Blake Corum touchdown?
I know.
Do you like the Cartier turnover buffs? If you want to see more buffs, you need to pay.
248-539-9797. We'll collect some thoughts on it. Lions, Bears, get into it in the 5 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons have another chance to snap their 18-game losing streak. That's a record for the team. They're in Orlando tonight to take on the Magic. Isaiah Stewart calls this losing streak one of the toughest moments of his career. The NBA's longest ever losing streak at 28 games set by the Sixers. Meantime, this young Magic squad, they sit at third in the East. They're not bad. Tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Red Wings won't take the ice again until tomorrow night. They play the Senators at Little Caesars Arena. And even after last night's loss to the Sharks, Detroit, they've still won 6 of 8 games. The Lions have released their final injury report ahead of Sunday's game against the Bears. Frank Ragnow will miss the game in Chicago, but Alex Anzalone practiced today for the third day in a row. Detroit, 3-point favorites on the road. And it's a yearly tradition in college football, and it's happening tomorrow. It's the Army-Navy game set to be played this year in Foxborough. The Heisman Trophy winner will also be announced tomorrow night. LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, the heavy favorite. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, if that's you, you're probably really out on this idea. The future of college football? Compensating athletes? Name, image, and likeness? Well, what about make a play, get paid?
It's a horrible idea, but you know what?
All it takes is one school to find a way to pull it off. The idea was floated out by a radio host in Nebraska, former defensive coordinator Bill Bush. He says after a big play, a touchdown, put the athlete's Venmo up on the Jumbotron and let the fans donate if they choose. I'm sure this is sickening to people who already find the entire exercise to be problematic. Rico, if the school can't pay the players.
The schools can. And this is where it's getting ridiculous, is we're acting as if these schools are poor. And if you want to see a touchdown, cue the Sarah McLachlan music and we need your help. You know, that poor quarterback, you know, he's throwing these touchdown passes.
He's going to enter the portal.
He's never going to hit that Heisman if you don't help out. And every penny counts.
It feels a little extortion-y the more we talk about it.
Like, what are we doing? You're making your TV contracts $100 million per year. Okay? That means if you take $5 million and give it to the football program and they divvy it up however you want, this is why fans are losing interest. This is why guys like Mike are getting angry, because you're making the fans pay. Well, if this guy hits the portal, it's not our fault. He didn't make enough money. You guys didn't support us enough. What? So I'm sorry. There's season ticket costs, seat licensing, parking, seat backs at some places, concessions, and now I got to pay the players? You're going to hit that tipping point where I do think people just, you know what? I don't care anymore. Don't care.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, David.
Especially when there's another option called the NFL.
Well, I'm glad you kind of said that, because that piece is what I was going to say together here. You heard the Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Travion Henderson stuff, right? Allegedly, they've been offered NIL deals that rival first-round draft pick money to transfer. So basically, for Harrison, that would be $25 million.
That's incredible.
Well, Harrison said that it's not a done deal. He wanted to beat Michigan. I heard it on the morning show. He wanted to beat Michigan. He didn't. Yeah. You could see on the look on his face. I'm sure if Ohio State pays for the right QB to come in there, you got enough people that'll pay Marvin Harrison. You know, it's sticking around another year. I mean, you saw, quarterbacks came. Everybody on Washington came back. A lot of people could have gone to the pros. They said, nah, we want to do this, we want to come back, and they got paid for it. So if you're Marvin Harrison, if you could stay in college one more year but make $2.5 million, you're still going to get drafted.
Yeah, but
Ain't
you
like
can't-
you need the money.
But you can't go back to school to beat Michigan because it's not a guarantee. You're looking at being a top 5 pick where it's a multi-year guaranteed contract competing against the very best.
And next year, you're still a top 5 pick.
Unless you roll an ankle, unless you tear a ligament in your knee.
Right, but I mean, if you play that game, then you just opt out of the season.
But there's no guarantee, like Cookie. There's no guarantee he can beat Michigan or he will beat Michigan. So
Right, I
you're
know
going
I'm
to
a
go
closet
back.
Michigan fan, but I could clearly point out that they haven't exactly done that recently.
Get all the way to the end of the year again and then possibly lose
Again,
right. But you made $2.5 million for your failure.
When you could have had a guaranteed $25 million already.
David, it's not like he's not going to get a guaranteed $25 million. And, he may end up in more commercials. I mean, think about how many commercials on every Saturday you saw Caleb Williams. 3 national commercials. Dr. Pepper, Wendy's, and the Nissan commercials. Okay? Caleb wasn't hurting for money. Caleb could say, I don't want to play for either of these teams that want to draft me. I'm going back to school. He'll still be a top pick next year, and he's just banking extra money now.
David Ticket Text, want to knock out a couple calls, and then we'll get Lions-Bears going.
Tom in Flat Rock says, what happens when that 80-yard touchdown gets called back for holding? Do I get a refund on my Venmo? A fair question.
You end up requesting the money back from the guy?
That's a very fair question.
Someone says it would be better to do it this way. It would be awesome if it was all the players that split one Venmo. So you get a Venmo for the entire team, and then they just split it.
I mean, that's teamwork, but you're Kenneth Walker. I scored 5 touchdowns. And
But he needs the offensive line.
No, did he?
Yes.
Did you see the game?
He needed the
No,
offensive
he didn't.
line. Yes,
They got in his way. Hey, fat boy, move. Get out the way.
Oh, I'm kidding that.
Yeah, please pull that. James, you're on 97.1. How you doing?
James,
are you stunned?
Hey.
What's up?
Yes, I was stunned, but I think it's Costa that said it, but please stop saying that the schools can't play the players. They just don't want to. They can.
No, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to, James. I agree that they shouldn't be crying poor or broke. There's no excuse, but they aren't allowed to by NCAA rules to directly
James,
pay the players.
And here's the thing. You want to know why they're not allowed to? Because the schools came up with the rules.
I know, it's
saying,
the worst.
We're poor and we can't pay.
Listen, look, you got 85 scholarship players, okay? That means that this player was good enough that the school is willing to pay for their education, okay? So that means they're worth it. So if they gave every scholarship player $20,000, that's less than $2 million. That's ridiculous. Most of the kids, everybody's not getting name, image, and likeness. That's for the best players. So what about all the other players? That's what I'm trying to say. They can get that name, image, and likeness money plus the $20,000. I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I'd have no issue if the school could directly cut him a check, and the rule probably should be changed before we get into an even more ridiculous cartoon version of college football.
But yeah, this is one where I guess you could put it in the collective fund, and now you're just because here's the thing. How much money are the MSU players making this year? There was nothing worthy of me paying for.
Right.
You're going to have a whole lot of people. We are one step away from Tin Cup outside the tunnel saying we'll score touchdown for food. Okay? Is this what we really want?
No. We don't.
And where's the Kenny one that I wanted?
You got that one?
Oh, yeah.
It's even worse than I thought it was going to be. Of course, referring to Evan Jenkins,
Right.
and of course,
In the jank rule.
removing yourself from the Who Said It game, not whatever anybody else thought that was. Mind out of the gutter. All right, we should talk Lions Bears coming up next because there is a lot of pessimism going into this weekend. It's 97.1.
It's the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. Here's your time. Every January, you'll probably tell yourself, I'm going to do a New Year's resolution. I want to get in the gym. I want to look better. I want to lose some weight. Nope, not that. And here's how you can avoid that. You go to Planet Fitness. 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. And at Planet Fitness, it's the judgment-free zone. So nobody's going to be calling you fat boy. They're just going to want to come and see and encourage you, because you could even get a personal trainer. It's all included. $1 down, $10 a month. And if you say you don't have time, you get a full body workout in for just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit. Guys, it's that easy. It's the home of the judgment-free zone, Planet Fitness. And some of the new gyms have new cardio equipment, new strength training equipment. You just got to go check it out. Head on down to your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. But this offer ends December 15th, so you need to hurry up. Go to your local Planet Fitness or go to planetfitness.com.
Lions hitting the road this weekend in Chicago against the Bears. And collectively, this show is a bunch of haters. We'll get to the picks at the end of the hour here. Safe to say we don't feel great about their chances outdoors. Missing a couple key linemen on both sides of the ball. Rico, this is a referendum game for Justin Fields and Jared Goff. Both these two down the stretch are fighting for some viability and credibility. Like for Fields, it's are you going to be a starter in this league? And for Jared Goff, it's are you about to get paid at the end of this?
Right. Can you take us to that next level? Can you become that franchise QB? Because let's be real, we all saw him as a Band-Aid. He was going to be here temporarily, and then the Lions were going to jump in and get a real franchise QB. He was part of the Stafford deal. It was how you got from underneath the Stafford contract. But I knew something was up the second he got there and we extended him. And now we're at the crossroads again. There's a lot of people, and I know we give you grief. There's no guarantee you're not going to have buyer's remorse if you lock this man up for the next few years. There's also, man, you look at what he's done and how he finished in the Saints game and the shootout he had with the Chargers, and you're thinking to yourself, maybe he's already here. Maybe that guy's here. Mm-hmm. Quit looking into colleges. Quit looking at free agency. He's sitting right there at the dinner table with you. This is the man that can lead us to the promised land. But it's games like this because when he's in the dome, full confidence in him. He steps outside in the elements, the numbers back it up, folks. He's not as good as he is when he's playing in a dome.
Well, and think about what's going to happen between now and the end of the season. What are you laughing at?
Jair Alexander video. He literally has on 2 heavyweight belts as he's talking to the reporters.
He looks like he's doing the picks coming up at 5:30. Like
Right.
He's got 2 different WWE style belts. And I believe his quote today to the media was, "I'm not going to say I'm a prophet. I said we're going to win out, though." Yeah. If they win out, that's 11 wins.
So if
Lions
Green Bay
have
does
9.
that, yeah.
Got to win 3.
It's not that hard for him to feel that confident because you're playing 3 Big Ten West teams.
But again, the Goff thing. Outdoors this week, you got a couple division games. You have to go to Dallas. That's a front that's going to get pressure on the quarterback and speed up his decision-making. And then through all of it, you have the postseason where he will ultimately be judged. A home playoff game, a playoff win. Mm-hmm. And then you talk about, can you go on a run? And how much of this is on Jared Goff? Rico, having watched this defense, quite a bit's going to be on Jared Goff if they're going to accomplish the goal of the division, a playoff win, or more. And if he does those things, yeah, he gets paid. But on the same line of thinking, if he falters, you can't extend him. And I listen, and I know he's proven so many people wrong, myself included. When he showed up to town, you're right, I thought bridge QB. I thought he's a placeholder, 1 or 2 years of professionalism while they clean out the roster and rebuild. Well, Jared's performed much better than I ever thought he would. And if he takes it to another level when they need him most, then yes, you pay him. You pay a certainty tax. You may pay him more than you're comfortable, but you pay him. But it's got to happen on the road. It's got to happen in division. It's got to happen against the best of the NFC, and it has to happen in the postseason. He's going to get a taste of all of that in the next 6 weeks. Mm-hmm. So where are you guys at with Goff? 248-539-9797, the McNeil injury. You're going to have to outscore your problems. It's kind of like Kenny's Red Wings. You got to outscore your problems. Mm-hmm. The 2 teams are the same team. You got to outscore your problems, and Goff is at the center of it, especially if Ragnow misses some time. Jonah Jackson has been in and out of the lineup. If he misses time, no excuses. Goff, go show that you're a franchise quarterback and get paid. Because if we got to hear, oh, you don't understand the O-line and the defense and the shootout, then he's just okay, and you can run him back, but you can't pay him.
I think he gets paid. You got to go have a long run in the playoffs. You do that, man. I can't fault the Lions for saying, here, Brad Holmes, sign here. Here's a 3-year deal, at least. The regular season stuff, you're setting yourself up for the most desirable playoff matchups. You need to finish strong. And your defense is porous. You have to stop turning the ball over. You can't run around there. I mean, because some of your fumbles are like, dude, is this your first year playing football? You got a better ball security. you got to come out in the second half and you have to be about it. And they're not. I mean, it's their third quarter woes are coming back. It's kind of like how we started last season where they just couldn't score.
Like, how do you feel about this week?
I don't feel great about this week.
I don't either.
I don't feel great about this week. And ironically enough, we'll be doing a pregame show.
You and I.
The reason being is it's not Goff's fault. Partly. He doesn't play well out in the elements, but I'm also looking at a defense that always has a hard time containing mobile QBs. And I know you're like, well, you're just making too much out of this. Am I? I'm not.
Rico.
Not you. I'm talking about the listeners who probably think you're making more out of this. No, because I expect Justin Fields to have a big game again.
You said something. I want to be very clear. If they lose, it's not all on Goff.
No.
It's not all on the quarterback. It's just about whether or not he is going to show himself to be the standout player that you are sinking franchise QB money into.
Here's what happens. Sometimes when the offense is bad, the defense knows we got to step up. We got to save ourselves because we're not going to win this game unless we keep our opponent to 17 points or less. This is the opposite, where this offense right now has to go out there and score north of 30 points in order for me to feel confident about any time for them to win. The further they are from 30, the better I feel. But they're going to be in shootouts. The last 5 games will not be easy. They're not going to be like the first ones where you're like, oh, man, this team is just blowing out. Yeah, Carolina is not coming through the tunnel, okay? You're going to play quarterbacks that are the kryptonite to this defense.
And you know what I think it is, too? We hear about the stat pressures. Aiden Hutchinson's a big pressures guy, not as many sacks this season. When you face a more statuesque quarterback, sometimes the pressure is enough.
Yeah.
Because it moves them off their spot. They can't get to the second or the third read.
Bryce Young can't see over anybody.
When you face a little more dynamic of an athlete, them getting pressured moves them off their spot, but they're more comfortable in that play breaking down.
There it is.
Yeah. So
play breaks down, and now it's watch what I can do. And there's Jordan Love. Really, Jordan Love? Yeah, that was Jordan Love.
Or Geno Smith or Lamar.
Here's the thing: if it wasn't for Matt Eberflus, Justin Fields. Now I question a lot of play call. The Lions won. Mm-hmm. You don't apologize. But that was a head scratcher at the end of the game. I mean, I think the ESPN FPI basically said the Bears were going to win this game.
Oh, yeah, you just don't lose in that situation historically.
Right, you don't
with that
score
lead, with that little time.
Right, you're down 12 with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah,
you win the game.
Yeah. And the Lions won the first one fair and square. No one's taken a win out of the win-loss record. But as we forecast the next meeting in less favorable conditions, Rico, I thought they were the better team in the trenches in the first meeting. Chicago was.
Yeah.
They've added Montez Sweat. They've been a much better defense since they added a pass rusher. Imagine. I don't like this matchup for the Lions. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Drew, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey.
Long-time caller, first-time listener. Glad to be on the program. So, Jared Goff, I'm not from Michigan. I've got no irons in the fire, but I'm a longtime NFL fan. And the thing about Jared Goff that almost any team that is playoff competitive would give you almost anyone for is that he may not be a top 5 performing quarterback, but he's a top 5 quarterback. And you got to break that down because when you have a top 5, yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have a top 5 not performing, but top 5 quarterback, that means it takes in, the meat and potatoes of really what makes an offense awesome, which is starting with your leader and time management, knowing when to throw the ball away, knowing when to, the experience of reading different defenses, knowing when to call an audible. And I think that Jared Goff has all those intangibles. And when you look at especially, each year the NFL is only getting more and more brutal.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, by the way. I don't want it to change. But, you're going to deal with this stuff. And what's jumped out at me this year is how not terrible, that's wrong, but the drop-off between starting quarterbacks and backup quarterbacks. And when you look at that and factor everything in, you've got a top 5 quarterback in Jared Goff, if he stays healthy, obviously. But what he does so well is he knows how to manage a game and realize that he's got playmakers around him that can step up to make him look even better and make that offense look even better. Before with Stafford, and I love Stafford, I'm a Stafford fan, but as a Lions fan, you look to Stafford to be your hero sometimes and to be that guy that comes through in the darkest of periods. Obviously, as a Lions fan, didn't happen a whole lot.
Drew,
but with Goff, it's different.
Do you believe he's a top 5 quarterback actually?
I do. Yeah, absolutely. This year, 100%. He's
Okay.
he's 9-3. He's 9-3. He's dealing with the defense that he has. He's making good decisions 93% of the time, and he's managing the clock, and that's why we're 9-3 with the defense that we have.
Again,
I don't care about the schedule.
Okay, the team is 9-3. 5 quarterbacks. Can we name 5 better than Jared Goff? Is Patrick Mahomes better than Jared Goff? Is Lamar Jackson better than Jared Goff?
Yes.
Is Jalen Hurts better than Jared Goff?
Tua
better than Jared Goff. Dak Prescott in the MVP race better than Jared Goff.
Yeah.
We're over
Until
5.
playoff time.
Well, it's find me Goff's big playoff game.
I mean,
He's injured, but Joe Burrow is unquestioned one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the sport when healthy.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, I know that people are souring because of the turnovers, but he makes plays that very few can't. Okay, maybe he's top 10, but he said top 5 like it was so effortless.
I think because he sees the stats.
Okay.
Their offense is like a top 5 offense right now.
All right, we got the picks coming up next. It's 97.1.